Hey Kator, nice to see that you're back here. Sorry they were having a little bit of a slow start, having trouble getting into the game. I swear, I've been queuing this for, I think, 20 minutes at this point, and no progress. It's always a little disheartening. But glad to see you here. Alright, well, I'll hope for your swift return, and pray for your battery to rest in peace. I hope he gets a proper funeral. Actually, I suppose, I was joking, but I suppose there is a notion of proper funerals for batteries, in the sense that there is an approved ritual for disposal. Ah, that's, optimistic of you, Kator. Optimistic. Let's hope that's the reason. I'm moving up there. But I'm definitely not at the tippy top yet. Yeah, it's not the most popular game ever. I think it's, somewhat. It's certainly not an obscure game. I think the big problem is that, it has a very high latency on playing it, just because it takes a long time to complete a round. You know, realistically, you're looking at a 2-hour commitment to play a game of Terra Mystica. Yeah, you can go faster than that if everyone's playing on Blitz mode. You can finish as quick as 1 hour, but that's still a far cry from some of the other games that you see are being recommended to me here by Board Game Arena. So, if you're in a game like Seven Wonders, you just kind of sit there in the queue and, like, continuously games are freeing up. Players are ending the session they just played and going back to the pool where they might enter your game. But it's not really happening in Terra Mystica. When the players get in game, they're in for a while. This is true, Kator. I know that a lot of challenger ranked League of Legends players often will wait, 20 minutes plus for their queue times, and that's League of Legends, which is a titanic player base. They're just waiting forever and ever and ever. Enough so that it's pretty common to tap out to a different video game, which is honestly something I should be a little bit better set up for. It kind of sucks that I can't play Seven Wonders games in Board Game Arena while I'm waiting on Terra Mystica queue. Yeah, recently I've been playing chess while I wait. I don't know, I'm not much of a chess player. I mean, if I actually wanted to play something like semi-competitive while waiting, I would probably play online Pokemon. Which I could do right now if we're not confident that BGA is getting anywhere on this. Let's give this a refresh and see if it plays nicer, because that was 25 minutes in the queue with no visual progress signs displayed. Okay, well, on that note, with, oh, hey AP, nice to see you in stream. Welcome back. Unfortunately, we're taking a hot minute to get into game here, so we're discussing other things I might play while the queue time waits, because I have been queuing for 25 minutes at this point, to no avail. Oh well, sometimes things be like that. Kitor, you know, most people's reaction to having a battery that's dying would be to go fetch a charger. But I guess some other people are so dedicated to their chat presence that they'll just keep chatting until they experience chat death. But at least we have the alibi. We'll know it wasn't chat murder. Okay. All of a sudden, BGA decided to give us one opponent. Maybe this will lead to more quickly. On the bus. Okay. Yeah, that's a pretty good excuse. Does that mean you're commuting right now? You know, it's sort of... I've had the impression that you're in the United States. Maybe that's false. It would be an odd time for a US dweller to be commuting. Kind of mid-afternoon on a Saturday. So I will conclude you're probably returning from something fun you did this morning. Speaking of fun things this morning, this morning I played a Through the Ages game. It's false? Oh, I'm wrong? Okay. Well, you're welcome to correct me or not. I'm not gonna take another guess. Sorry. I played a game of Through the Ages this morning. Kind of notable that the Through the Ages expansion has finally released in the print version. So I'm pretty happy about that. For anyone who's played the base game but hasn't gone with the expansion, I highly recommend it. It is a much improved experience. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of plausible reasons you could go out in the early afternoon on a Saturday. Like, maybe, okay, probably the lamest one I can come up with that seems plausible is you had to go to the Department of Motor Vehicles. Everyone's least favorite errand if they're in the United States. That's not actually true, but it's up there. It's pretty lame. Plausibly worse if you're a US dweller is visiting a doctor. Not so much for the inconvenience factor, because little is less convenient than visiting the Department of Motor Vehicles. But, you know, just the sheer expense of it is kind of crazy. Come on, Q, you're so close. I believe in you. One more step. We can do it. What, you want me to do you next, AP? Okay. Well, we have... Oh my goodness. Some of these are pretty good players. This Mike Chike guy in particular, very powerful. So, we are in for a challenge. Oh, it was visiting the doctor? I'm glad. Alright, so if I'm gonna do you next, AP, I kind of imagine you as the family guy. Moral support for the doctor. I would not have gotten there. Okay, sorry. I'm gonna pause and take a minute to look at what's in this game now. So, the most immediate standouts is a bazillion money payouts early. I mean, this may not be a bazillion at the end of round 1. It's a bazillion at the end of most rounds, but not one. So this is a lot of coins available. We'll probably want to cash in on that. For scoring cards, there's only 2 of them, and one of them is typically the hardest to make use of, which is this passing for points for trading posts. So this card surely going to be in very high demand. And that is a slight bump to factions that have innate scoring mechanics unique to them. Just because it's going to be less hard to convert high economies into points in this game with only these two tiles around. Even some of these are a little tricky to capitalize on. Like a trading post scoring in round 3, certainly you can reap that a little bit, but it's hard to milk that too much that early in the game. I guess the last 3 rounds are going to be a large point source, so we'll want to be cognizant of those heading forward. What this actually looks like a pretty good setup for is honestly just the Darklings. That this event will help them considerably towards getting their round 2 Sanctuary, which is kind of their normal build sequence you should be shooting for. They love seeing the double water payoffs, because investing a single priest in water and then being able to reap back a priest plus a spade is really nice. Depending on how things go, you actually might feasibly be able to reap 2 priests and a spade, or even 2 priests and 2 spades. That might be a little rich, though. Like, it's not crazy with the Darklings to make a water 2 opening when you see payouts like this, because then you can invest a single priest on water, and that they start with 1 rank. So that'll jump you to 4. Water 2 gets you to 6, and then you use 2 activations of the Water 2 favor on the Water Cult, and you get to 8. And you can do that definitely by these rounds. That's not particularly difficult. That will pay out a lot of rewards if we take a line like that. Yes, Darklings definitely looking quite strong here, I agree. Especially they have the priest tile, that's almost kind of like a ghetto scoring tile out of the bonus ones for them. Definitely a good card for them to start with, particularly with this in the early round. Definitely looks like I mean, obviously Darklings are on average the strongest faction, so saying the Darklings are strong here is not a novel statement. But what I'm trying to make the stronger claim that the Darklings are stronger than they usually are. So really, really, really strong on this board. Kator, I cannot listen to you. I cannot put Chaos Magicians in the pool because Mike Chike already did. So there you go. That's something. And you know what's really insane here? The Chaos Magicians are not actually that bad. Why do I say this? Well, temple scoring round 1, I mean, I guess everyone usually hits that for 1 trigger, so that's not a very big deal. But it is a nicety here that the 4th chair faction very likely to start on this spade card. Then Chaos Magicians can take the Stronghold Sanctuary scoring card with 2 workers on it. They can start here and have a neighbor in the Swarmlings, very plausibly. Darklings may even start here and make a quick dig here to leech Chaos Magician actions, so they can get neighbors on their favorite starting spot, and this path across the center is not blocked. And they can probably get a good bonus card to start. If they don't get this one to start with, then actually maybe they just take the spade, which is an okay starting line. So, yeah, it's actually not insane here. Like, the Chaos Magicians are much better than they usually are on this board, but I have the opportunity to tank that if I want to, based on whoever I add in. If I add in a gray faction, that kills it so hard. because then all of a sudden they can't just make their dig across here. They know someone's going to start on that space. But I actually, this Mike Chike fellow, very strong player. I'm sure they added Chaos Magicians cognizant that they're a very reasonable pick here. I think Darkling's pretty strong. We're not really very interested in the Swarmlings. There's nothing here that's particularly suggestive of playing Swarmlings whatsoever. In fact, seeing this round 5 Stronghold Sanctuary scoring, not very good for them because they usually want their Stronghold on round 1 and their Sanctuary in 2 or 3. I guess there is one thing that points towards Swarmlings, which is the lack of late town scoring, or even any town scoring. Swarmlings like that because their passive ability gives them 3 workers for founding a town, so they don't want to have to wait to do it. They kind of need it to make their early economy tick properly. They need to just found towns quick as they're able to. So, if we're not putting in a faction like Engineers, who are we using in this spot? Is an interesting question. If we put in Engineers... yeah, I don't know. We could make this a cultist game, maybe? Or a halfling game would make the Chaos Magicians stronger? Fakirs? Nah, I'm not about that. I'm sorry. I mean, nah, it's not the craziest thought, actually. Yeah, I guess let's go ahead and toss in cultists. Okay, cultists are in. So I don't actually think I'm not particularly interested in playing the cultists myself, but I am trying to appeal to Kator and indeed most of my chat's constant sensibility that I should be playing Chaos Magicians. I think this is as good a chance as we're gonna get. I'm not gonna do it if the points are very unfavorable, but I suspect actually there's a reasonable chance we wind up on them here. They are my pick for the second best of these factions. We've also kind of done something by picking cultists to mitigate the power of the Darklings on this board, which is that we've given them 2 color neighbors. So that's gonna be hectic for them. We're still bidding them, obviously. They're still too good as is. Do you have to be cautious that the best cult factions are all in this game? Well, no. I mean, okay, if we actually wanted it to be all the best cult factions, we would replace Darklings with Orin. But it is a lot of very powerful cult factions. So we kind of need to be careful in how we play on the cults to not take a bunch of cult investment without actually getting the points. That would be a disaster scenario. So AP, I personally would prefer to play Engineers or even Dwarves. I would be happy to do that too in this spot over Cultists. I'm not interested in picking the Cultists. The reason I didn't throw in the Engineers or the Dwarves is then the Chaos Magicians are a lot less good. And actually, I'm hoping to make this a Chaos Magician game, if the points come through properly. We have to roll with the people's choice sometimes, Okay, so Mike Chike sees it too, that actually 2 color neighbors for the Darklings, a little bit limiting for them. And Chaos Magicians, this is as good as they're ever gonna get. 2 neighbors to this starting spot, and a free pass to dig across here. And the cultists will start with this bonus card, so they can start with the one they want. I'm happy to bid them down here. Silver River, I think You know, maybe Fakirs would have been an okay thing to toss in retrospect. It might have been. It's possible. They're not... I don't know. I guess the worry is 4th chair Fakirs, pretty likely to spade this spot, and then start here, spade over here to leech from Chaos Magicians, and then start of round 2, carpet fly over to this one. That seems like a likely outcome. And I just want this to be a setup for the Chaos Magicians, which other people maybe not going to bid particularly aggressively here. We'll see how this goes. Okay, starting spots plus bonuses. This is actually a matchup where it's a little tricky to predict that. Definitely a little hard. Because Darklings have lots of viable start combinations that they choose based on matchups. And Swarmlings, a little less so, but they still have some flexibility in where they begin the game. I do expect, you know, Chaos Magician's going to start here. Swarmling's going to be aware of that and want to take this spot. Cultist's going to start here. I'm pretty confident we'll see 3 starts there. I think this is enough, maybe, to... You know, it's somewhat dangerous for the Darklings to start here. And the reason that's so dangerous is that... Oh my gosh, I got bid down more for Chaos Magicians. Okay. Well, I'll work on these Darklings if I must. So what's dangerous about starting here with Darklings is that if the Swarmlings then move there, you're pretty cut off, and this starts to look like a pretty bad spot. Woof. Okay. Where do I want to go in this? Cultists, East, yeah, I agree with you. E5, not really a possible start. If the Darklings were first chair and Swarmlings were second chair, it would be okay. Because you would pick one of these as your opening start spot, then you would get to see both Swarmlings placements. And as long as they didn't take this one, then you could take this and quite happily set up for a center town. But it being the other order is disaster if you try to start here. So that's not going to be a thing to do. Unfortunately, up here loses a lot of its appeal when the Swarmlings are going to take that one. Maybe it's okay. Not a huge fan of making the all east start for Darklings unless the Swarmlings take this tile. Even then it's pretty dangerous, actually. Then you really risk getting cut off. Okay, how do we want to do this? I think... Yeah, probably we just want to bid Darklings an extra point here. Darklings, very strong faction in general. I would expect we get bid to 18 here, but maybe we don't. We'll see. Yeah, double east start will be very, very little leech unless the Swarmlings take this position, in which case they will be racing ASAP to try and dig here to grab this one. Alright. I'm surprised this fellow was so ready to jump on cultists. I don't think they're great here. You know, when you have to contend with so many other cult factions, it's it's a little less than ideal. And you have the color neighbor. Oof, okay. Am I really about to bid 21 points for the Chaos Magicians? I might be. Which is kind of crazy. Or I could look like a sensible person in the post-mortem when we ask, where did Titania go insane? And just bid Darklings for 15 here. That will be... No one's gonna come at me for that. Yeah, I think maybe the way to get the requisite leech as Darklings is to like start down here with the cultist neighbors there. And then just start over here with the anticipation that swarmlings will jump there, and you're coming across the top. But you pick up a bunch of leech. I think that's probably the Darkling split on this. Oh god, this is tough. Am I content to be a sensible person? Sorry, I think it has to be. I'm hoping he will bid me down to 14. Hoping so that I can then jump on Yep, okay. Now we're on Chaos Magicians for 21. Like an insane person. By the way, what do Snellman's stats say about what the insanity I'm perpetrating here? We can find out. Also, I just got bid down even further for the Chaos Magicians. Sheesh. So Darklings already offset 16 points. Chaos Magicians offset. Oh, this is too small a sample size to really be that. Oh my goodness. Chaos Magicians still coming out in this admittedly small sample size, but they're coming out pretty far ahead. Alright, let's do it. Fine. I have some mild statistical justification that what I am doing is not the craziest. I agree with you, AP. I think cultists are the weakest faction here. But, I don't know, we have two opponents who disagree. And this is not a weak set of opponents. Alright, this is up to date with the current state of affairs in our bidding. Though again, it's a really small sample size. We can make it a little bigger if we add some of the lower divisions. Oof, yeah. Okay, well that makes it look a lot less good all of a sudden, adding that one. I don't know. We'll see how this goes. We'll see. But Kator, I did it again for you. I am a bloody fool. And I'm sure we're gonna have a few chatters who jump in later and say, Titania, I hate you. You played Chaos Magicians again, and again it was while I wasn't there. Okay. More bids. Chaos Magicians down really, really far now. So unfortunately, the Swarmlings are going to have to start on a pretty lame bonus card. Sort of the way of it here. Alright, Darklings are going to take the Priest. Chaos Magicians will take this one. Cultists will take the Spade. So what's even left? Like, honestly, at that point, it's possible that the play is this Cult Step plus 4 coins. Wouldn't surprise me if that was the way to go. Swarmlings get the double dig. Is that true? I mean, Swarmlings only get the double dig if they're, well, yeah, I suppose they do, because they have to be passing on Earth 1, right? Since they have to go through so many more steps to get to their temple on round 1, they're already resigned to losing access to that favor. This is a rough spot. Think? Yeah, I think we're going for Chaos Magicians here. I don't know. I do agree with you all. Swarmling's definitely much more tempting than the Cultists are here. I'm not interested in playing Cultists. The bonus tiles, they're alright for Swarmlings. I guess Swarmlings tend to be fans of, the spade tile's a nicety for them. This tile, definitely one of their favorites, but, oh, I guess the biggest indicator is actually the trading post bonus tile. That's what it has to be. Because, other factions don't routinely take lots from this for much of the game, but Swarmlings very happily will score a number of points on it, as on a low contested tile throughout. So yeah, if I get bid down here, I guess it's time to just jump on Swarmlings. Call it a day. Probably just gonna start here and here as Swarmlings. I guess we'll wait and see if the Darklings cut away this space first or not. But I definitely want to be in on the action, leeching from Chaos Magicians. We can get a ton of leech that way. Okay, more bids happening. Interesting. They're really moving down far on those cultists. Okay, we had a taker. Taker for the Swarmlings. Let us see how this goes. Kator, I think I was gonna try bidding on Darklings maybe even at the next stage. Like, Darklings did not get bid down that much further than we did for Chaos Magicians, which is total insanity, unless you consider that this is like literally as good a setup as they come with for Chaos Magicians. So let's just hope we can overcome this point deficit and make something good happen. We're gonna try. We're certainly gonna try. Yeah, that's definitely the best first Swarmling start point to take, because you know Chaos Magicians come in here, and the other one of these two you want to choose kind of reflexively based on what the Darklings do. So you just wait to see their moves first. It is looking like I called all these start points correctly. For cultists, oh, I did not predict Darklings would be up there. That is an interesting pick, and I think they're probably going to regret it. But we'll see. Either way, it means that I'm going to have pretty free reign along here for a town, if I want that later. So that's a nicety for us, since we do anticipate coming across this way. It would be really nice if I could make 2 towns and no bridges. Yeah, now Swarmlings do have to pick a start point. I think they should just take this one. I think, they know they're going to get their neighbor here. And this is such a good starting area for Swarmlings. All of this single digs, and then across here you have some very easy digs. And you can dig it like over this way and create a town here with a bridge early. If you build your sanctuary there, I guess you probably build sanctuary here, but you get a fast town in here, and then you link up by digging across here and just make some super mega town. And you only ever need like 1 shipping to be connected. It's okay. Interesting. Well, I mean, we're not going to change this now. We're definitely in here. So let's see how this goes. I assume Mike Check wants his spade. Yep. And we will happily get 4 points for our sanctuary. It also gives us enough workers to make the sanctuary without any additional ones required, right? We're going to start on 6 and then 7, 8 from the bonus card. That's just all these upgrades. So we can start solid. What we do need is a few extra coins. We only start on 15, and we require... Ooh, actually we only require 16. Okay, we need 1 extra coin. That's pretty trivial. But what we're really hoping is that we can take this power action. That would be the ideal here. Yes, 2 towns. I'm gonna make one in these 3 spaces here, because as long as I get to this space decently expediently, then this one should remain open for plenty long, though I plan to take it quickly. So I'll grab these 3, and then with 1 shipping, I can jump across here, and then I should be able to make a town out of this very easily. Or if not this, I can bridge over to this. So that should be pretty straightforward. If the cultists are a little slow on the uptake, it's possible we can beat them down to this space. Probably not by digging, probably by a second shipping point from here, and then we can have both of these. Single dig, single dig. Okay, Swarmlings picked the cult step. Interesting pick. The CM, yes, the 2-bridge east town, a possibility. I'm anticipating only needing 1 bridge at most. I'm staying very hopeful of that. I think it's a wise Darkling move to cut this space fast, because you want these 3 to town up. You gotta do that. There's gonna be a lot of competition for this area too. Cultists want to dig down here for a town. Darkling's gonna come here, so they have these 3 with their sanctuary, and then they're gonna get 2 shipping and come over. You know, a lot of people also looking at somewhat difficult connection, and courtesy of being chaos magicians, we don't have to worry about that nonsense. So yay us. Two water bonuses upcoming. Yeah, we are going to take water too, definitely, because I want to get paid on both of these rounds. You know, usual for Chaos Magicians is that you'll take in your opening 4 favors, we're going to take, okay, don't mind if I do. In our opening favors, we are going to take an Earth 1, and we're going to take 3 income favors, and we get to pick on those. You know, the usual choices, the most common choice is Earth 2, Air 2, Fire 1. We want the Water 2 this game, I'm pretty convinced. So I'm going to make it Fire 1, Water 2, probably Earth 2, because otherwise I get a single worker as income for the next round. That's going to be pretty limiting pretty quick. Okay, so there's not actually any pressure for me to build the temple just yet, if I don't want to. So I think that I indeed don't want to. Because no one can take favors in this spot at all except for me, so nothing's disappearing. So we should start looking to what power action we want to grab. Also, upgrading Temple does not improve our capabilities to leech from stuff. So I think since we do need an extra coin out of our power, may as well just set ourselves up by taking this. It is unfortunate that if we skip out on Air 2, which looks right both because it's kind of the worst of these favors in the abstract, and because the Air Cult never pays us this game. It does suck that we are going to have very low power for digging next round. Hopefully, maybe we can try to pass on to the Cultist Spade card, or failing that, maybe we'll just take enough leech we can dig one. But we do want to be reasonably expedient to this space, because it's only a double dig for the Swarmlings. It's kind of important we grab this. But I'm pretty happy to just wrap up this power action right now, while it's a thing. And then we can guarantee take our Sanctuary. Yep, I agree with you exactly, Silver River. So, AP, where is the leech coming from? Swarmlings, well, you know, here's some. No one is gonna miss Temple this round. Everybody's gonna get a Temple. So, where is the leech coming from? We're just anticipating the Temple. Like, we know it's happening from the Cultists. and presumably here. This is the more plausible location they'll want their sanctuary, because down here, if they manage to take this space, then they have 4. And if they don't, they only have these 2. So, like, having a sanctuary here doesn't give them flexibility on if they can get the town. So they probably want it here. Also, that this is how they absorb more leech. So they're going to build the temple here. Where else might leech be coming from? Well, the natural answer is probably swarmlings are going to be taking a dig. Because, yeah, I think so. Is that right? Actually, no, I guess swarmlings maybe won't. Because unfortunately, their bonus card doesn't quite set them up with the extra worker they need to get a dwelling, a stronghold, and a temple. This is a risky game as swarmlings to just pass on stronghold temple. It can really hurt your worker income over the whole game. Swarmling's always struggling with workers. We do need to get our temple now, or else we are going to lose on Earth 1. So there we go, we have Earth 1. And some points. Love this song. So what's our other favor that we're taking? I mean, we're not worried about anything else disappearing. It's just a question of how much we want to show our hand on whatever. Yeah, I think probably we show our hand the least by revealing that we want an Earth 2 favor. This won't be very surprising with this cult scoring upcoming. So it's looking like we can't have the spade. And the reason that I say we can't have the spade is that we only have 1 action left, and then Mike Chike has 1 action left. He's surely about to use the darn spade. And then Mike Chike still has another action left by investing his priest, which we can be pretty sure he's gonna do, given that this is the cult scoring. So definitely not a possibility to grab that. The only person who might be passing ahead of us here is maybe... Actually, it's possible either Swarmlings or Darklings could pass ahead of us here. And what would we want to do about that? I mean, I guess we'll see what bonus cards are available. But I don't think temporary shipping is necessarily... it's not the round that we want it. We would want temporary shipping for the round where we push across the gap here. But the power could be okay, just for ensuring that we can grab a digging action next round. There's one facet that sucks with playing the Chaos Magicians, is that if you're coming across here, you can't double dig it. You have to single dig and then single dig again, and that's actually a pretty big setback. Oh, we have another action that I had not realized. We still can't outlast Mike Chike for his bonus card, but we're definitely going to be passing after Swarmlings and Darklings, I think. Are Darklings... Wait, did Darklings just miss on the temple? No, they didn't. Okay. They'll use power to get their temple, I'm sure. So Swarmlings should be looking to double dig here. It's possible their best play is actually double dig this tile. Oh my gosh, Swarmlings taking the workers. So they still have the possibility to single dig only. That locks them into coming on this one, if that's what they want to do. So do they have enough to do that? They can build dwelling plus temple. Yes, they have resources for that. So if they procure this single dig, they can dig over here, and that can give us even more power. They can't actually single dig any other hex that they're adjacent to at all. Since we got beaten to the punch in investing priests, which is a thing that we knew was going to happen, very nice that the Darklings have to take an inefficient power trade just to finish the damn temple. I don't know how much I like their spot here. Up we go. And we want these two. Yeah, those two. So, since we got beaten to the punch on taking the 3 water priest spot, which was not even remotely unexpected, I think we only have to hit 4 water by round 3, and then we can take both of these bonuses, and that's definitely something we're interested in doing. So we have 3 uses of this card before that happens. 2 of them have to go in water, 1 can go in earth. Unless we wind up using a priest in water, which may actually be the line. Either way, we want our first push-up to be in earth, because we want to get paid all these coins sooner. Resources granted sooner are much, much more valuable than resources later. Okay. Cultists coming in with the spade. No shockers that they do that. Now they're much better situated than Darklings to compete for this. They need 1 shipping still to make the jump. But I'm sure they'll work on that quickly enough. Okay, have we got anything to do here? We have the possibility to single dig, but I don't think we want to. We can't even build if we do that, so what's the point? We may as well, just second pass, and then we can look to... Well, is there a benefit to stalling? So the cultists don't have any moves... No, the cultists will actually take this single dig. And presumably dig one of these hexes, probably this one. So they... Okay. But they don't have any moves if we use the single dig. And then we might be able to pass on to their spade card. No, Swarmlings would still have first shot to pass on to it. And we'd be 4 tokens in the bowl. This is insanity. I should just pass here. But what bonus tile do I want to pass on to is a fair question. If we want to do any digging next round without burning 1 billion power tokens, then I think the way that we go on this needs to be taking temporary shipping. Which sucks, because then we can't have temporary shipping in the round where we really want it. This does mean if we leech just a little more power, we could open up next round with a double dig and build on both of these, and that would actually be pretty happy. Yeah, I like not having to burn 1 million power tokens, because we're not being offered anything super great via the priest here. Or especially via this trading post scoring card. So let's get some temporary shipping. It is just small icing on the cake that temporary shipping comes with an extra coin on it. We'll have 10 coins and 2 workers for next round. You know, we're doing pretty well on coins. And we'll still be doing real well on coins moving into round 3 thanks to the cult bonus that's coming through. It's actually possible, maybe, depending on how things go. If we upgrade shipping in the next round, we do gain the ability to build over here. That's maybe kind of nifty, but probably not. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Okay, the swarmlings get their single dig. Oh, okay, there's the power we've been looking for. We knew it was coming sooner or later. Had to be. I actually think the swarmlings made a mistake doing this how they did, though. The reason is that I think they should have done this dig much, much sooner. And then and then they could have upgraded this one to trading post and built the temple here. And I think the reason you want that is you just want to make a town as fast as possible with swarmlings to get that 3 worker boost and kickstart your economy. And they're probably going to want a sanctuary up here for a town anyhow. Okay, there we go. Now we have the resources to double dig the next round without getting without even having to burn power tokens. And the temporary shipping will do something for us because we'll double dig these 2 hexes and then we can build both. Very nice when you can actually make use of a double dig in the early game on Chaos Magicians. So you can be pretty happy about how this went. At least I'm pretty happy about how this went, is what I will say. Darklings opening up by getting the priest. Sure. Okay. We'll be happy enough to take the double dig before the swarmlings are able to. Because they're going to want this something fierce. They can't actually go anywhere at all with just their single dig they have here. So, yeah, let's make our digging. And then we can build both of these. If we gain enough power, maybe we do up shipping and then build down here. Is actually possible. But hey, let me get my second spade. Ah, there we go. Okay. But yeah, okay. This interface is being real finicky, scaring me like it's not gonna let me do the thing. Alright, so that dashes any hopes the swarmlings might have had of trying to come through here, right? Which would have been very unrealistic hopes, but they would have been happy if it were somehow possible. I am pretty interested in getting over to this hex. So upgrading shipping and then building here, probably better than just building there. And maybe if power comes through from swarmlings upgrading trading post or something, then we'll have access to a conversion for another worker and we can build more of these. If we can take this power action in particular, then this round we can build here, here, and here. I mean, we can't actually because we won't have enough coins, but we can take 2 of those. And it's a pretty rockin' start. We can get ourselves some extra power by using our Water 2 favor. Right, we can use that to advance over the line on the Earth Cult, and that's worth 2 power by itself. So we don't need that much extra leech to take this action. Let's see, how much would it need to be? We would gain 2 from the Water 2 action. And then we'd be at 1 and 3, but we need to be at 1 and 6. So we need to gain 3 more. So basically what we're waiting on is the swarmlings to take this one. Okay. Interesting bit of trash talk here. D3 Foe, are you in my stream chat listening to me? Hard to say. Okay, you are in my stream talk. Debating my strategy. Well, I don't know. It's... I will say this. For starters, I think it's a very dishonest thing to do to be listening in on this stream, but like yeah, not really that big a deal. Yeah, not trash talking me. Yeah. That seems very reasonable. You're right that it is a lot of effort for you to dig through here. That is certainly the case. I'm gonna go ahead and advance. It's the effort, and you get a lot of leech from me digging around, underneath. Yeah, let's go ahead and make this upgrade right now. It doesn't really help you connection-wise to go south. This is the case, and you get a lot of leech from me digging past you. But, like, as I say, I'm gonna take this space anyway. I'm Chaos Magicians. What else am I gonna do? Alright, so let's see how this unfolds. I mean, we know we're not going to get the leech from the trading post upgrade here because we know I'm being stream sniped. So that's not happening, you jerk. Where do I want to head next? I think this definitely seems like the premier location to take. Because we won't have access to it as soon as we lose our temp shipping. We won't have access to this one either, but this one's kind of off in nowhere, whereas this gives us access to this extra one down here too. So that's pretty nice. Okay, we do get to pick up the one leech from cultists, if we want it. Right? I mean, this is giving the cultists a cult bump, if we take it. Otherwise, it's giving them 1 power. So, let's like, really pause and think about this. I mean, as things have progressed here, Mike Chike has been very studious in claiming all the 3 cult spots, and actually has managed to trigger a few times his passive ability already. So, like, already it looks like we're in a spot where we're kind of doomed to be second on most of these cult tracks. So maybe it's okay to let him lead by more. Where would he take the bump? I imagine it would just... It's possible he'd take it in water so that a single priest gets him up to rank 4. And then he doesn't have to rely on people clicking accept next round. It's also possible that he thinks he can get enough procs that it shouldn't be an issue, and then he'll just give himself the 1 guaranteed coin here by bumping Earth. Yeah, I kind of think that this is something that we're okay accepting. It helps him more than it helps us to accept it, but oh well, we can deal. D3 Foe, the only thing you're doing that's offending me is that you are incredibly dishonestly watching the stream so that you can listen to all your opponent's private thoughts. It's the only thing I'm going to be offended about. Now, okay, in terms of digs, I guess no one is taking any digs subsequently for this round. Yeah, so I doubt we're procuring the leech that we wanted to make the real power play, but, oh well. It's kind of okay as is. So next action, I think I am looking to invest the priest in water next round anyhow, because we definitely don't need to increment to 2 shipping. We gotta do something with our priest, and there's no 3 slots available, so it's very reasonable to just put it in water, since it needs to go somewhere. So that does let us take 2 power now and go ahead and procure an extra coin from this cult reward. So up we go on Earth. Huzzah! Now, there is actually the possibility, even though we can't get the efficient power action to really, like, have a heyday with this, we can secure, 1 extra worker from this power bowl configuration. Yeah, Kator, you spot it. I can build another dwelling. So I actually don't think I should. The rationale on that is that I just... You know, if I use my power in that manner, then on the next round, I'm going to wind up in an awkward spot where I have a gazillion resources and can't do things that I want to do with them. I would really rather just store up the power for some digging. If that's even possible. Yeesh. Yes, I guess it will be possible. We can sort of force ourselves up cults to make the needed power difference here. And we do take 1 power income as is from the Earth 1 favor. So I think it's probably better to just pass and have access to digging for next round, because even though this desert hex isn't going anywhere, it's still a thing that we want to be somewhat expedient in taking. It gives us access to lots and lots of places. So yes, I know I'm supposed to be upgrading trading posts next round for scoring points. This is true. But if I want to be expedient in getting these 3 so that I can be quick to a town. It's somewhat plausible to believe that we could be the... Well, probably not. Probably the Swarmlings player is fastest to a town here. And who knows what exactly... which town tile they'll take. That's tough to say. I am the one playing, and it's always up to me, Kator. This is a dictatorship. I also wind up burning 2 additional power tokens if I want to build the dwelling. And then what do I wind up doing next round? Like, I can upgrade this trading post and build this dwelling, and that's kind of the limit. Which is... I don't know that that's maximally desirable, really. Do I want the dwelling that takes 2 shipping? I don't think I do. I think I want this hex, and then digging here gives me access to 3 builds. That seems so much more efficient than gaining 2 shipping when there's not really a huge call for it yet. Oh, you want me to take this one this turn? Yeah, that does give me access to build both of these. And then upgrade a trading post, right? Because I will have 7 coins. So I could do that. Yeah, maybe that's actually a reasonable line. It does get me in a pretty... Yeah, okay, and then I save dwelling construction for 4? Yes, okay. So that's how we will make this happen. We'll go ahead and build out here. Yeah, so the chief reason I've decided to play it out this way instead is the presence of round 4 dwelling scoring. So I just, I want to, I don't want to stunt economy, but I do want to leave myself this train to build here until round 4, where hopefully I can plausibly build lots and lots of dwellings. Okay, so what card do we want to come on to now? Oh, well, that seems pretty self-evident. We will happily take the one that gives us points. We are going to be short coins coming into round 4, but not overly badly. It won't be the worst ever. Because we do still have a Fire 1 favor. That, and also will of course have 1 trading post to generate what income it will. Whew. Swarmlings probably doing... Well, it's unclear if they want to... They did have the option to pass before us, right? There was no particular need for them to invest the priest this round as opposed to any other. And if they'd passed before us, they would have gotten to have this card that gives them points and workers. Of course, if they do it that way, they give us access to the spade card. And not sure it that's a lot of competing factors right there. Definitely their line is quite defensible. But I, in their position, probably would have passed around earlier. Okay. Well, sweet that we pick up 1 free power. I guess that's another benefit of taking this dwelling, huzzah. What do we want to be doing? I mean, what we really want to be doing is digging, but we can't do digging, so tough. Now, we have actually... The Darklings digging across this way has put us in a situation where the 3 town is not out of the question. We may be able to town up here. Especially if they saw fit to jump to this spot with shipping, which I don't... Yeah, they do not have shipping yet, but very reasonable to think they might get it. So what do we want as a priority here? I mean, I think the biggest thing is we just want to make sure that we gain... we don't miss out on these water rewards. So let's get our priest in while that's still a thing. Because nothing else we have to do this round is particularly interesting or going away. Okay. Oh, crap. I always hate it when I miss the fact that I'm being waited on for conversions. Yeah, Kator, I did not see you say priest there, but, obviously you came to the same conclusion as me that this would have been a giant mistake for us to miss. So let's be glad we didn't. Also, if there's any cult that we stand to win at this point, it's reasonable to suspect that it's the water one. Because nobody else can invest priests here, so who can realistically continue to compete on the water cult? The answer to that question is, we have a water 1 favor, so us, and the cultists have cultist powers, so them. As Swarmlings, Darklings kinda already out of contention on water. Nice, okay. More power. I mean, we don't really have anything to do with our power this round, but always good to be banking it up. The money action would, the money action would be great, I agree, but it's so far out of the question that I kind of wonder why even think about it here. Definitely cannot take that money action, because, yeah, the issue with the money is that, I mean, we have no power right now, and next round, maybe we have enough power to do things, but what things do we want to do? Not even the money action. So, oh well. We'll make do. Okay, what all can we do here? So we have 2 possible dwellings to build. 2 possible trading posts to upgrade. We have workers for all that. We do not have coins for all that. Oh, we're kind of close. Maybe it's okay to just get it all for econ's sake. Actually, because we do have a superfluous worker. So we'll go ahead and build in here and just roll with it. Yes, 2 from a cult is very far from enough to take a power action. Okay, I guess we kind of have the roadmap of all the plays that we want to make for the rest of this round, because it does seem reasonable to take 2 trading posts. We are going to be in need of some money. More so than workers. Like, having this Earth 1 favor has set us up pretty okay. Alright, Swarmlings cutting over here. Interesting. Glad we built this one now. It's not particularly surprising they would choose to come this direction. It's because they obviously need a space to form a town out of this. And there are 2 plausible... Okay, actually, I see why they would do that. I figured it out. Got there. Because, they only have 2 plausible spaces. This forest or this swamp. And if they take this forest, they're sort of tempting fate. If the Darklings, like, this becomes single dig for the Darklings. That is a little bit dicey for them. Just because if they don't pass quickly enough or build the dwelling quickly enough, there are possibilities for the Darklings to set themselves up to get a priest and dig it. Whereas over here, the Darklings gonna need 2 priests to take it from them. 1 to upgrade shipping and 1 to dig it. So that's not a thing the Darklings could feasibly have access to until the next round. Let's see. What do I have left to do? A dwelling and 2 trading posts, and the only one of all of those actions that could impact amount of power gained is taking the trading posts now. So let's go ahead and make that a reality. There we go. We are going to want another temple at some point. Eventually. You definitely want to hook up with more favors. So on the topic of favors, Darkling's going for a pretty late fire 1. It's very unusual for Darklings to only have their second favor in round 3. They would almost always go Temple 1, Sanctuary on 2. The most common exception to them doing that would be them building Sanctuary on round 1. Or maybe Sanctuary round 3. This double Temple is kind of unusual. And you know, Fire 3 is 3 coins worse every turn you don't take it. Alright, first Swarmling Town. There we go. Which town tile will they be taking? This is an interesting question. The double key. Okay. Double key, usually the best town tile early. Almost, like, it's pretty high odds that that's the first town tile you will see disappear. But it is still maybe not automatic here for that to get taken. Just because it's not obvious that that helps them to gain any cult rewards at all, except for this round 5 reward. Like, they're not going to be able to raise high enough to get the water ratings on, to get the water bonuses twice. And also, okay, cult rewards not coming. But Titania, can't they just use it to win cults? Yeah, they could, but they're gonna have to fight pretty hard with the cultists for that. All of a sudden, it's looking a little dicey to accept power here, because if we do, cultists are only 1 off from getting double spade out of the cult reward. But, you know, honestly, we're in dicey territory, though, in terms of how many power tokens we have. And in our cycle, so it really sucks if we're gonna have to burn another power token for the next dig. So let's not do that. Gonna go ahead and get trading post number 2. It does put a lot of pressure on the cultists AP. I agree with that. I mean, we're well and truly out of the cult fight now. It's like unfortunate that we have a water 2 favor sitting around. We'll just use that to try and make sure we don't get last. But we are going to take atypically few cult points for a Chaos Magicians player. So that means that we need to be especially worried about having enough points from other sources. Yeah, AP, that's what I'm hoping. Maybe we can do well on network. Maybe. Okay, a bunch of actions disappearing. What just went there? It looked like, Swarmlings took the money. That's wholeheartedly unsurprising. Okay, if we... It's time for us to think. If we pass here... Oh, goodness. The Darklings did give it to them, the last cult bump, so they're gonna have 2 spades. Alright. If we were to pass here, we would have 6 workers for the next round. That is enough to go 1, 2, 3, 4... Yeah, it's plenty. So maybe this is our spot rather than down converting. We do get extra points by building this in the next round. And on top of that, we get to pass in a spot where we have the spade set up for us already. No, we don't want to do that. Never mind. I take it back. The reason we don't want to do that is that we don't want to miss out on this favor. Where do we want our cult step? So we can cult step in a lot of places here, actually. I'm inclined to take it in water, because even though fire's the next spot we stand to reap a cult reward from it, just because taking it in water gives us power immediately, and we're going to be really loath about burning more power tokens than we already have. You know, we're still kind of we have a good chunk of digging left to do this game, and it'll be a lot more efficient if we can do it by double digs. So let's get the power here. This also helps that water is a cult we stand to place second on. Without overly much effort, it can be taken from us. There is no question that it can be taken from us if people are determined. Okay, now we have a lot of power. A lot. Now we could actually build the dwelling and then still wind up hitting our power cap. So that would be an interesting line. Do we want to do that though, or are we more interested in reserving it for the next round? Just because on next round we know we can really have a lot of fun building dwellings. Dwellings all over the place. Another trading post this round is, I don't know about that. Then all of a sudden we can't milk the next round very hard. We'll be taking 3 workers only, and we could have a bazillion spots to put dwellings. No, it's actually less points, Kator. It limits the amount we can reap for the next round by so much that it's actually less net points to take the trading post now. So I am not interested in doing that. It's just a question of if I build the dwelling now, and I don't think that's right. I think I'm pretty happy about passing here. And taking an X, yeah, okay. No, Kator, it is 3 workers less, not 1. Because it spends 2 workers, and then also nets me 1 less income. No, see, Kator, there's the problem. You're aiming to build 4 dwellings next round. I have my sights set on a much, much higher number than 4. This really works out to potentially a lot of points. Like, next round, I actually sort of shudder thinking about how many spots we have access to put dwellings on if we want to. It is many. We won't have the resources to place all of them, of course, but, you know, it won't be for lack of trying. We are going to pump up to 7 coins. That's definitely something. There's a lot of nicety in getting ourselves this spade too, since we do have like a finite amount of digging we can do over the course of this game. Okay, so we have to use spades first here because we were first to pass of all the spade receivers. Wait, is that right? No, the Darklings oh, they already used theirs down here. Okay, so we know it's going to be 1 spade from Swarmlings, 2 spades from the Cultists. Cultists not in any kind of position to get in our way whatsoever. I guess let's, let's go ahead and, turn this one. Is that right? I don't know. There's Let's see. Swarmlings kind of liable to secure this spot. It's very good for their connection to take it. So that's what I'm expecting out of them. We will, Yeah, I guess this does seem like the target. Okay. Exactly, Silver River. That is the rationale. I don't anticipate them having a huge desire to go that direction. And at least not quickly. But, you know, if that's a thing that's gonna happen, let's at least make their life miserable to do it. Even though they probably weren't max interested in doing that until a much later round. And again, we will, let's see, Swarmlings thinking this one through pretty hard. Do they have shipping yet? Yes, they do. Okay. So that's a bunch of places they could plausibly take. Here is not a crazy spot. No, I guess it is kind of crazy just because the Darklings are ahead of them, and there's a real chance of losing that if you dig it for Darklings. So, maybe that's not the play. Okay. Interesting, the Swarmlings opted to make us both waste our digs. Why? I don't know. Very determined about screwing us over, I guess. Anyway, it's Darklings up first, so let's see where they go in here. They may probably just be interested in grabbing a priest, yeah, for more digs to place more dwellings, and we are interested in this, so we're pretty happily going to grab this one, and also, let's see, let's grab this, yeah. Yep, this is the one I want. Well, do I have to? I guess there is some potential harm in transforming it. Just in that we may want to spade on the east side later in the round. Let's see. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we turn this yellow, we would like to be able to build 6. We have enough dwellings for it. Yeah, so okay, we'll go ahead and transform this one instead. So we can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that actually makes 7. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not counting very well. And 5, yeah, okay, so we will do it like that. Let's transform this, and where do we want to, I guess build here seems fine. We are really gonna milk this round scoring hard. I really don't think this was a very sensible move by Swarmlings. I'm not sure why they... I mean, I guess they just want more area they can be in total in the game, because otherwise they're pretty limited in terms of how much space they get to claim over the whole game. But Swarmling's not usually a faction that gets to claim quite as much space as many of the others. It was not lost on me, by the way, that the cultists took this spot away from us. I definitely noticed them doing it. I'm pretty okay with it, honestly. Not really the direction we're looking to head in this game. Yes, AP, that was... I don't know that that's actually the hex that I would have expected them to take. I would have expected them to take, like, E many, you know, the only E that they can, hex that they can, this one. So that's going to be very useful in securing their connection as well. And then, unlike this one, where the Darklings can't maybe get feisty and poach it from you, when you dig it one time, over here, it's just yours. No one's going to fight you for that. Okay, Swarmlings went for coins. Makes plenty of sense, honestly, given their allocation of resources. Oh, you meant take it earlier instead of B3. Yes. Yeah, I mean, I had said that also, that it was easier for their connection if they did not choose this one, but, on the flip side of the coin, earlier they didn't have an opportunity to dig... Well, no, they actually did have an opportunity to dig this where Darklings didn't have a priest. So I can't really say that, even. Let's just start building these hexes. In we go. We have so many points this round. I think the contest in round 5 is going to be getting rid of as many dwellings as... Yeah, okay. Sure, whatever. We expect Swarmlings to get all aggressive about it. Fine. If you want to be a proper stream sniper, I guess you have to do things that are bad for both of us. Do I want... Yeah, I do want this. This is a thing I want. I will take it. May as well build this one next, just when the Swarmlings inevitably come here, we'd like to take 1 power out of the deal. And now we're just looking at a 2-town configuration for the game, because Swarmlings decided to tank both our scores. So be it. We'll play for 2 towns. Okay, actually Darklings cutting this away is interesting. That is a little more limiting in how we might be able to set up. So we are still going to come here in order to try and leech a point of power whenever the Swarmlings do their thing there. Ooh, like this song too. Very pleasant. And there it is, we got the power. Okay. It's very weird that the Darklings have seen fit to jam themselves up into this east corner. You kind of wonder, like, why? Why do you want to be there so badly? Like, it does not help with connecting with the south, but maybe connecting south is so impossible anyway that that's the right line, actually. I could believe that. You know whose spot I really like here? The cultists. I had said on faction selection that they were my least favorite. Yeah, AP, that's sort of the rationale that I had gotten myself into when I thought about it. Like, where else can they go? They can't, really. Okay. we're gonna have to get rid of as many dwellings as we can, so that come round 5 we can build, or round 6 we can build more of them. Because we are putting down a lot of dwellings this round. A lot. So many. Ooh. No, I'm not worried about that AP. I think, you know, any reasonable line that gets us there is going to be kind of slow about doing it. We would need even more shipping to make it. And, it's okay, honestly. Like, if we never make a move on this, it's actually, like, cultists are gonna have a hard time trying to make an extra town out of this. Because they won't have neighbors to upgrade, and it's very reasonable to think that that could be how this goes down. Cult is probably only going to be able to 2-town because of that. It's my anticipation, at least. So, where do we want to stick our nose? It seems like a very reasonable thing for us to do. For us to go ahead and pop this and grab this space. So we know we're going to need that space. So, Kator, I know I kind of stomped on your suggested trading post line, but as you can see, like, if I take the other line that you suggested, not only do I wind up using the priest as a worker and not getting to use it for priest benefits, I also wind up with only 4 dwellings this round compared with the 6 I'm building now. So, that trades away, you know, 4 points, or 8 points. It's 8 points versus 3. That's a notable gap. I guess it's not fair to count that as 8, actually. Probably a more ingenuous counting is 6, because at least one of those dwelling constructions would have happened regardless. So cultists gonna want this yellow space so that 3 shipping has them connected. They could do it on 2 shipping if they grabbed here, I guess, but that's probably not worth it to them. Lots of people passing ahead of us, so we're gonna be super late about what we get to pick for next round. Oh well. Kator, can I do that? 6 with the worker action? I don't think that's possible at all. If I play it that way? I suppose I do get 2 more power. Because of the trading post. But I have 3 less workers and, yeah, I don't have enough coins to build all of those. I don't think that works. I'm sorry. Sorry to be all negative, but I don't think that's it. I'm gonna go ahead and take this one because, you know, Darklings took away this spot that I wanted. I'll take away this spot, and then both of us cannot have fun up in the upper right. Okay. Yeah, here we go. Make sure they're on 2 towns for this game, as I believe that the cultists are too. And probably us. So we don't have any more dwellings to build, even though we have resources and space to place the 7th. What do we want to do with our priest? I think it seems very reasonable to get him in there on fire. We're in contention to do well on that track, and it scores the next round. So up we go on fire. No conversions, and then we still have to use this stupid water favor. I guess we know that we're going to want to bump on fire next round if we don't this one. Actually, is that even true? We could bump on fire many times, because out of all of these cards we can pass for, the one we want is certainly the Cult Step. It's only 1 coin less than the 6 coins, and we have so few options. We don't really want the temporary shipping. Yeah, so let's bump fire, and then we can bump fire twice next time. And then pass onto this, and wow, so many resources! We don't actually have the most resources, but that's Swarmlings cheat in the contest of most resources, those jerks. So we can't build any dwellings until we upgrade trading posts. Not a particularly deep insight I've had there. We probably want to get our stronghold down this round just because it scores. And the Chaos Magician's stronghold is unique in being incredibly cheap. So that's cool. Let's see. Swarmlings led off with the money action. That, again, not super surprising. They've actually managed to keep a very healthy dwelling count for a Swarmlings player. So good on them for that. There's kind of always this race to actually stay far enough ahead in dwellings, ahead of you having to upgrade them into trading posts round by round. So you get pinched for workers very badly if you don't stay far enough up, and they're not falling into that trap. Yeah, AP, what about that? That is a good point. I think, let's see, what do we have resources to do? So if we want a temple this round, which we probably do because we're Chaos Magicians, and like, darn it if we're gonna quit on a mere 4 favors. So, let's see how to do this. We also probably want to win the fire cult because we can. It's very reasonable to think we would grab these 2 favors. Yeah, let's make that happen. So we can upgrade this temple or this trading post to a temple, and then upgrade trading post over here to get a stronghold down. And that's going to cost us 4 workers, 8 coins. Then we still have enough after to build our stronghold as per the round requirements. Okay, I guess I like how this is headed. Yeah, this seems very reasonable. I guess we can upgrade here or here, so it's sort of a question of, you know, what power we want to get offered where. I think probably better to make the offer here instead. Not very thrilled about offering it to cultists in this spot where it grants them access to a double dig that they don't have. So we'll go ahead and put our random temple up here in the middle of nowhere. And then Yeah. Then we have to figure out which town tile we want, because we are founding that in this move. We know we want this favorite tile, and I think we're pretty happy about taking this one. Just because if we don't make our move on fire this turn, it probably disappears from us as an option. So we'll grab all that. Then, let's see, we do found the town. What's viable here besides cult boost? I guess taking money has some appeal. Because we are going to want to leave ourselves more space for dwellings in the next round. We also need to get our shipping upped, too. Money does really look pretty strong. I mean, I guess it does help us out on every single cult to grab the boost. That's pretty important. Let's do that. If we grab it as is, we will waste 1 power. That seems probably acceptable. Okay. Nope, not gonna do that. Yeah, the both of the bonus tiles, the passing tiles, Ktor are things that we would be pretty happy about. But either point scoring one is what we want to scoop up here. We're not very interested in any other tile, so let's hope. It's not going to be easy to get onto one of those because everyone will want them. Okay, Swarmlings actually making their move to win the Earth Cult. That is a wise decision on their part. Because if they don't make the move there, that's just not a thing they'll get to do. Win the Earth Cult, that is. Someone else will win it instead. Okay, cultists take all cult bump 1, so now, okay. So now we know the Swarmlings, they don't have a choice. If they want to win Earth, they better do it now. That also means that all the cult bump town tiles are gone. So that's not a thing we have to worry about anyone else doing. Cultists have a lot of resources here. A lot of resources. AP, that is exactly what I'm intending to do. There is, yeah, I mean, I think I agree with you. That is what I want to do here, because I do need to secure one of these hexes. If I don't grab one of them, it spells pretty big trouble for me moving later into the game. So let's go ahead and get that under wraps right now. Now, if I were to proceed to build on it, I guess I still have enough resources to make everything else that I want happen. Yeah, okay. So I will secure this one before it goes anywhere on me. Oh, goodness. Well, okay. Never mind. That's a thing we can do in time. We got our double dig. Yeah, okay. We'll cancel on that. I guess I have to not. Yep, Swarmlings winning Earth. Shocker. Okay. Cultists winning water. You do actually have to be a little bit worried here. Because if we do not proceed to win fire soon, then the cultists actually can take it from us. They can take it from us on the next action if they want. Maybe we don't have to be... I don't know how worried we have to be on that front. Cultists are really pinched for priests right now. They have one in supply and one in their resources. Let's see, where did this happen that we... Oh, we received resources from the Darklings building a sanctuary. Okay. Yeah, we'll still accept that. Still have reason to. Whew. This is looking tight. Still very worried about the cultists in this game. Darklings a little less so, given that we know their networks. Well, actually no. The Swarmlings may well defeat the Darklings on network. It's possible. Now, how do we want to, what's our next action here? Let's just go ahead and win fire before anything silly happens. Do it with either of these. Up we go. We are fire victorious. That's also going to give us infinity workers for the next round. Which is definitely something to be happy about. We like having infinity workers. Where did Swarmlings... Swarmlings got their bridge. Very wise. So now they're getting town number 2. How many levels of buildings are amassed in this town? We have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Swarmlings still don't have a sanctuary, so they still can't make use of their breeding ground. Alright. But it is plausible that they might try to breeding ground somehow up in the northwest. Maybe. I don't know. They would need a lot of levels worth of buildings there. But at the same time, they don't really have anything interesting to play on in the east. So that's, they're going to have an epic load of resources moving into the next round. Just gargantuan. And they gotta throw them somewhere, so maybe they can make a town out of this. Particularly with the help of a Fire 2 favor, it may be more doable. So AP, I did actually cap myself out of 1 power in the name of winning that double dig, as you saw. So yeah, that's exactly why I did it. The 6 power set up for the double dig, because I like having towns. That, and I'm running out of spaces to put things. I kind of used them all up in round 4. So how are various people doing on network? I guess the cultists are the most interesting comparison, and they still have a lot of buildings left on their mat. 9 of them? That's 9 to our 7, but ours are more expensive than his, mostly. Okay, we just saw a sanctuary build from the cultists, so they're gonna get town number 2 here. Alright. Do we want a gazillion power? That's something we can think about, maybe. I mean, power for us at this stage is mostly coins. We are not taking the largest of power incomes for next round. Sort of anticipating passing on a single trading post plus our Earth 2 power income. This is a lot of points to pay out at this stage of the game. A lot. Is that really worth it? I wonder. Um, hmm. Trying to think what all we want to do next round. I mean, next round we want to take the coin power action, but so does everybody else, so it's not very reasonable to suppose we get it. Maybe we do need... This is probably worthwhile because I imagine it lets us advance an extra step on a, Yeah, I would imagine it allows us to advance, to at least build an extra trading post before game's end, which already pays back 3 of the points. You know, it's sort of an unfortunate truth that as the Chaos Magicians, if you actually need the Chaos Portal to use it for the designer's intended, like, actually split and come from 2 angles stance, then you've already lost if you need it for that. So, it winds up being that whenever the Chaos Portal comes down, it's always just, well, let's put it down here because it's connected to my network. It's pretty pathetic. Okay, up we go. More power for the Swarmlings. And now we're taking water 1 points for doing this, so huzzah! Decline power. Okay. Wow, we are going to be so short on coins next round compared to how many workers we have. It's just going to be spending so many workers as coins, I think. So we're going to take, what, 9... Oh my goodness, we're taking 14 workers as income here? That's a little bit over the top. A little bit. Okay, so we can Chaos Portal here. I guess it doesn't really matter where we take our trading post upgrades in the future, does it? Because, we have so many spots that are adjacent to other people where we can do it without paying the extra cost, and we very, very easily have access to all the levels of buildings we need to town on this. So given that, maybe it's best to, since we are building a stronghold here. Woohoo, we got a stronghold. Oof, actually that was probably a mistake in retrospect. I have regrets. Oh well. We want the bonus card of either Swarmlings or Cultists. One of them is going to have to pass first, presumably the Cultists. And then when they do, the Swarmlings will move on to their card, and that means the Swarmlings card should stay open. Okay, Chaos Portal time. Yes, Stronghold indeed. Deluxe also welcome back to the stream. Okay. Oh my goodness, we're actually gonna have even more worker. We're gonna have 16 worker income? Has anyone ever taken such a large worker income? Probably, but like, wow. Wow. So we actually want this to be network connected. There's not that many spots it can feasibly go. Yeah, just put it somewhere in the network seems reasonable. Like, exactly, because it's -1 dwelling for next round. Yeah, okay, we'll just drop it right here. May as well. That is in the network. How are we doing network-wise compared to Cultists? I mean, we're not actually connected yet, but it's pretty trivial for us to get that way. Where just one shipping connects us to 2 spots. Very straightforward. So we're going to want to place as many dwellings next round as possible. It's going to be tricky because we dropped 6 in the round 4 dwelling scoring. Favorite tile for Swarmlings? Ah, they have Water 1. Kinda crazy that only 2 of us took Water 1 and Swarmlings have it so late. It's very... I guess it's not that shocking. Like, Swarmlings took Air 1 in preference because they already had a lot of trading posts. No real surprise there. Alright, where do we want our boosts favorite-wise? Look, the Darklings' desperate plea to get any cult points at all was taking an Air 3 favor. I don't even think that's going to work out very well for them. It probably scores them at best 2 points. Let's see. A lot we can do with priests here. So unfortunately, we don't stand to do any better than we already are in the Earth Cult. Because if we invest a priest and move up to 8, cultists will trivially get to 9 with their passive. And we could also get to 9, but they would still beat us because they have a cult palace. So not very interested in playing on fire or earth. Let's just go ahead and wrap this up with a priest now. We have little better to do with it. We still have a large number of moves here. It is actually possible for us to upgrade a trading post still, and that might be the play. It pays back 1 power and 2 coins. So then we take in as power 1, 2, 3. But we have to spend 3 power as coins to do that. But since it does make the coins back, it has some nicety to it. I think that's the play. We really do need the coins over the course of the game, and we're just not going to be able to drop enough dwellings next round otherwise. Of course, it shorts us a worker, but as mentioned, we are taking 16 worker income. Crazy. Also, we have absolutely no problems accepting this power here because we have dutifully removed ourselves from cult competition with the cultists. You know, now we give them all the bumps because we know that it's not going to change our score any. It only changes them relative to other people. I guess there's some worry around that. The cultists are doing pretty well. In fact, they may quite reasonably be the winners of this game. Okay, so Darklings, they've been passed a while now. I guess we're still just waiting on cultists to make their pass. Because they're definitely going to be first passers in this situation, I would think. Let's go ahead and get that trading post. And we'll take it. There's a lot of spots we can take it. Let's try to offer the worst power deal possible to the Swarmlings. Okay. Yeah, Kator, I had said this a while ago, that the trading post's definitely worth it here. We need more dwellings that we can place. Okay, back to us. Cultists took another move. We still have more waiting moves. And I don't think they do. So, where do I want to bump myself? Seems pretty straightforward that I would want to make that bump happen on the air cult. Is that right? It's missing water-wise. Okay, there's still this favor out. Maybe the water cult is actually the better bump here. Probably not. No, actually, I think I do like water. It's no power differential either way. And want to be very secure, and at least for tying, for second on water. The Swarmlings would have to invest like crazy to tie me in water if I make the water play here. So they probably won't. They'll probably focus instead on winning air, but that's okay. Okay. Come on, cultists, now's your time to pass. Do it! Do it! Take the spade you are always meant to have. Yep, there it is. Okay. I assume he's on the spade card, right? You can't possibly want a priest here, because I think, is he priest tapped? He's not, but he is getting his last priest. Okay, and now we happily will pass here. What? Oh. It's just telling me I have this stupid time stop double turn. So we'll double turn pass. And now we're set up nicely because we are the only ones that are on a scoring bonus card for the last round. And that's per force. Nothing anyone can do about that anymore. Kator, walking a dog? First on a bus, then with a dog? You are really dedicated to watching this, to multitask like that. I have to be honest, I'm a really terrible multitasker. Okay, Swarmlings using priests. Ah, they're using to advance on fire. Okay, of course. They're doing it on fire just for the cult reward resources. Reasonable line. Darklings definitely look like they're in the worst shape out of everyone here. It's pretty bad for them. This is a grim spot for sure. That's more power we could take. We are not interested in that. Because we're already gaining 3 power, so this is actually 4 points for 3. It's a pretty bad deal. Is that... Yeah, definitely turning this down. One upside of having a billion workers this last round is, we're actually only going to take 15 workers. Oh, sorry, 16 because we have this bonus card worker also. So, yeah, 16 workers means that we can hard dig hexes if we need to. Hitor, I am very glad to hear you weren't driving the bus. Always approve of people watching me, but do not, except for, if they're driving a vehicle, then try not to be in chat at the same time. That just sounds disastrous. Maybe have me running in the background then. Okay, so we have way too few coins. Well, that just gave us an extra power. Maybe we could have more coins now. Maybe. We'll see. Next up is cultists. This is the downside of passing behind them. Is that the cultists will then get to cut a power action before we can. Aw, cute hedgehog. Hedgehogs are very cute. A little prickly, but pretty cute. I had a friend with a pet hedgehog once. Okay, cultists snap take this. Not super surprising. If they didn't, we would've, but now it is what it is. So, I'm actually not interested in digging with power actions, if you can believe that, because this eats 4 power to make a dig, whereas, that eats 4 coins to make a dig, is effectively how that's happening. Whereas, if it only eats 3 coins to hard dig, we're that imbalanced in workers to, in the worker to coin ratio, that is how we are thinking about things, sad as it may be. Okay, so what do we want to do this round? Ideally, we would want, like, a trading post upgrade and 3 dwelling constructions. Can we do all of that? That's a total of 5 workers and 9 coins. So 14 resources, since we can value them all the same. We have plenty of workers. 14 resources, and then also 5 resources go into a shipping upgrade. 19 resources, plus doing that requires some digging. So that turns it to 22. We actually have more than that. Maybe it's possible to entertain doing even more things. Either way, not interested in digging as a power action. That's for schmucks, I guess. So I'm going to leave myself power capped so that I can hopefully try to gain resources more efficiently. Let's just go ahead and nail this hex here while we're at it. AP, I do not need a bridge. Yeah, I can just dig the hex, exactly. It's more efficient. Bridge not required for this town. Let's see. We do not have access to a... Oh, actually, we should take the... Is the shipping? No, 11-point town tile seems better than upgrading shipping. I think. Yeah. Let's just go ahead and get this dug. And there we are. We have a town. I guess we also have the option to temple at the end. It's a thing that we can do with residual resources. That would let us jump a bunch on air cult if we wanted to try that. So saving the resources that way would require us to take this shipping. Yeah, let's make that the scenario here. I think I'm pretty happy doing that. Okay, we have shipping. And a bunch of points and stuff. Not the most points and stuff, but a bunch. And we'll see what all we can get done. Hopefully a decent amount. Can't really rely on this hex hanging around, honestly. There's certainly reason to suspect it gets taken away from us here. Okay, we did gain 1 power. Now we're staying capped. Huzzah. What do I want to do? I want to make my play on cults. So doing this is going to gain 2 power, so I should convert a coin before I do it, so that I can still accept power after the fact. And we will go ahead and offer the swarmlings... Oh no, actually we won't, because swarmlings are power capped, they can make a good trade of this. The person who can't is the cultists. So, but that's strictly worse, giving them the choice, and the swarmlings gain 1 either way. So, okay. So be it. And then we're going to go ahead and get this scoring favor. And also on top of that scoring favor, this other kind of sort of scoring favor that moves us up on that cult. We are pretty well situated to have this fight if anyone wants to try to pick it. They probably don't, but, you know, if they get it in their heads, we can definitely work hard on beating them out on that air cult. Okay, Darklings closing this off. And we didn't have any interest in taking that hex, right? We have no towns to found or anything for the rest of the game. We're just kind of derpily gonna be clicking moves to score points with our point favors. Okay, next action. You know, we gotta upgrade some trading posts. Those are worth 5 a pop because of the scoring tile that we're on. But dwellings are worth 4 apiece, so that's the higher priority here. Is this right? Yeah, this looks right. Okay. We'll go ahead and build this space. Moving up in points. A little bit, not that much. So what do we have resource-wise left? We have a total of 15. Upgrading trading posts only costs 5, so we could just do that 3 times. Wouldn't be insane. We could also do it twice and... Or no, we can't do it twice. We could do it once and build a dwelling, if we want to get the dwelling. Actually, maybe there is a 3 shipping line that's better, so we don't have to wind up digging for it. That could be the play. But it's hard to know if that's the play, because cultists can easily cut the spot away still. So we'll just kind of wait on them and see if they do. Pretty happy about how this has gone. Woo, Chaos Magicians. Oh, cultists coming up here. Okay, that makes sense. So they'll just, yeah, dig this and then they get this hex too. What do we want to do? I think we just kind of want to stall and see where other people play and then run it down at the end. So in the name of doing that, it seems pretty likely that we want our boost on the air cult in case anyone has any crazy ideas. So we'll just go ahead and also because it gives us 2 power. We know that each point of resource matters here. So up we go in air. Conversions. No conversions. Happy to stay in this, this power cap state. Which game is this song from? I don't know. It's a Mario game, but I don't know which one. I mean, probably the correct answer is a lot of them. The Mario games tend to recycle music. Okay, Swarmlings getting super connected. Have they used their stronghold power? They have not. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If they use their stronghold power once, they will be 1 off of Breeding Ground Town in here. Interesting. Breeding Ground Town does require them to dig another hex, but they have their sanctuary, that's the requirement, and they can easily hard dig this one. Actually, they have the power to not hard dig it. They can just take a single dig action. That works. Okay, so Swarmlings still have a town to found. What do people's shippings look like? Who needs to upgrade shipping for connection's sake? Certainly not the cultists and not the Swarmlings. The Darklings have no need of it either, so I guess they could dig here and then upgrade twice, and they would be connected, but I don't think that's what they're doing. That takes a whopping 4 priests. They have 1. Seems pretty safe to assume they're not connecting, so no one's resources are actually earmarked for connection's sake here. That's no good. Whatever we wind up doing with the rest of our turn, it does involve making a trading post upgrade now. So, seems reasonable for us to do this. We could do it in so many places. Where would people actually have to pay points if we did it? I guess cultists would have to, so we'll just go ahead and up this one. Let's, I think it's time to start working these into coins. no, reset this. We'll take these, and up we go here. And now we can build another dwelling, assuming we choose to. We may not. We are getting paid points pretty well for building these trading posts. They're worth a lot between our Water 1 and Air 1 favors, and also the bonus tile that scores trading posts. So maybe the line is just finishing out the round, upgrading more trading posts. If we finish it out that way, we gain 10 points plus 1 more from Air 1 is 11. Can we do better than that? One wonders. Like, the shipping line is, yeah, the shipping line is worth 4 points, and then 4 points. So how many resources is this? So it's 3 for the dwelling, 5 for the ship upgrade, that's 8, and we are currently sitting on 11. Okay. So it takes 8 of them to get that, and it scores only the 8 points. But it is better for network, if that's a concern. I don't think it is. I think we've crushed network here. Yeah, we have turbo digging swarmlings, so swarmlings can dig spots. And then apparently this just gets randomly dug towards what the swarmlings want it to be in case they want to take this space. Sure, why not? Interesting that the swarmlings dug this one, rather than digging the forest here. I guess if they have enough resources to do it, yeah, they can get another 3 workers from using their stronghold power to make this a double town. And since they have 1 shipping, then they could look to dig here and maybe build on these. I have to assume that's why they did this. I haven't counted it out yet. But that's the only justification they could provide for spending extra workers when they didn't need to. But it's not very hard for them to do all those things. Yeah, they can do it assuming they have the dwellings, and they do. So that's gonna be the line from them. Okay, Mike Jike's heading down here. Has worked up to enough power to dig this hex. Can we lose to cultists on network? Very plausibly, and they're the person that we should be most worried about losing to just in general. So, yeah, how much digging can they realistically do? I guess their next easiest hex to dig, they can single dig black or yellow ones, so they'll probably look over here, and then down there, if they want to network compete with us. Which seems likely. It's a dwelling scoring ground after all. What are you doing if you're not building dwellings? What's the line where we dig here and then just build twice? That's only worth 8 points? Oh, we can't even do that. Because we don't have enough dwellings left on our card. Rough. May as well convert all this out now, because we're probably not accepting any, like, we're not going to manage to power cap ourselves anymore. So, if we make the shipping upgrade so that we can have this hex, then, we'll still have 6 resources in the bank. That's enough to build it. And that's not enough to do anything else. Well, we can... Yeah, Deluxe, I'm kind of thinking they might also, but it's close. We have a real shot. They have so many cult points, though. So many. This is a very good player, this Mike Check fellow. So they only have one power action dig available. So if they want to tie us on network at 4, they'll have to then hard dig this. That's going to cost them more than they have. So if they can only build the one extra one, we should rest on our laurels here in having one network. And make the trading post upgrade. I believe that is the correct play. Hopefully I've counted this right. Here, Swarmlings, you can go ahead and take some power here. This last trading post is worth 6 to build. Definitely seems like the likely thing we want to do. Okay, Swarmlings now founding the town this way. They still have the stronghold power in reserve, though. Okay, 11 points, no shocker. Darklings are done. They've done pretty abysmally. I think they're last on network, and they're only taking at most 2 cult points, if even that. They may well take 0 cult points. So their score, yeah, the Darklings definitely last place on this. Okay, as predicted, Mike Chike using the power action to dig this space. That's exactly how we drew it up. But now he's unable to execute a hard dig in order to take an extra tile anywhere. So that means he's gonna stick at these 5 on the mat still. And we are at 4 on the mat, so we have the worker edge. Mike Chike already used his spade from the bonus tile. So, what do we do with that knowledge? I imagine it's just trading post time. You know, get the last one for 6. Do that, and this, and then we have a trading post upgrade. And we can do that really a lot of places. Is here sensible? No more so than here. Actually, we'll do it here. Okay. Up we go. Whew. I haven't done the exact counting, but I do think Cultists ever so slightly ahead. Which is a shame. It would have been nice to beat this fellow. Oh well. Was quite well played by the Cultists, for sure. Okay, we have an advance from Swarmlings on air. Sure. Swarmlings still have as many as, well, So, do we want to make use of our priest? That's an interesting question. We know swarmlings are coming up one more here. How many bumps have they got after that? They could conceivably have lots. So probably they build another dwelling still, rather than using power for a priest. Because, like, the dwelling is worth, well, I guess it's worth 2 points only. It also might enable them to defeat Darklings on network. No, they, okay. So it's just a question of, let's see, if the Swarmlings take all their bumps, we may get, let's see, I guess they can beat us in either cult, but they can't, yeah, 4 and 3 is immaterial. So if they really want to, they can beat us in either one. Let's go ahead and wrap air. And then we're all set to pass. Actually, we can do the most excellent time stop pass again. The time stop is such a bad power. Sheesh. Yes, exactly. I have the bonus card scores 8, and I'm the only one with a scoring bonus card, and then Air 1 also. Okay, Swarmlings deciding they're gonna beat us on water is, again, like, is kind of immaterial. Oy. So what have we got here in cult scoring? We have 8, 2, 2, and 4. That's a total of 16 points, and then we have 18 network points. That's 34. By contrast, Mike Chike has 1 resource. Okay, he has 4, 8, 4, 8. That's a total of 24. Then he gains 12 in network. So that's 30. And then 31 from this. So yeah, actually, I think, yeah, we've got cultists. This should be under wraps. We've got cultists by actually more points than I thought. Yo, he counts lose by 2. I thought it was a little more than that. Maybe I'm mistaken. We did it! No, I'm pretty confident I won, Deluxe. Oh, you account lose by 2? Okay, maybe I'm miscounting then. Whatever, we're about to find out. Oh my gosh, this is closer than I realized. Okay, and so we're gonna take 6 more than him here, but he's... Oh wait, is this a tie? This is a... I think. Yikes, we tied him. Okay, so... Oh, well, we didn't gain as much yellow as I thought we might. But, you know, we're up. Alright. As I said, very strong player, this Mike Check fellow. Deluxe, no, I was incapable of winning going up water because then Swarmlings can use all of their cult bumps on air and pass me. It's actually, it works out the same either way. I had paused to think about that. Yep. Okay then. Surprised that came out quite as well as it did, given that Blue decided to drag us both down and trade dig for dig over here. But that's how it is. Can't say I'm unhappy with having done so well against, you know, some pretty good players with the Chaos Magicians. We did it with the Chaos Magicians. Thank you, Kator. That's my quota on Chaos. Chat is always nagging me about these damn Chaos Magicians. That's my quota met on them for at least a week, if not longer. Okay, back to the main site. What were the points on bidding? Deluxe, I have them stored up. They were like this, if you can believe this. So Darklings went for 14 points, Swarmlings for 30, Cultists for 23, and Chaos Magicians for 17. Can you believe I did that? I mean, there's always the option to go back and watch the VOD. I explained my reasons pretty thoroughly, but this was the best setup I think Chaos Magicians are ever gonna have, realistically. It looked really strong for them, and sure enough it was. I'm gonna go ahead and jump back into queue, and then take a very short break to go grab some water. So, hopefully we'll be into another game soon. Stay hydrated, everyone. I'm back! Hello. Hopefully some other people took the opportunity to stay hydrated too. Regrettably, we are still not in game. Yeah, thanks for watching, AP. Have a good night. Yeah. I know that you're European, so it's gotta be pretty late for you. But definitely sweet dreams. Kitor, is it so? if I just smile and grin all the time, which you won't even be able to see because I have no webcam, no one will nag me to play Chaos Magicians? Is this what I'm being told? Really crazy game. I guess, looking back at it, what would I really want to do differently in this game? I think... Is it possible that... No, I guess I can't really arrange a faster pass on round 5 so that I can have the money power action on round 6. Money power action would have enabled so many strong plays at the end there. But actually, as it happens, it's not really... Yeah, it's not really super great to do that, because then I lose on the scoring card that I got. Not only do I lose on it, another faction gets to take it. I guess the Swarmlings will get to score points for their trading posts, so 8 more points for them. So, I mean, then we wind up in a solid second instead of tying for the win. Very tense game. It's definitely been true recently on stream. We've been bumping into much stronger players in the queue. And I guess that certainly sounds like a case of working as intended as we are moving up the ladder here. And now we're like, what, about 80 points off or so? We're getting very close to the 500 target. I'm quite happy about that. Have a feeling that Illusion may pop in later today and then be mad at me for having played Chaos Magicians when he wasn't here. Whew. Big breather. So I had gone and postulated that was about as well as the Chaos Magicians could ever hope to start. Right, getting the bonus tile that we wanted, which is clearly the best one to open with on Chaos Magicians. We got the bonus tile we wanted, and we got it without even being in 4th chair. So in 3rd chair, it's even stronger just because you leech slightly more power from that. And can be a little quicker in the race for, Earth 1 and whatever else you want. So we got those things. It's mostly a question of, could we have a better cult reward on the first round? Probably. And what matchup combination could have done better for us? So, let's actually have a look at that and see what matchup combinations do better. Is it plausible to arrange one where the Chaos Magicians have a higher expected result on this? Higher than that? That seems tricky. I think probably if you uncheck Cultists and add in Halflings, it improves things for Chaos Magicians, just because it's the same color matchup. They'll be interested in the same early spots, and you'll take just as much leech from them without competing for hexes, but you won't have to fight on the cults later. So, okay. I mean, this is actually, it's probably just a sampling bias. It samples like 10 games. Unfortunately, I don't know that we're going to get a better sample to find out about that. So it's probably not worth the effort to try. Chaos Magician's not super commonly played in the upper divisions in more recent seasons. They're okay. Very swingy faction based on matchup. Hurry up, Q. I want to play another. Whew. I don't know what this song is from, but it sure sounds like something you would hear in a 1960s elevator. I mean, that or a jazz club, but it definitely, by the standards of jazz, would make for good elevator music. Oh, that's progress. Okay, just two more opponents. Hopefully now it'll speed up some, just because of preferential matching, since this group's a little closer. Maybe? We'll see. I don't know all the details of BGA's queuing algorithm, but I kind of wish I did. Alright, so now that I've fulfilled my quota on wacky race picks for the whole day, probably the whole week, who am I in the mood to pick now? Wouldn't mind doing another Darklings game. I've only got one Darklings video on stream, ever. It may actually no longer be available in my Twitch VODs, so I guess now is the time to plug YouTube for anyone who's listening. I have gone and created a YouTube channel. If you watch the stream with any regularity, then there's nothing there that's interesting to you, except that it has all my old videos. This is actually courtesy of stream viewer Lexabyte, who helped me out with this. Thank you very much to Lexabyte for that. So I've migrated old videos over to YouTube before they disappeared, so you can go watch old matches of mine there if you have any interest. The YouTube account, I should get a link to it somewhere below the channel, but if you search my Twitch username on YouTube, it comes right up. It's the same username. So if you wanted to find my one and only Darklings game on stream ever, you could find that on YouTube. But it is only one Darklings game ever, which is... I mean, surely this is an artifact of me being willing to bid less for in starting points for the Darklings than a lot of other players. It's possible I need to adjust up and bid more on those, at least in the situations where they can procure enough starting power, have a reasonable opening because of color matchups and whatnot. On the other hand, it may just be indicative that other people are overbidding on Darklings, which wouldn't surprise me if that were true. There's always kind of a little stigma around the best faction in the game, the best race, the best character. So that could be it. If that's not, it may also be the case that everyone knows how to use the Darklings, maybe not well, but, without kind of tripping over themselves in such comedic fashion that it looks like a Three Stooges video. Everyone can at least meet that bar, whereas not everyone can meet that bar for all the other races. So it may just be that if people aren't comfortable picking the full gambit of factions, then maybe they feel pressured to overbid a bit for a faction that they have more comfort with. That's something I need to work on myself. I definitely don't have the kind of the broad comfort with every race that I should. Still kind of dicey on a few of them. Probably the biggest Achilles heel of my game is the witches. You know, because the other factions that I may not have such the other ones I may not be quite as capable with. At least they don't come up very often. But witches see a decent amount of play, for sure. It's a reasonably good faction. Alas, my most recent Witches game, I did win it. I did not play it on stream, though. I'm sad about that. Then I could have finally had an example of what to do with Witches that isn't failing so hard. It's kind of an interesting game because the opening saw some unusual swarmling start points that really cut off connection heavily for both engineers and witches in that game. And I mean, it was still possible for both of us, and we both managed it, but it was roundabout. I had to make 2 bridge towns as witches and use like digging witch stuff. The big thing that really secured that game I played was I managed to make an opening of a stronghold plus 4 dwellings, plus also getting a priest in the 3 slot on the air cult when that rewarded with a spade at end of round. Plus also getting 4 points for having the stronghold from my bonus tile. It was really an outrageous opening. Hurry up, Q! I'm getting impatient. Whew. One of these days, I'm gonna feel ambitious enough to let my viewers decide how I bid on stream, but probably not till after I get my 500. Because that will surely not be conducive to the 500. But it might be a fun game to play. This is still going. I'm not happy about that. Stupid queue. I want to ideally play 2 more games in this stream, but if this takes too long in queuing, it may not be possible. We'll see. We just got a little more progress. Optimistic that maybe we'll be in match soon. Actually, I'm just realizing that I had promised in the middle of that stream to message, or to drop the link to stream in chat towards the end of the game. And then I never did. Well, I feel bad. I was, that one player, what was his name? I guess I can find him and private message it. Let's do that. Feels sour to not make good on a promise. Okay, Oh god, it's gonna make me cancel? Okay, well, I will look up that player later in my match history and private message him a link to the stream or the VOD or whatever. Promising you, viewers. It's kind of interesting to think about where I would have chosen to start in the previous game as the Darklings. Because it was really not an easy call at all. The Swarmlings taking the two most eastern Swarmling start locations, starting on the east continent, is definitely throws a loop. I think I probably would have wanted the first start location that the Darklings picked, purely for the reason that I want an east start. The no east start is a pretty rare play to want to make. And so I want a building on the east continent, and if I start in the more southern of those two positions, then cultists will likely be adjacent, and in fact they were. So that's a little bit of power leech there. So I would have opened the same way, which of course doesn't go quite as well once the Swarmlings choose their starting location. So I do agree in cutting away the brown hex immediately, like the Darklings player did. The question is, where do you pick the other start spot? It's plausible at that point that the best thing to do is take both eastern start locations. I think I might have done that. It's unfortunate that the north one isn't going to be worth any leech until later in the game when the Chaos Magicians come east. No, that's not actually true, because then the Swarmlings are so sandwiched, they have to give you leech if they want to do anything at all making a town with the east dwelling. So actually, you can dig down to them very fast. So I think I would have done a double east start as Darklings there. I'm not very sympathetic to the north start position that they actually took. I think that's pretty weak. You don't really expect to see a lot of action on that line. It can be a good start spot sometimes, but it needs to be connection minded when you do it and sort of setting up for towns. And taking the south of those means that the south of the two east start points means that you're only going to get a connection between those towns if the cultists don't start in between them. But you expect the cultists to start in between them because, that was the whole reason you took the south spot. So it's not conducive to your own connection at all. So if the only reason you're doing it is to have two towns that aren't connected, there's much better spots to form a town. And then you don't really expect action along that line. Yes, the Swarmlings are very likely to dig over to you soon. But they probably only put a dwelling over there to make a 3-space town out of the middle region. And then maybe they upgrade it to a trading post because they have to with their stronghold power. That's about the limit of what you can expect to happen. That is very little power leech. So it's just not really very good on any metric to take that northern starting spot under those circumstances. The big reason for a north start is when you don't think anyone's going to get in your way to town up on that north continent, which was true. And then because it allows you to have 3 shipping connected towns across the top of the board. one on the west, one on the north, and one in the east. And that was very much not what that Darklings player wound up going for. So as mentioned, it was basically it was kind of going to be some weirdo move required to actually connect shipping between his two starting dwellings at all. Whew. How is this still going? How long have I been queuing now? So long, jeez. Okay, we finally got it. We are in. Let's see, KYW and Enigma DV. I've played against this KYW fellow before. Was not... well, I shouldn't say he wasn't particularly strong. He had a very bad game on my previous play against him. That is certainly true. We'll see what comes this time. Definitely this is not as highly rated a batch of players as before. Actually, I've played against this Fatty B fellow, and he remembers it, obviously. Okay, so what are we interested in on this game? Well, right off the bat, we see only one scoring card. That's the lowest that can possibly be present in the game. So, all sorts of... Oh no, I'm sorry, I just straight up missed the trading post one. Well, that feels silly. Okay, so trading post and dwelling scoring. Interesting. Again, the trading post scoring, pretty hard for people to capitalize on before the end of the game, typically. So that means that, there's not going to be a lot of points going around from these bonus tiles. We have someone else going in with Swarmlings already. It's actually, I think Swarmlings they're okay on this one. This card is the best bonus tile for Swarmlings, the trading post scoring one. Do not listen to the people who tell you it's the Sanctuary Stronghold scoring one. Yes, Swarmlings like workers, and yes, that card gives one more, and yes, Swarmlings always have at least one of those, if not both. But there's so much competition for that card. There's no competition for this card. This is definitely their favorite one. Wow, okay. Already this matchup shaping up kind of similar to the previous game. And it would be really funny if Darklings got submitted here. Let's look at the round scoring. Round scoring actually pretty good for Swarmlings, because they can definitely hit this round 2 building a Sanctuary then. And the fact that town scoring is in round 1 means no one gets to capitalize on it. So that's, that's fine for them. That's a wash for everybody. But it's actually not, though, because it's a little better for Swarmlings. Had town scoring come later, other races would all capitalize on it more, but Swarmlings couldn't. The sequence of actions is actually a very solid one for the Darklings. And the reason I say that, Sanctuary round 2 is your go-to. That's what you want anyway. Then a temple on round 3, not unreasonable. Usually you would probably wait till like round 4 for the extra temple after Sanctuary, but it's kind of okay. And then Stronghold or Sanctuary scoring in round 6, quite good for the Darklings, because that is usually the only round where they're going to give real consideration to their stronghold. Ordination of Priests, not a very strong power compared to most factions. This KYW fellow is you. I mean, I guess they're probably just thinking for a while. I would be. Okay, so who else might we consider? If we didn't want to submit Chaos Magicians, this is a very strong board for the round scoring sequence. Not particularly great for engineers, but the color matchup, if black is one of the remaining ones, then this color matchup is amazing for engineers. So, what did we get here? Oh my god, they put in the Chaos Magicians. Are we gonna run it back? We could run it back. Hey, Lexabite! Welcome to the stream. I was actually just talking about you. In the break between games, I was plugging the YouTube channel that you helped me set up for all the old stream pods. Thank you so much for your assistance on that, by the way. We could make this the literal same matchup that we just played. Does that give us a leg up? Maybe that we're like in the mindset? Maybe it does. The sequence of round scorings is not as good for Chaos Magicians in this game. The available bonus tiles also not going to be as good for Chaos Magicians. Whatever we pick fourth, probably starting with the Spade, unless it's the Darklings. Yeah. Honestly, I think Darklings become stronger relative to Chaos Magicians on this one, but we don't have to submit the Darklings by any means. We could... So if we opt for a fourth chair Engineers here, because it's Swarmlings, we can still gain an Earth 1 with any faction that goes in the fourth seat here. Or presumably we can. So Engineers starting with that Spade could be real strong. You can definitely hit some very big openings there, and then tons of power can get forked over to Chaos Magicians and Engineers. I kind of like the prospect of going Engineers better than Darklings, because I think in this game we would have to bid more aggressively for Darklings and less for Chaos Magicians compared to the last game. Also, I want to not be competing for cults with cultists again. That was miserable. Swarmlings even make that competition as well. If we start Engineers... Yeah, let's just run this out. Not interested in playing the same matchup back to back. Let's keep it interesting for the viewers. Kator, I would agree with you. I think the Spade is better than the Priest for the Darklings. Mostly for the fact that it blocks the other factions from having the Spade. It's exactly the right reason. Yeah, the Spade bonus tile... Definitely one of the strongest for round one, if not the strongest. Almost every faction will take it whenever they can have it. The Priest is worth 2 more points, but it's worth 2 less coins, and then someone else can have the Spade. Interesting that Fadi would jump straight on Cultists for 30. I think... I don't know that I think anything about this setup is especially strong for cultists. Like, again, brown and red can kind of coexist somewhat peacefully in the middle compared to a lot of these power leech arrangements, but they're gonna have to fight each other on the cults. That and the round scorings are, like, not reasonable at all for cultists. Oh! Interesting, we had Swarm... Okay. So this is just going to be a game of, like, how much Enigma and I want to bid down on engineers before Enigma starts looking at other things. I would agree with you, Kador, on round 1, 2 coins is better than 2 points. And even still, I think the bigger factor is that you block someone else from getting the spade. Interesting. Other people not interested in engineers at all. I mean, a little bit. Obviously, this Enigma guy is content to play them, but not at... You know, not at substantially fewer points than any other faction. That is very interesting to me. If that's the case, then I'm pretty happy about having tossed them in. Because they're definitely my pick for the strongest in this color matchup. I mean, we can take a look at what Snellman's stats think. I refined the season range and division range down on this. It lowers the sample size a bit, but actually a good amount. But it makes sure that we're getting much better data. It really does clean up substantially more towards what you expect. Okay, so we have cultists, engineers, we have swarmlings, and who's our last? Chaos magicians. Yeah, okay, well, only one game in the sample, but you can see right here how it landed. This is a lot of bids without me being consulted, so I take it that, yeah, other things went down and not the... Here we go. Let's start inputting these point ranges. If I knock the engineers 7 points, and then knock the cultists 11, maybe I can start to broaden the range here to get more sample size. If I do that, I can get up to a whopping not very many games. Up to 17. Interesting. Actually, apparently cultists succeeding reasonably here. I still stand by what I said. I don't know that I trust when almost all of this data is known to come from early in the game's lifetime without the special faction buildings, and also I've just included the low divisions, so explicitly players who don't know what they're doing quite as much. Anyway, you can definitely see in the data that adding engineers instead of Darklings like tanks how well the Chaos Magicians do. It's really quite a lot rougher for Chaos Magicians to not be able to come through this region. And of course they won't get to. We are making sure of that. There is one worry in this matchup, an interesting tidbit here, that, you know, we'll obviously take the center starting hex if we get to play engineers. And then, where do we place the other one? If we place it here, we're likely to be flying solo. Maybe the swarmlings will come there. Maybe. Hard to say. Also, hey Illusion, welcome back to the stream. You forgot it's my special day. Yeah. I don't know that it's really fair to call Saturday Titania's Day. If you file the petition to rename the day of the week, I'm not sure how well that's gonna go over. But you can try. That said, I'm definitely doing a long stream today. And Illusion, you're gonna curse your forgetfulness because you're just in time to miss me playing a Chaos Magicians game. And I'm not talking about this one, I mean the one before. You can go back and watch the VOD if you want, but I actually did it. I played the Chaos Magicians. I'll let you find out how I did. Yeah, I do it occasionally. Okay, So when do we start to take a look at swarmlings or cultists here? It's an interesting question. You definitely have an easy wrap on a... Oh, actually, if we start here, cultists will presumably take this starting location. So we do have power leech through here. And actually, a high point for the cultists is they can start here adjacent to power stuff happening, and here adjacent to engineers, and then in a single dig, they gain access to all this. So actually, that does make the color matchup look a lot stronger for cultists. Now I see why that's reflected in the stats. So let's start to think, what bonus card would we get to take as cultists? So engineers will start with the spade. What will Chaos Magicians be interested in after that? It's not obvious. It's a pretty bland set. Honestly, if the priest comes to cultists, I'd be pretty happy about taking that. Just being able to gain access to this spade is a nicety. Oh, we got it. We got engineers, and it wasn't even for the lowest point sum. Okay. Well, we definitely know how we're setting up here. I mean, I've already called it out. The interesting question is where the swarmlings will place their second dwelling. I would expect them to throw it out in the middle of nowhere by itself on the west here. Okay. Or they could do that. Huh. I mean, we're definitely still taking this one. Even if there's some getting cut off that happens, it's fine. There's just too much power not to grab it. And then I want to grab this one because I expect cultists to start here where they feasibly have access to a lot. Yep. There we go. The only real mystery left in this, Chaos Magicians have to take this one because it's the only red hex that's going to be adjacent to anybody else. The only mystery left in this really is where do the Swarmlings put their last dwelling? Like, I feel like it here should be kind of automatic, but you know, they picked a very interesting spot for their first dwelling, so who's to say? Illusion, I hate that name on that set so much. Core 2021? Why would they call it that? It released in, like, the first half of 20 whatever. Okay, interesting. So now there's a few ways the power can shake out on this, but either way, we're gonna get, like, all of it. We're gonna get tons and tons, and that's something to be real happy about. It's plausible we can make a center town here without having to connect across. Cultists won't have interest in this space, it's a triple dig for them. So, you know, we can just dig down these three. And that will be plenty satisfactory for us. Dig up these four. Come across here. Yeah, this seems fine. I like how this is shaking out, because we don't need any of the spaces here. Which should be under some contention by blue and brown. But mostly blue. Okay. Is that really the rationale, Illusion? Like, I mean, I take your word for it, I guess. I believe you. It just seems like such a weird rationale. Either way, it's out now. I don't know that much about it. Don't watch new set releases that closely in Magic the Gathering. Outside of, for cube update purposes, and maybe if there's any vintage playable cards that get included. I do love playing vintage. Whoa, Swarmlings making the opening double dig? Holy cow. This is really aggressive. And now cultists are gonna hate themselves for having started over here. Because now they don't have the prime benefit of this. I don't know, like... Wow, okay. This is interesting. Actually, like, if Swarmlings have town here, this is, pretty reasonable. All of a sudden, it's looking like the Swarmlings are maybe in one of the best positions this game. Besides us, of course. Still very happy with our own spot. Which of these get built? Probably here, right? You know, then we get the PowerPoint. We are gonna have to decide which to upgrade. But we're 4th chair, so we get to wait a nice long time and see where people do their things. To know where more power is coming. Like, Swarmlings still about to make the... Well, Swarmlings have temp ship. So, given that they already burned so many power tokens and took double dig, they probably can't make a stronghold start. Are we gonna take this from cultists? Well, Chaos Magicians clicked yes, so I guess we are too. Because they get their cult bump either way. Oh, that's really cool, Illusion. You're... Yeah, trading for the original artwork. You know which original artwork I think is really slick? It's Tolarian Academy. That would be a really cool one to own if I didn't have to pay an arm and a leg for it. We don't want to lose the race to Earth 1 because Earthlings can't, Swarmlings can't even make a stronghold into temple opening here. So maybe they just start temple or some weird nonsense. I just want to make sure we get our Earth 1, so I'm upgrading here. It also gives us the most power in this quadrant. Also, we know we want a Sanctuary in here, probably because I think we're just going to get these 3 to town off of. It's conceivable we could come further up later. Either way, we're raking in the power. We need 1 coin and 1 worker to make our preferred start. There's no way we can make 2 dwellings happen because Swarmlings were very studious in taking the Actually, no. I lie. We have this spade, we can get this spade. Maybe it's possible to start with 2 temples and 2 dwellings. And if that happens, we're gonna kick butt. If we wanted that opening, we would need this power action, and we also need an extra 2 workers and an extra 2 coins. So, So that definitely this is the power action to grab first, and we'll just kind of see what sticks around. Probably this doesn't. I would be surprised if it did. Cultists will want to do something. Oh, well, or not. Okay. Cultists getting all the priests. If they're gonna get these 3 slots on cults, the cultists are, you know, we're well and truly out of the cult game at this point. Everyone else better situated to play it than us. 15 or so pieces? Illusion, how many times do we have to go over this? I am not Batman. Is there even a Batgirl? I'm not, like, a Batwoman? I don't know. There probably is, because there's a She-Hulk. And, like, who knows what Marvel and DC are gonna do. There's probably a she version of, like, way too many superheroes. I don't really want to see an you know, Iron Woman. Like, we can get original female superheroes, but I know there are a lot of unoriginal ones, so there's probably a Batwoman. Yeah, you would bet that, Illusion. You would. Oof. I unfortunately might have to dash and use the bathroom soon. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna try and click my next move, and then I'll hasten back. So, should be pretty quick. And, yep, okay. I'll click my next move so I don't hold up the game, though. Because we are just, in the turn before mine. Okay, we saw Earth 2 come down. And Earth 1, alright. Yeah, we don't want to be the person that misses on Earth 1, which we very plausibly can be if we don't do this, because Swarmlings don't have the resources to make their temple, dwelling, and stronghold start, so who knows what they'll do. Maybe they will just take a temple and get Earth 1. So let us be the ones that finish out with Earth 1 here. Please accept or decline quickly. I would like to use the restroom. Okay. There's my Earth 1. I'll be back in just a moment. Alright, I return, and it's not even my turn yet. Okay. Nice. What happened here? We had Swarmlings did make their stronghold opening. Okay. So be it. Unfortunately, there goes the power action that we wanted. So, unfortunately, the double dwelling start not looking feasible. And it makes sense the cultists would oh, sorry, it was Chaos Magicians who cut that. Yes, that makes sense also. Are they gonna have enough coins for their build? Yes. No? Oh, they can spend a worker as a coin. Okay. So, how do we want to play this? We don't actually need any of the power actions anymore for this round. It's probably more in our interest to just save up and save up power for digging on subsequent rounds. We're not building a stronghold or a sanctuary in round 2. This just sets our economy way too back to do that. Oh goodness. I'm catching up on chat, and so no, Illusion. I am not attempting to bring my rig to the toilet, in so much as I have a rig. I actually just do this with multiple laptops. Okay, so what I'm debating here is the merits of taking the coins power action, because we do actually need to make a worker still. But, we have the power to do it already. And it would be really nice to pinch off these coins. Yeah, just because if we do that, we'll need them moving forward longer into the game, and we need 1 coin anyway. I know that 7 is kind of overkill when we only need 1, but it seems very reasonable to grab it up now. Or plausibly let's see, cultists, chaos magicians could still take it, but probably, no, they would. They could burn to 8. Yeah, okay, so this is going away, I think, if we don't. Chaos magicians should maybe be interested in it. Let's just get our money. We have it. We have so much of it. Illusion, I do not own a paper vintage deck. I used to play on Magic the Gathering Online, and I had a vintage deck there. Okay. Yeah, cultists gaining 1,000,000 Earth. Chaos Magicians have accepted on every single one, so me accepting on the margin has not contributed to this mess of them having infinite Earth dominance. But I'm sure if they can get it, they'll go 1 further on Earth, just so they can have 2 spades, but I'm not about to give that to them. That said, they may be able to take it elsewhere. We'll see. So we have to choose where to put our next dwelling. I'm interested in taking this green hex because I want to dig down and get these 3. And, it is conceivably possible that we lose on gaining this hex. It's a double dig for the cultists, but they're probably going to come here next. We would just like to be able to race to this hex if possible. If not possible, it's not the end of the world because it's just, we need 1 other hex in here somewhere. We can make it work. So back to explaining, I played on Magic the Gathering Online, and I played under the alias Princess Power, and I actually won one of the old P9 challenges while that was a thing. A nostalgia cube with old face cards only, and alpha, oh wow, okay. Yeah, I don't have anything like that, for certain. Oh my goodness. Did Chaos Magicians did they really? Are they aware of what I might do? I mean, I can't get there yet, but it's only this double dig away. They better be prepared to go fast. Unfortunately, I do really want my dwelling this round. I don't want to be on just 1 dwelling income. So I'm going to grab this hex anyway. I'm not going to use it. Or sorry, on 1 worker income, I should say. I'm not going to use it here. We're surely about to see Sanctuary build next from Chaos Magicians, which means I can create the worker without even burning at the full 3 power tokens, so that's pretty wonderful. Also means I'll just have so much power heading into the next round. Like, so much. Illusion, I gotta say, that this like nostalgia cube notion is really not my thing. I like the cubes that are just tactically interesting draft environments. But I think it's pretty cool that you have something like that. I know loads of people enjoy it. Chaos Magicians have to be somewhat unaccustomed to gaining this hex that is not routine for them. Okay, cultists actually already threw the second priest at getting this, so now that means that if they want to I guess Chaos Magicians cut the dig so they can't dig down here. That's actually pretty helpful for us. Just ensures we get to be the one that races here. Oh, crumb. I didn't count this right. Okay, I do still burn the 3 full power tokens. Okay, they got an air 2 favor. And a water 2. So they're skipping on fire 1. I think that is the income favor I like the most with the Chaos Magicians is fire 1, but, you know, you do you. That means there's there's always infinite pressure on this action. It's just the best power action in the game. So, no shockers there. Would I like to be upgrading here or here? That's an interesting take. So there's no reason to wait on town founding in this game. But I don't think I'm getting a town here hyper early anyway, because that would require upgrading one of 2 temples if I built on this spot. And I don't want to lose this 5 power income to revert to Sanctuary, at least not quickly. I'm like happy to contemplate doing that in round 6 where it scores. So, since there's not that pressing need, I guess I'll just go ahead and grab the temple over here. This is actually probably the side that town's a little quicker, and I stand to gain more leech by upgrading here, maybe? It's not obvious if that's even true. Stephen Danielle did the art for Tolarian Academy. Oh my goodness. So you have a Korean Tolarian Academy signed by Richard Garfield. That must be a hell of a collector's item. Is that something that you sell or just something that you cherish forever? I feel like I would be interested in selling it. I can't really deal with the paper cards in that game and having any value. Even my cube is mostly proxies. Yeah, like, sort of the thought of playing paper vintage to me is a little abhorrent, because when you pause and think about this, you realize, like, what is the price of the deck? The price of the deck is, like, more than the price of a new car. And you're gonna hand this off to your opponent to shuffle it after you shuffle it? Other people will hand me their 25k decks, and I am expected to shuffle this? Like, that is... I can't deal with that. Illusion, I think that's a pretty noble path forward. I approve very highly of just... you know, selling and trading it. I think the original artwork is, a lot of it is really, really cool. There's so many cool MTG cards out there. Do you have any that I might know of? Tolarian Academy is the one I would take if, given the option. But there are a lot of other arts that I like, and some of them, you know, the Tolarian Academy one surely goes for tons. But Skyshroud Claim. I'm afraid I don't know that card. I'm sorry. Is it a standard one? Because I'm not super up to date on those. Alright, Chaos Magicians still taking they used their water too, of course. Well, it sucks that we're gonna pass behind him here, but whatever. We do what we must. Come on, give me that earth too. Cult is super overloaded on power here. Wow. They're only in the second chair position to use it. But I guess the Swarmlings they're gonna take in 6. So Swarmlings can actually lead off with a 4 power action, and then Cultists can take whatever is after. Meanwhile, we're gonna collect 6 power income. That's gonna, so we'll have 4 in our top bowl and 5 in our second one, so we can take whatever the last power action is here, unless it's double dig. And probably digging a thing we're pretty interested in doing. Actually, worker and 3 power is definitely the bonus tile for us here, so very happy about snapping that up. Now we have 3 workers to do stuff with. That, like, almost lets us do some things. Let's see. Serum Visions, Dragon... I'm sorry. Oh my goodness. You have the original art on Serum Visions, Dragon Storm. I don't know Seismic Assault. Shared Triumph for... Oh, you have Soul Rings. I don't know what the rejected version looks like, but that must be excellent. I agree. Yeah, that is incredible. Wow, I'm gonna have to go and Google what the rejected Soul Ring looks like. Okay, yeah, cultists get 2 digs by virtue of their cult reward, which is pretty amazing for them, honestly. Chaos Magicians have 1 to take this, no shocker. I wasn't expecting to actually get that. And we will see how this okay, Swarmlings double dig. Sorry, how did they gain all that power again? I thought they only had 6 income of it. Did they find a way to get more? I must have just misseen however much they had. Anyway, double dig, going away. Cultists now are game for a power action. Which is probably what they want to wind up doing here. Okay, they took single dig. I'm a little surprised they want that hex so badly. Oh, I guess there's just literally no other hex they can dig. Well, that would explain that. So this sucks, because we wanted to dig, and we are not let to dig. We wanted to dig one of these 2, and then use shipping to gain access here or here. And now we can't do that. So what are we going to entertain the idea of doing instead? So I'm not sure that I'm in love with hard digging hacks on round 2 as engineers. That seems particularly insane. We want to discuss insane lines. Maybe there's a world, since we have so little we can feasibly do with our resources this round. Maybe it's not maximally insane to get our digs upgraded as engineers. Just because that's a thing we can throw resources at. And, you know, we can snap up this power action to get all the coins that make that happen. Upgrade our digging once this round, and then once at the start of next, and get to work, I guess. But we're only going to take 1, 2, maybe a third with one of these cards. 3 workers for next round, effectively. So that only grants us 2 digs post the dig upgrade. Like, we really want to get down an extra dwelling. and soon. Upgrading digging just sounds insane with engineers, mostly because it is. Either way though, there's so little. Well, I guess actually we could try and grab both power actions. There's so little otherwise that we can do. So let's pinch this off because we know in the long run it's going to help a lot no matter what we wind up doing. We're having to get fancy here, real fancy. Now Chaos Magicians can start to look... Yeah, Chaos Magicians would have wanted to take the money power action if we left it available. I'm actually not sure why it stayed in. What did they do instead earlier in the round? They took this priest here. Okay. There's some rational incentives to doing that. The cultists probably would have if they had not. Okay. The Soul Ring has an awesome... oh my goodness, this is a lot to read. Sorry. Let me play my move, and then I will read all of this stuff that you've set out. So if I am going to go on the dig upgrade line, insane as that is, then this is the action to take right now. For sure. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm actually doing this. And then we just see how many dwellings I can throw out rapidly, because... oh, but then I'll be in trouble on round 5 when it comes to dwelling scoring. But there's so little I can do otherwise. I think this has to be the action whether I upgrade digs or not, because it just comes down to making a hard dig then. Yeah, I'll make the hard dig. I can still upgrade shipping and still build over here. And I guess that's how this unfolds. Either way, I want the workers. So this will give me 5. That is enough to hard dig, then build twice. Okay. I have so many resources. Woohoo. If I were to upgrade digging twice here, would that help? I mean... Okay, do I want to throw the cultists this bone and allow them to... well, let's see. I mean, I'm not going to beat them on any cult ever. So maybe it's okay to let them have it. Especially because it doesn't push them to an even threshold on fire, which is what's needed to gain an extra worker out of this deal. So yeah, cultists, you got it. It's fine. Okay, so let's see. I won't find the rejected art online. Well, that's a shame. Liz Danforth, commissioned by Wizards to do Soul Ring for Alpha. Oh, she thought it was the other... okay, the other soul. Wow, that is quite a story, Illusion. I'm glad you have it. That is super duper cool. It's a shame that I don't get to see what it looks like, but that must really be an awesome piece of art to have. Okay, so this is kind of the deciding moment about whether I want to upgrade digs or not. It's gonna be 2 workers sunk to making a hard dig, like 2 lost compared with having upgraded them. Versus 4 lost to actually upgrading digging capabilities. But I also lose out on priests that way. And I lose out on worker income for the next round. So it winds up being a difference of 3 workers and a priest and like a billion coins. Yeah, I don't think I can actually justify making the hard dig here, or making the digging upgrades. This early, it would be suicide with basically any race, and with engineers especially, it just seems flat out crazy. So here's the spot. Let's grab it. Now we're locked to have a town here, so that's really nice. I'm with Lexabyte. If you upload a picture, please do post the link in chat. I would love to see what that looks like. Oh, okay. Swarmling's taking the double key town tile. Tons of contest for the cults, and we're not getting any. That's the feel. So we don't actually have to build an extra dwelling this round. It won't give us extra income. So probably what's better is if we invest in the fire cult here, because then it comes back as another worker and then later 2 coins. So maybe the shipping up, not the right play here. It seems better to get in on fire. It is really hard to hit these scoring objectives. This is kind of turning into a funky game on us, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, is there any other spot that might contend with this? Not really. We could take the 3 water space, but again, I think we're just gonna lose to everyone on cults anyway. And it's pretty cool that we can pass here. Like, it's a very fast pass. I don't know that that buys us a power action of choice for the next round, though. We could open up burning 4 power tokens to take one of these, but that's probably not what we're interested in doing. Illusion, we are still super excited to see what that looks like. Definitely post here. Okay. Do we have anything left to do this round? As mentioned previously, I don't really think we do. I think we're just looking to pass next. And it's a question of whether we want 3 coins and a spade, or 2 coins, a worker, and points for trading posts. I don't know that that's going to be a lot of points. Well, in particular, that option is now gone. Bye-bye. So that makes it pretty self-evident what we want to take here. Cultists actually may be passing onto the spade even before us, which is going to be annoying. But it's not clear. I guess they can grab another priest if they want, in the name of milking these actions and competing on the fire cult. Maybe it's right to do it. I don't know if that's right or not. But I'm not liking how this game is going. Round 1 seemed pretty fine. I would not call it an amazing engineer start, but it was okay. Like, reasonably good. Anytime you can grab as engineers on turn 1, end with a dwelling and 2 temples, and both of these earth favors. That's a happy configuration. Yeah, I guess the cultists have decided that this is also like I had. They decided that this is a difficult thing to figure which of these they should have. There's one nice advantage we're getting over the cultists here, which is that their connection is looking pretty tough. They can, of course, get a couple shipping and start looking at these hexes, but this mountain is a triple dig for them. And it's only a double dig for the swarmlings, who may get interested. Alright, they make the early pass, so, the spade's gonna go away here then. If that's, yep, there it goes. What would we like to take? Quite plausibly at this juncture, we're just interested in getting the, in getting points for the dwellings. We're not going to have access to these point scoring bonus tiles often. Actually, Chaos Magicians may even pass before us, too. Which opens up the option of temporary shipping. That's a shame. I felt like, oh, nice, maybe we can pass first, but then actually everyone just passes. And, like, of course they do. They didn't have anything else to do, really. Actually, that's a lie. Swarmlings probably wanted their first temple there, and I don't know why they didn't get it. But whatever, they didn't. If they'd gotten the first temple, they could have taken 3 more points from the trading post upgrade this turn. Then we definitely could have gotten a nicer bonus card. So that's a case of Swarmlings hurting us a bit and themselves a lot more. Chaos Magicians going where? We have so much residual money banked relative to the things we want to do that I'm pretty sure it's wrong to take 6 coins here. It's just looking critically between temporary shipping and the dwelling card and the priest. I mean, how many dwellings can we feasibly have down for the next round? It kind of makes sense to upgrade a temple here and grab water 1 in order to hit these timings. So that already accounts for a lot. Oh, they leave all of them open for us and they take 6 coins. Okay, so be it. What are we going to have resource-wise next round? If we want to get our temple, we're going to take 3 workers as income plus a 4th from the cult reward. So we will be at 5 workers. If 2 of those go into making a temple, then we want to build 3 dwellings, ideally. Just for producing as much worker income as we can, and in preparation for upgrading them to trading posts on round 4. So can we get, let's see, if we make this into a temple, we definitely have enough coins for all of this. Then, we would be ending with 1, 2, 3, 4 dwellings in only 1 dig. So that is 4 points. This is assuming that we can make the dig, which is actually a bit of a dicey proposition. Swarmlings are going to take 8 power here. So they're actually going to cap themselves. So they may well open up on the double dig. Cultists easily can take a single dig after that. Though I guess they don't actually have anywhere to drop with single dig. That is something of a problem for them. Lack of territory to dig. I guess if they throw extra workers at it, they can hard dig this tile. I don't know, we sort of have to hope on... Oh, wait, actually I might not have money to do all this if I have to upgrade shipping too. It's the fact that it's only 4 points. I think the temporary shipping tile does seem like the better option, and maybe gives me the flexibility to execute a hard dig if required, because I can then use the priest for it. That's a little sketchy. But maybe that's the line here. Let's go for temp shipping. I am enticed mostly by being offered the power. I would very much prefer to have 9. Okay. And also that gives me enough, it gives me not only enough power to do a dig, but it also gives me, if such a thing is allowed, it may or may not be, it also forgoes me having to spend 4 coins on a shipping upgrade. So I already have, otherwise I have to spend 4 on a shipping upgrade, 4 on a temple, 2 on a trading post, and then 3 on dwellings. That's 13. It is more than I have. I guess the excess could... Yeah, okay. No shocker that swarmlings would double dig. They took this hex. Alright. More power to them. They can dig another... Oh, they're digging over here. Okay, that's going to result in more power for us as they try and come around. So that's interesting. I was kind of hoping they'd, cut off the cultists. Looks like that's not occurring. Okay, cultists snap up the coins. Makes perfect sense. They had a lot of workers relative to their coin amount, and they didn't have anywhere interesting to dig, or rather, nowhere to dig where they could build on afterwards, as I stated previously. Probably the cultists are looking to upgrade their shipping this round, because if they upgrade to rank 1 shipping, they then get the ability to dig this hex, and then this could maybe be a town, or they could just use it as a bridge to dig here, and then they can be up here for a very realistic town pressed against the Chaos Magicians. So I think that shipping line is going to be what they're interested in. Meanwhile, we got to dig. So we dig. We need our digs something fierce. This is enough resources for, yes, for temple, as well as a temple, and then also building 3 dwellings. Yep, okay. That's the line then. There is a possibility that we will 3-town this game, since we are coming to the west. And if we do 3-town it, we actually... It's conceivable that we use a bridge tower to do it over here. Do I want this? I probably do. It's gonna, again, ensure the cultists have even more dominance on stuff. But I probably do want it. Am I getting any other power this round? So, it's just a question of can I double dig for the next? Probably not. Swarmlings have a tendency to monopolize the double dig because they spend all their resources so quickly. And then they just, power cap themselves round after round very commonly. Yeah, I think I'll take it. Again, because I'm not in cult competition with them anywhere. They're going to win all the cults. Or, well, no, Chaos Magician will probably poach 1 or 2. Maybe Swarmlings even get 1. We will get none of the cults. Which means that we need to milk these, and we need favor scoring, and we need to win network. We gotta... if we are giving up on cults, we gotta work hard for our points elsewhere. Speaking of working hard for our points elsewhere, I think it is time for us to make motions at the water favor. If we go towards it here, we're guaranteed 1 because only Swarmlings and Cultists can upgrade for a temple to take a favor on their next move. And Swarmlings already has a water 1. So that means that Chaos Magicians definitely will... I mean, they don't have to lose out. It's not obvious everyone will want that favor, but we want the favor. What are we doing with... Where do we want to put this temple? Go either or. It probably doesn't matter very much. Again, I think we're towning faster here, so I'll get this one upgraded. That seems very reasonable. Now, we have the option to invest our priest for coins. That's pretty nice. I made this action first because, again, I just paranoid about losing out on water 1. Okay. No, I'm definitely gonna look illusion. I'm just slow about catching up. I'm sorry. Jeez. Oh wow. Okay. Sorry. I see. I'm just marveling at the picture. This is that's a very beautiful piece of work, and it's sort of unclear how. Okay, do I want this power? Probably. I'm still only taking 6 power as income, and I don't anticipate gaining any else this round. So that seems reasonable to click accept. On the other hand, actually, if the Swarmling's probably digging here on the opening move of next round, so then I would get capped out of accepting that. And I'd rather take it from Swarmlings than Cultists. So I think, actually, I'm gonna go ahead and decline on this. And that's gonna actually put a hamper in Cultists. No, Cultists still... Well, if they invest a priest, they don't get 2 digs out of air yet, but they have another round to make someone else give them this power. I think I'm confident enough in the Swarmlings digging up this way that I will decline this. Alright. So, I see the Forgotten Ancient picture. Are there... Oh, I just don't know how to use Imager. I see. So I can scroll down and see all the others. I see Serum Visions, Dragon Storm. Is the unused Soul Ring, is that the final picture on display here, Illusion? So many of these are gorgeous. Yep, that's the final one? Okay. Oh. Interesting. Chaos Magicians just upgraded the hard way. Wasn't expecting that. That said, they can still get a temple this round, so if we want to gain that water 1, we gotta take it now. And that is for me. Huzzah. So we still have 2 dwellings to throw down this round. And a priest to invest so that we get paid extra monies. Not super concerned about winning this this cult reward down the line, just because we're almost certainly going to be power capped that round anyhow. So the only considerations are: do we want the 3 water spot because it's a 3, or do we want to take 1 in air in some sort of deluded hope that we can win this cult? And take 1 free spade. And unfortunately, okay, yeah, I was about to say, Cultists very likely to snag one of those priest spots so they can try to hit it in time. So it's now not possible for us. We know where we want our priest going. And Chaos Magician's sad because I just prevented them from getting a water 1. Indeed, they make the temple upgrade. What favors are they even going to take here? Like, Fire 1, interesting. It's a little late for a Fire 1, but like they're having so many coin problems, as I predicted, that it doesn't even surprise me. Maybe Fire 2 is the other favor that they grab. Just because they're definitely interested in a point favor at this juncture. Also, they, literally their only options are Fire 2 and Air 1 unless they want a 3, which is insane this early in the game. Completely insane. So they can't take any of these, so yeah, it's just Air 1 or Fire 2. And I think Fire 2 is the better favor for them. Probably. We'll see what they decide. Wow. It is a shame that you're gonna delete these, Illusion. These are such pretty pieces of art. And you sold the last one. So you just hang these around your home, huh? Oh, Seismic Assault. I said that I didn't know that card, but now I recognize it now that I see the art. That's the enchantment that lets you, like, use lands to shock stuff. Yes? Classically comboed with Swans of Bryn Argol. In a deck that's basically those cards and a lot of lands. Dakmore Salvage. Dakmore Salvage is the... oh, yes, I see. The Dredge land. Okay. That, yeah, that works. Okay, where to now? Let's get our priest invested, and since we have no interest in anything else, let's take down water. Maybe we won't lose a cult. Amazing. We also give ourselves 1 power out of the deal, which is nice. Even more reason not to accept from the cultists there. Oh, Chaos Magicians did take a rank 3 favor. Wow. That determined to... I mean, I guess I'm happy to see these people butting heads like this, competing with each other in obnoxious ways. Obnoxious to each other. It's great for me on the sidelines. I can just, meanwhile, try to win network and stuff. You passed on purchasing swans. Why was that? Are you just not a special fan of the card? Don't like the way the picture printed, or is it because the price wasn't right? All very valid reasons. We're gonna be last in the action order yet again. Oh well. Oh well. Would be nice if we could get this trading post bonus card, but we really need to get our dwellings out now, so I'm not gonna wait up on that. There we go. We have a dwelling. And then the next dwelling even gives us 1 worker income. We didn't have a pass out of cultists. What did they... oh, they advanced shipping, as predicted, because they're likely to try and want to come through here next round. I don't want to miss this worker income, so I'm for sure building that now. We missed too much worker income on account of what happened to us in round 2. Okay, did we just see a hard big? Ah, no, the bonus card spade. Okay, so that's nice for us because it means we actually get to pass not in last position. So we will do that now. And then we can start taking, you know, this lines up with next round objective perfectly. So we're very happy about taking this trading post scoring card. Then we get 8 points per trading post. And also we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 workers. Coin's a little more of a problem. Only gonna be at 7, but oh well. We'll make it work. That is still 2 trading post upgrades, and we can put them both right in here. If possible, I would like to secure access to some spades because we're going to need them for round 5 following that. Yeah, Cultist taking exactly my line here. If we 3-town this game, it's liable to happen by us, I guess if we take here, here, and here, then on one shipping, we're connected around here, and we can build on these for towns too. We can throw the bridge in here, and the bridge in here. Yeah. Unfortunately, if we don't grab this hex, or... Oh, this hex is even better, it's only 2 digs. Then we need a lot more shipping to connect, and I'm not super happy about having to invest in all that shipping when we can't get paid points for it off a bonus tile. Okay. Swarmlings double digging. And now that they've taken this tile here, cultists are pretty well and truly cut off. It is possible for them to connect their network. They must go to obnoxious lengths to make it happen. Now, if we're going to upgrade 2 trading posts this round, which we surely are going to at 8 points a pop, then that only leaves us with a worker and a coin afterwards. So we could build 1 more dwelling, but doing that doesn't give any extra income, so it's better to just save it for the round after, where we'll get 2 more points for digging it. But I guess since we're just routinely getting piled on, losing all these spades to the swarmlings, taking that, I am inclined to go ahead and dig this hex here, just so it's available for the round after. Then the other hex that we would maybe be interested in digging for the round after is we want to dig this forest, because it gives us access to 2 spots to build dwellings. If I don't take this here, Chaos Magicians definitely will. So let's make sure that's not how this goes. Oh, Chaos Magician's still on no shipping. That's surprising. They're having a really awful game. So let's dig here now. Nope, not gonna build. Confirm. Having 2 trading posts live is... Oh my gosh, I just realized. Somehow I only figured this out now, that our trading posts cost less because we're the engineers. I don't know how I missed that. So actually I have way more resources than I thought. This is a shame. That means I think I wanted to possibly upgrade shipping first. The Swarmling's got another bump on every cult just to be obnoxious to everyone. You know, all these people racing for cults. The fools. Okay, this is the play. Wow. Meanwhile, I'm content to just get these upgraded. So, power income for the next round. We're going to take 8 with our 2 trading posts, maybe a 3rd trading post. 8 power income, enough to... Actually, it's 1 shy of what we need to get a double dig. So, we would ideally like to accept 1 point of power somehow, because I would love to lead off with a double dig in my next round. Okay, well, there's our point of power. Sheesh. Now this is gonna be... Okay, cultists at 2 shipping dug across. Oh no, they have temp shipping. Okay. So presumably they'll look to get like 3 shipping and then just build here and then they'll be connected. This is the only way to make sense of this. Even still, it's very far out of their way and they only have 1 town set up. So... I'm not feeling too bad about this. Would be nice if we got this water hex here. But not in a huge hurry, because if we don't get it, we have backups. Like 3 shipping. So, unfortunately, Illusion, I don't know Quentin Hoover. Uh, I, I'm ashamed to admit, I like Lord of the Rings, but I'm not that much of an LOTR nerd. So, I can't. I mean, I'm sure it's very pretty, but oh, Quentin Hoover's an MTG artist. I didn't. What is meant by a Lord of the Rings art? Like, is the art printed in the book itself? Or is it some other kind of fan art? Or art in any of the myriad spin-offs and merch sales? Okay. Really a pain to have this double dig go every time. I should have expected it. It's kind of the pattern a lot of less great Swarmlings players lock themselves into, where they have no worker income, but they have all the trading posts. So what do? Well, they start the round, they double dig. They use that double dig to build a worker or a dwelling with their 2 worker income. And then they proceed to use the stronghold power to upgrade that worker into a trading post to make sure they stay under this lock, and then they pass first to repeat it all again. It's a very annoying loop to play against, even though you'll generally crush them as they're doing that, just because it means the double dig's never available. And unfortunately, as engineers, we don't have a great backup to deal with that. Other factions like Chaos Magicians can look to upgrade their digging capabilities. Engineers, that's really far out of the realm of acceptable. His most iconic piece is Vesuvian Doppelganger. Okay. I believe I know that card. Sorry, what actions did we just see? We saw Chaos Magicians advance shipping, and Swarmlings advance on Cult of Water. Okay. What do we want to do? We want to get another trading post. That's for sure. Trading posts worth way too many points not to get them now while we can. 8 points a pop. You rarely pass that up for much of anything in Terra Mystica. Okay, so now we're at our 8 power income, which does cap us out. So that means that if we were to pass next, we would be first in line and we could start with the double dig. Not super great because we don't have great places to put those digs yet. So we would need to have our shipping upgraded to be able to lead off with that. Swarmlings took a temple. Okay. So unfortunately, if we try to make that play of upgrading shipping, Swarmlings are still going to be passed ahead of us, so we still won't get to double dig. Which is becoming kind of annoying at this point. We don't have anywhere else we could upgrade a trading post without paying lots. Which maybe we should be willing to do, actually. I could build a dwelling here, then upgrade it to a trading post, because that's worth so many points, and it pays back some economic dividends for sure. It also lets us found a town right now. That has some nicety. What town tiles are left? I don't think we're very interested in getting a bump of 1 on every cult. It seems unlikely to matter much. But we may very plausibly, actually we could gain shipping using our town. That's probably the route that we want to take here. That saves us a goodly number of resources. Okay, let's go ahead and well, yeah, let's do that. It's too many points not to, as mentioned earlier. Okay, in we go. That means I could have been a move quicker on all of this by building that, but I don't think it's gonna matter. I think doing all of this is gonna wind up with me passing last anyhow. Oh no, actually I don't think it does. Well, crumb. One thing we could entertain is investing a priest in air. And the reason we do that is then we can use second priest in air and then gain the all bump of 1 on towns when we found the towns, so that we get this spade. But I don't like that because it doesn't let us upgrade our shipping, so we can't drop the spade in a useful place. The best would be terraforming this lake into a forest space. It's pretty amazing that you know all these MTG artists off the top of your head, Illusion. Like, I guess I can really fathom people who figure out that sort of stuff, but it's I don't know. It's just so much information to memorize, I feel like. There's already so many Magic the Gathering cards as is. Actually, can I upgrade 2 trading posts the hard way here? And is that insane? This is 2 coins, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 resources. I would need 10. So, that's not happening. We'll just upgrade the 1 the hard way. And then wind up with some surplus of priests that we'll have to... Honestly, using priests as workers for the next round may be the way forward here. I wonder if... There's no universe where we get to have this dwelling scoring card, is there? That just sounds insane. Like, if we did, for the dwelling scoring round, it would be bonkers, but given that I've committed to upgrading this right here, which is worth more than the dwelling scoring card can be, it just seems a little crazy. Also, how much power income are we going to take doing this? It'll be so much. 8, 9, 10? I can't store that at all. Okay. I guess that means I'm going to be power capped every round for the rest of the game. Nifty. I mean, we predicted that would happen in the transition from round 5 to 6, but it's happening a little ahead of schedule. Okay, Swarmling's got the spade card. Maybe that means that a digging power action finally falls to us. It would be lovely if true. If not, we'll... Ah! Okay. Losing this, kind of problematic. Now, all of a sudden, this hex is needed. Otherwise, we are not going to be connected in network. Like, if this gets taken, I think it's literally impossible to connect across here. Yes, it is. Okay. So, well, we have a new priority. We can ask ourselves which town tile we're interested in doing. I think workers, because I anticipate having to make hard digs. And we're going to have to do it somewhat aggressively to get through here. Which, oh well. Oh well. If we bump 1 on every cult, how is that worth any reasonable sum of power? I guess power is just converting to power actions or coins, but ideally power actions. Yeah, it really does seem better to aim for this town tile. If I grab this here, I'm gonna need 3 shipping to connect unless I also get this forest hex. But there shouldn't be any competition for that hex, I don't think. They're already gonna have a town across here. So I'm anticipating calling it good enough at just the one. But I guess we don't even have that shipping. So the shipping tile is going to be better for us than the worker tile. Yeah, we can go ahead and up our shipping. Priests probably getting used as workers now. That is a hefty chunk of power, but I think it's actually no power if we take it. Oh no, it winds up giving us 1 coin for 3 points. That's a pretty bad rate. Because we're already power capped in passing. And of course it comes from the cultists who are going to be extra annoyed that we are refusing them. So, that much more reason to refuse. I guess that makes sense, Lexabite, that you kind of figure out the styles for all of them. I've heard more people than just you, Illusion cite Rebecca Guai as their favorite. I mean, I guess you didn't just claim her as your favorite, but you know, I've heard a lot of people say they really like what she does. So, we're happy to pass now. We don't have anything pressing left to do in this round. Okay, cultists did find a move after us. What was that? Oh, that was making the upgrade here, right. Oh, it looks like Swarmlings took the 1 power, so they got the bump anyway. I kid here, chat. I'm not actually so surprised. I mean, I tracked my reasoning the whole way through. I understand why I made the choices that I did, but I did at the outset think I was going to make a shipping upgrade quickly. Now I think I'm in use priest as workers mode because I have very little worker income for this late in the game. And I don't think I can feasibly fight cults. Maybe I can take not last in Earth, but there's no urgent need to do it. Guai paints flowers coming out of butts. And a guy's you know what. Okay. I think I do know what. Ouch. Where did she find opportunity to paint such art? Was that like Lorwyn block? You could sort of imagine an image like that fitting with some of the fairy stuff. That they sprouted plants and flowers and blossoms out of whatever interesting orifices. Okay, Chaos Magicians did find a pass faster than us. Shame we can't have that dwelling card. Oh well. So we can stall if we want temporary shipping from the cultists, but I don't think we want that. The 3 power is worthless. So I think we're just looking at taking 7 coins, which is going to give us infinity money. But, oh well, we'll do it. I would like to be not last in the order for next round, for once. And we're doing pretty okay at generating ourselves points here. This is very scary that just because connection kind of a must. Like, we cannot bomb network this game or we're just not going to make things happen. Lexabite, I don't know about that. Maybe not. Like I said, I can think of some sets where that might have fit in. Especially, you could definitely imagine that as an alternate picture for the infamous card Naturalize. That is what that would look like if you did it on a person. Okay, so everyone gets a ton of spades here, but not me, and that sucks. Swarmlings turning this one. Chaos turning there. Chaos get another hit. Okay, over here. And where are the cultists gonna terraform? Probably this space twice, so they can build through here. It wouldn't surprise me, actually, if they wanted these couple spots. I mean, what they really wanted was both of these, but now Chaos Magician's in their way. So actually it looks like they're going to have to make a bridge town out of this to get to. We have our sights set higher on 3, which is looking very ambitious given what phase of the game we're at. This connecting thing, kind of a bitch. Do we get to have... No, again, we don't get to have it. We can't have nice things because swarmlings are going to take all of them and waste them in front of us so that it's extra painful to watch. So taking here, they don't even have like a spot to point. Whatever. Do your thing, swarmlings. Derp in your corner. A bondage fairy. Taking a look. Oh, I see. I did not know this card. Okay. Well, we can't have that. So what can we have? We want to build as many dwellings as possible. We're gonna get pretty far down in points if we can't do that. And fortunately, we don't have any easy hexes to put them on except this one. This is kind of a problem. We're probably gonna have to do a hard dig. If we do a hard dig, we still have like 7 with scare quotes workers here if we use all the priestess workers. Yeah, I was kind of hoping I could have that one too, but apparently not. Jeez. Okay, no digging for us ever. If we do one hard dig, we can build both of these. If we do 2 hard digs, can we build 3 spots? That takes 3 workers for the dwellings, plus 6 workers to throw at oof. 6. Okay. So we would need 9 workers. We need to come up with 2 more. I mean, I guess this is our dig action this game. This is really, really sad. So we'll go ahead and snipe this one. And that one. I mean, I guess that's all we can do. Unfortunately. And then we will build all... We're still not connected on doing that, but I feel like this isn't I don't know. There's not a super strong incentive for someone to cut it. And then if we get down 3 workers, at least that's in a good spot for income-wise for the last round, but it's still pretty pathetic. We are going to need these, though. There's no way we can do enough digging without. So let's go ahead and pinch it. Lol. Okay. This has gotten kind of funny. Yeah, so they threw 6, yes. My goodness, there are so many workers being thrown around in crazy ways here. I mean, I guess they are achieving the goal of screwing each other. If they do that, are we just looking at beating swarmlings? And can we even beat swarmlings? Is unfortunately a real question. Like, we're getting cut off of capability to dig so hard. I wish we were any other faction so that we could play against the bad swarmling strat that I just detailed by upgrading our digging as a countermeasure. So Chaos Magicians... Yeah, I'm not even going to try and analyze what weirdness is going down here. I just know that well, let's see. I guess... Actually, this isn't a crazy spot for cultists to take because they can town over here. Nifty. I think we want this one right now. And this one, and we'll just build the 3 dwellings and we'll cry a little inside. That is all we get to do. Actually, what happens if I upgrade my digging twice, right now? Then I use the priest's workers. I have 2 priests, 1 worker, crumb. That's not enough. Not enough. So I guess we are going to have to do this by hard digs. Okay, we're over there. Who just got the coins? That was the cultists. Alright. So we actually can take a bunch of power now from cultists as they found their town here, which seems like what they're surely going to do. What is their shipping is only 2. Okay, where were we just offered power? We were offered it by the swarmlings. So we can take this here, possibly. Maybe. The problem is it's not going to set up for any of the power. Well, it could set us up to build a bridge this round. Maybe that's something we want to do over here, just because we're going to get a stronghold on the stronghold and sanctuary on the final round, so that this town's up. Actually, we don't even need the sanctuary because we'll put a dwelling here. So we'll just get a stronghold out here. Okay, so then we do want a bridge, so we only have to dig these hexes and this hex. Yeah, so I'll take it. Okay. Do I want to build the bridge right now? It's the only actual thing that can disappear away from me in the interim. It does make me even more power capped if I have to burn power tokens for it. Will anyone else be interested in a bridge? There's no reason for... Well, I guess swarmlings could do it just to, like, to make a mega town assembly in all this, and maybe get a 3rd town, actually. So they might have some incentive. So I might have to... but if I do this, I lose access to double dig for the next round. And I would really like to be able to 1 move, 2 move, and then pass. This is so sad. This game is not going very well at all. But it's not going well for anybody. So maybe there's hope. Maybe. I don't know if a town is going to manage to manifest here or not. We can maybe wait on the bridge a bit. We can always build bridges the hard way as engineers if we must. World's saddest conversion right here. And then we build this. and we'll end taking one more dwelling. We'll have all the coins we could ever need for the last round. So, I mean, we just want to get on a scoring tile, but none of them even score especially great. Cultists are winning? Very plausibly, yes. I could believe that. Okay, this is a triple dig for the Chaos Magicians, but they have a lot of incentive to try it. And the reason I say that is then they can actually double town this game. We'll wait and see when it comes back to us if we're interested in passing yet. Because now we've done everything important that we can do for this round. Which is sad. If we want to build dwelling, and then upgrade a stronghold, we only get 5 workers because we've just been forced to do some insane number of hard digs. So that's all 5 of them right there, and that doesn't even make a town out of this. It's a little too weak still. We can maybe use a priest as a worker to get an extra trading post in here, but it's still pretty sad. Okay, cultists got a fast pass. How much power income do cultists have? 2. So cultists will not be in a... Oh, but they also gain from the fire cult. But they're only rank 3 there. That's not enough to take any of this. So cultists won't, in the lead position, will not be able to execute a double dig. So that goes to us, and we can have this space. Thank goodness. Okay, do I want this power? I think almost certainly not, because I'm just going to be converting down anyhow, so that I can take all of my outrageous power income. This is 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so if I just convert these down to coins, that's... Yeah, okay, I have to decline. Alright. That's a breather to see that at least we get, oh, maybe not. There's still time to lose out on connection, sadly. Let's see what the Chaos Magicians do. They definitely can make some plays with their priests if they want. Like, they can take even more power. I guess they can't. Are they going to be power capped anyway? No, they will not. Okay. They advanced on water. More power to them. I'm passing here without building the bridge because I want to ensure I double dig. Screw these swarmlings. This has to happen. And I'm converting here so I can actually accept my 10 power income. As it happens, I also get to pass onto a particularly nice bonus card. It gives me a worker and points. So, yeah, this is about as good as we could hope for moving into the last round. Despite the fact that I'm engineers, I've built no bridges, I'm probably not going to take a lot of bridge points at game end with my stronghold power. It's kind of a weak setup, but we still have 2 towns to found, and I think we can do that. I believe it's possible. Illusion, if you want to see Chaos Magicians not taking it easy, watch the VOD. I did just play them, and I'm not spoiling how well I did for you, but I am gonna say I certainly don't take it easy. I play my hardest as often as I can. Unfortunately, well, actually, maybe not so unfortunately. I was gonna say, we don't have a good use for the bridge tower, but actually it might be the token that goes here, just to save on resources, pathetic as that is. I don't know yet, we'll see. I definitely cannot put a bridge tower here because I need this adjacency to be able to upgrade and make a town out of this next to the cultists. I am going to scroll back through my chat at the end of this and take a look at all of these MTG art chats that I've missed. I do promise to do that, but unfortunately, Unfortunately, I don't really have. I'm not gonna try and do that now. Here's what I'll say to you, Illusion. I have looked at all of your photos, and I can see why you got these. It's really gorgeous. They must make for interesting stories to tell your house guests. Like, explaining to people who don't play Magic the Gathering that come and visit what exactly was going on there is, Yikes, I'm gonna need to hard dig this hex. This is gonna be tight, but I think we can double town. Also, Chaos Magicians gave up on two-towning and bridged these together, so they have a town. Huzzah. Hope they're proud of it. You'd rather not tell people? No, I would want to show those off. They'd be over my mantle. Like, all of the rooms I would take guests in. There's such interesting stories to tell. And many of them are just very beautiful pictures in their own right. I'm surprised you would want to be secretive about this. Okay, Chaos Magicians go for the cult bump. Well, that subtracts some points from cultists, maybe? So maybe we can be happy with that. As mentioned in chat, it does look like cultists are probably our primary competitors here. This has turned into a very degenerate, scrappy game. Lots of people taking cutthroat shots at each other. I feel like I've done maybe the least of that this game, actually. Probably not going to get to take a bridge power action because I imagine, well, no, maybe the cultists aren't interested in bridging here. They probably can't make town out of this. They're probably more... I don't even know. I don't know if the cultists are... They're going to want to build a sanctuary for a town here. That's all I'm actually confident in. Let's see how the Swarmlings fare without a double dig. Will they even know what to do with the first move on their turn? Very plausibly not. Oh, it's a theft problem? Huh. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's possible if you're very paranoid about that or you live in the wrong sort of neighborhood. I guess it's possible, like, making someone aware of how valuable those actually are. Because they probably wouldn't know without you assisting that in some way. We certainly know our first move. Well, not quite. We don't know if we want to bridge tower it or build a dwelling. I'm leaning on towards bridge tower here. The only advantage of dwelling at all is that because there's no incomes left to take, dwelling is worth 2 points because of my earth favor. But it costs a worker and a coin, and this is going to be really tight as is. And actually, the worker and the coin could very plausibly be turned into a bridge later in the turn if things go a certain way. So I'm gonna bridge tower this. I think that's probably the safer bet. Yep, okay. Because I definitely don't need it here. There's no way I'm hard digging both of these hexes. Yep, okay. Now, I still need to make a TP upgrade, a hard dig. Oh gosh, this is actually a lot of workers to do. It's 5 to build a stronghold from scratch here. 8 when I count the hard dig. And then I need to make a trading post upgrade elsewhere, and that takes it to 9 workers. That's more than I have. So I think no surprise that I'm going to take a worker town here. Yeah. Yep, worker town it is. That should make this quite doable. And then if I wind up with surplus resources at turn end, the worker town is good for turning those into points, because my best turning resources into points ability at this stage, given how this game is played out, is going to be spending 2 workers to build a bridge, since I'll have the stronghold there. Have I disconnected? It says updating game situation. It's acting like it's my turn. I'm gonna go ahead and refresh the page. I don't believe you haven't screwed this up. Board game. Okay, yep, there, it just bugged out. Okay, what can you do? Worker town, get in there. Okay, bridge cut away by swarmlings. Does it do anything for them? No, it doesn't. They just want to make sure no one else can have nice things. I don't think anyone wanted that nice thing, but, you know, they're just gonna bridge for no reason. I guess, no, it saves them avoiding shipping once, but upping shipping once is worth points, whereas the bridge isn't. Do I want all this? Probably not. Let's count it and make sure. So again, I'm looking at 5 workers to build the stronghold, 8, a 9th for a TP upgrade. Yep. And then how many coins is all of that? It's 1, 2, 3, 9, and then 4 for an expensive trading post. So I definitely have the coins, I have the workers. This, even if it gave me an extra worker to drop an extra bridge, that would just pull even on points, and it doesn't even do that. So I'm gonna have to turn this down. No thanks. Okay, cultist favor is fire 2. Oh, they do that so that this is a town already. That makes sense. Is there a possibility that they can get the resources they need? Oh, they just take 11 points. Okay. No shocker. Let's get to work doing what we have to... Oh my gosh, I did miscount. I did miscount because I need a bridge also, or this isn't a town. I might have needed the acceptance there. Well, let's see if we can figure this out. I can't power action for a bridge. Can I make a whole nother town now? Probably not. 3 power for a worker should do it, but I don't think I'm gaining that kind of power anywhere. Ugh, okay, this is unfortunate. So do I just proceed with the plan, or is there a better way if I'm short? I needed to take that. Still might not have gotten it even with that. I don't know that the cultists are gonna try and like dig this out into a town in any meaningful sense. Think I want to build a... Well, do I even want to build a stronghold? Oh, I can still town up here by not building the stronghold. That seems like the much better line. I would have to build multiple trading posts the hard way, but I have the cash for it. Okay, so we're just gonna dig this down. Wait, I can't upgrade that many trading posts. Crap, because I have them all elsewhere. This is really hard to think how I might do this. I don't think I can gain enough. If I count it again, it's definitely 5 to build the stronghold, 8 to dig it, 9 for an extra trading post upgrade, and then 10, 11 to bridge. And it's those last 2 that are a problem. I don't think there's any way I can gain it. What if... No, that doesn't work either. If I can't town up, is there a better line? Like, trading posts are worth 5 points. Stronghold also worth 5 points. It's probably best to just move forward with this plan. But I don't think... Yeah, I'll have to hard dig here. Well, okay, we're in there. Mostly for lack of time to come up with a better allocation, and I'm not sure I see one, unfortunately. Okay, Swarmlings got fire too. Woohoo, go you, Swarmlings. Since they are bridged and they have the sanctuary, they can now drop the breeding ground. If they have power. They do have power to single dig this as a breeding ground. So I can take 4 power. Four power from them building. Oh no, I can take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It'll cost me 5 points, but if it gets me the town, that seems worth. And that seems like what they're gonna do. So I should just continue on assuming I'm paying 5 points for 6 power, which is kind of horrifying, but I guess that's how this is going down. It's enough to make a worker the hard way. And the one worker is all I need. Just one, and then I can gain access to 9 points and a priest. And other points worth of stuff. Like, it gives me 3 for making the bridge, too. Yep, there it is. They dig, and they're gonna dig the breeding pool, because... yeah. So this is enough. Crazy as it is to click accept, we're doing it. Let's just make sure I haven't miscounted yet again. So 3 for the stronghold, 1 to upgrade trading post, And then I just need one more worker. Yep, okay. It checks out. Not too often you see someone accept 6 power at once on the final round of this game. Yeah, we're getting a whoa, but surely because they're surprised I clicked accept. That said, there's nothing, other people can't really interrupt with this plan, so we're just gonna charge through with it and do our thing. And finish out this west town. Nifty that we're going to get to pass and score, we are actually going to get to score on pass 11 points, 3 for our strong power, hold power, 8 from our bonus card, and nobody else gets points on pass from a bonus card. Only if they've taken an Air 1 favor, which just Swarmlings did. My turn again. Where do we want the trading post here? Let's make it this one out in the middle of nowhere. Like that. That's worth 5 points also. 3 from our favor, 2 from the bonus card. How are we gonna do network-wise? We're gonna leave 5 things on our map. And that's way better than Chaos Magicians and probably better than Cultists. But may not be better than Swarmlings, actually. We might actually lose on network to them. In fact, they have a tile to build right here. So, that seems likely to happen. And actually, does that found a town for them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do they have a fire too? They do. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. And then 3 more is 22? How is this not 3 towns already? Is it? Maybe I missed and they already got their extra town. Oh, it is. Here, here, here. Okay, so they have no towns left to found. I guess we're probably going to wind up tying Swarmlings then. Do we want this power? No. This power, not so good for us. All the crazy things we do to make a town. Jeez. And, let's see. If I take a shipping, I guess it's only 7 points. So the priest one is strictly better. Yeah, it's gotta be priest. Okay, there's some points. If we can take 1 more power, it is worth a point. If we just somehow leech it, like, through this building, maybe. Would be nice to get that 1 point, just because it makes a number divisible by 3 at final resource scoring. Actually, we can get the power by using the priest we just got. So, yes. How are we doing on cults? We are last on all of them but water. And our priest, not about to change that. So we'll just bump water so that we get the power to make an extra point. And also, in case the cultists somehow find a way to advance enough here. Seems unlikely. They would surely be... Actually, I guess they're limited on town keys, so they can't progress past on the Earth Cult. Lexabite? No, it does not matter where you put the town tile at all. Unless you are mermaids. Because of funkiness with the mermaid passive, it can matter for them. But for no other race does it matter where you throw the town tiles. So why does it make you do it? Who knows? Okay, we did take an extra point of power from Chaos Magician's upgrading Stronghold. Woo. No, I don't want to lose points. I already did such wonderful things. I don't want to lose points now. I mean, do we even need to invest this priest? Like, it doesn't actually make a difference now that I got that power. It didn't even before, because we could use the priest as the extra resource on final scoring. But we're definitely not moving past anybody else anywhere, so may as well try on water to hang on to our lead in case there's some crazy way cultists can take like a water 3 favor. Get up there! Huzzah! Yeah, so the reason it can matter with mermaids is that with mermaids, your passive ability lets you skip one river space and treat it as part of the town. There's not actually a building there, but it's part of the town, so you can kind of like build on both sides of a river. But imagine for a second that the mermaids had both of these hexes pictured here, where the Chaos Magician Temple is and my bridge tower. So, under those circumstances, if they have both of those hexes, and then they also have like this hex over here and this hex over here, if they get enough levels of buildings to found a town, then they can found with either one of these two, skipping either this hex or this hex, but they can't do both. And so they have to use, the mermaids are required to use the town tile to mark which hex they've skipped over. And the reason that matters is not so much for that town that they found, but then, like, if they want to use this dwelling as part of the town, then this one can't be part of any other towns. And likewise, if they choose to have this part of the town, then the left side one can't be part of any other towns. Or sorry, then the right side one can't be part of other towns. So that's why they have to mark it and why it matters. Alright, how are we doing? I didn't count this up. Are we getting murdered? Maybe? Oh my gosh, did we do it? We did it. Okay, well this was a highly inelegant game. But we won it. So, yay us. Huzzah! Okay. And the rating goes up. Unfortunately, we missed hitting 420 on the nose and made it straight to 421. You know, for the memes. So, okay, actually, this is a little better. If we look at our ELO to the decimal value, it's 420.95. So we kind of hit the 420. Kinda. Also nice to take some points off of a very highly rated player. How could I? Illusion, I did it! Look, I got the 420. And now I think we are heading back to the queue. Let's see if our good runs can continue. Agree, Lexabyte. If it had been 420.69, it would have been amazing. Oh, interesting. Okay. So we are in a game with a lot of people rated significantly lower. So, gotta be on our game this one because we could lose a lot of points if we don't do well here. That queued really fast. No kidding. I'm very pleased about that. Alright, what's in this game? We have all the scoring cards except dwelling scoring. Interesting. Also, a stronghold scoring event in the first round. So maybe gonna lean a little more towards a faction that will build stronghold or, I guess, sanctuary in round 1. Right? Like, if we got this bonus tile with the Chaos Magicians, might not be the worst opening. We have town scoring in round 6, so very not interested in the Swarmlings. It's very much going to be a game of... Okay, well, darn. There go hopes of playing the Alchemists. I would have been interested in doing that on this board, I think. But, that's not happening. This is an interesting one for Darklings, and the reason I say that is that it might be possible to get a Darkling Sanctuary on round 1, which would be nuts. Then you could use both priests as spades on round 2. Like, that's certainly what we want to look for, but in order to make that happen, Darklings need to produce an extra 4 workers and an extra 3 coins for the first round, which is a lot. It's doable, but it's a lot. But there are some plausible lines where it could happen. Even on just like 4 coins and a cult step, it's actually possible. If you use their starting priest as a worker, then you only have to come up with 3 more workers. You have the coins covered, so you take this power action, and then you need some more power still to spin up an extra worker. What? I scroll back up and I see insanity. Jeez, these people. Okay. Orin, Giants, Darklings... Snellman, do you have any data for me on this? Does anyone... Orin and Giants at the same time is surely going to make this a very rarely played matchup. But let's take a look. Okay, statistically, Darklings crushing here. Giants and Orin pretty near the bottoms. Near the bottom. Yeah, okay, there's barely any sample size represented in these games, other than that Swarmlings and Nomads do pretty okay. It's interesting. We think through why that is. I guess we're liable to see starts in these spots. I guess I can see why Nomads coming here and Rapid Digging there might be of interest. Whatever faction we submit, I guess even though they're 4th chair, they can have an Earth 1 because Giants will be looking to get Stronghold first round. It's the only Giant opening, and it's that much sweeter when Giants get to do get 5 points for it in the first round. I fear that picking Engineers, we would actually get super bullied around here. With Orin starting there, Giants up here, we wouldn't actually have much to come from here. So, not super excited for that. We could maybe look to something like Swarmlings. Maybe. After all, we know we can get the Stronghold in the first round. And it's pretty sweet whenever your Swarmlings get to have an Earth 1 favor, too. Which is actually something you can do against the Giants. Crazy enough. Yeah, maybe that's alright. Swarmlings will have 2 color neighbors. Whereas if we pick Nomads, there will be 1. Really not looking at... I don't want to play Giants or Orin. They're pretty crappy. So I'm just looking to give myself a good backup alternative to Darklings. What happens if we play Mermaids? That's decently represented in the sample. We could play mermaids and start here a little more flexibly than if we were swarmlings. I guess finding a neighbor out on the west might be tricky if darklings don't cooperate, but maybe giants would start here for us. Mermaid's pretty good at triple towning in round 3. I don't want to play swarmlings with this late town scoring. Well, let's go ahead and toss in those mermaids. They do have all the coin cards and this shipping reward one. So mermaids it is. Illusion, I hope you're happy. And the bids commence on darklings. Of course. Of interesting note here is Orin not really playing against any other cult-heavy factions, so they should have pretty free reign to just do well wherever. So if you make any cult play on this board, you want it to be very focused cult play on one cult. Just try to win one cult. If you're single-minded enough about it, then hopefully. Lexabite, I'm not sure if that's true. Giants are, I don't know, they are, more playable than you might envision. I actually think they're probably stronger than the Orin here. And the reason that I say that giants are, like, yes, their passive ability is abysmal, but the giants actually have a really good stronghold ability, and they can open on it on turn 1 and get 5 points for playing the stronghold. Their stronghold ability is just the same as the nomads. Every round it lets them terraform one thing to red. Except that it counts as making 2 spades to do it, because the interaction with their passive means that that's equivalent. So it will actually then score them 4 points free of charge on round 2. So giants actually, like, they're not in the worst shape here. It could be a thing. I would choose them in preference to Orin, but right now I'm going to keep bidding on these darklings. So if I could get darklings and build the sanctuary to open up the game, that would be incredible. I don't know if it's possible. I'm going to need a lot of power leech to do it, and unfortunately the early action is probably going to be centered in the middle here. So I don't know if absorbing enough power is a possibility. Like, darklings would start at 7. 7 power. If they use this card, which I'm assuming is the best one they can get, then after taking Earth 1 for their temple and using this to take themselves up to 3 on Earth, then they are at 8 power. But 8 power in Bowl 2. So it only spends as if it were 4. You need to come up with 3 extra to actually make that start happen. But that means 6 extra power leached, because of the way the Power Bowl mechanics work. What even is this? People signing... Okay, well, there is no chance I'm playing giants now, because I can get mermaids for 30. What the hell? Yeesh. Yeah, this is looking vaguely close-ish. And mermaids for 30, not so bad when you can take an Earth 1 favor on the opening turn. And then also, you can have one of these excellent starting tiles. Yeah, and you probably get some power leech through here from the giants. There is some worry. The giants could... They could use their stronghold ability to... everyone constantly worries about who is the giants... Who are they going to cut a space away from next? They're very much the bully faction, because they don't... Every space is just as good to terraform for them. We wouldn't want to lose this one as mermaids. It's kind of the only key hex that we care about. I guess there is risk in starting here, because darklings could cut us on that tile, so we'll likely start on this point. at this point. Unless, of course, I bid the Darklings further. Am I interested in doing this? I may well be. I would need to gain a lot of power to make the start that I want. So that might be some sort of insano start where I'm... I don't know. You know, Darklings are pretty good. It's maybe okay to just have the Darklings. If that's what this comes to. But if I get bid down more, I think Mermaids for 30 is way too attractive after that. Oh my god, they're bidding down other factions. This is insanity. And this player's actually thinking like there's a real choice here. I mean, I guess there is. Darklings for 18 is reasonable. But given that they took Orin for 30, maybe they're gonna look to take Orin for 28, which would be nuts. Yeah, Darkling's pretty strong, Lexabyte. Okay, they're bidding down the Giants. More insanity ensues. Please do. I would love to see these other factions go lower in price. Because, you know, the moment anyone bids 18 on Darklings here, I am happy to sign on Mermaids for 30. There are 2 color neighbors for the Mermaids, so it's a little worrying. I guess actually they could get cut off starting here by Orin too, not just the Giants. This might be a little harder with Mermaids than I envisioned, which makes me feel extra happy about having opted for Darklings for 19 instead. Illusion, I don't know if that's true, that I can bid more on Darklings the farther other factions get bid down, because still the target I'm worried about is like relative to the Mermaids. I don't, you know, I'm not, yes, I'm coming up on points relative to Giants and Orin, but I'm still most worried about what the Mermaids will do. I don't think Sanctuary start on 1 is reasonable in this matchup. I can't see how I'm possibly going to gain enough power. It would be epic if it were let to happen, though. Uh-oh, I just realized the music stopped. YouTube, what are you... Yes, keep going. Okay. No, I don't want to watch an ad. No one wants to watch an ad. How did you think that was a good idea, YouTube? Okay. I did get bid down. These point weightings are insane. What are they? Giants are 2 more. Orin are now down 6. Darklings are at 18. And Mermaids still chilling at 30. Okay, so even at these weightings, apparently, well, let's like, if we filter out older seasons and see kind of the newer, yeah, Mermaid's not doing so hot in this matchup. Well, this is too low a sample size to know. But maybe it's not the easiest road here. Maybe the Darklings are the better bid. 17. I did it. And I was promptly bid down yet again. Okay. I'm really worried the thing is about starting here. There's like, it seems very hard to come to this hex. Oron with temp shipping could ship across here or over and up like that. Or Giants could just stronghold it. Like, we have to be very fast. And in 4th chair, if we want to have an Earth 1 too, then that's... I don't know if... I mean... I guess what we could do is in 4th seat, just upgrade this to Trading Post. And if there isn't a start here, then take Double Dig when it comes back to us, because we know we're not under pressure to lose the Earth 1 when Giants build the stronghold. And I mean, that sets up something for us there in the middle. That's something. Oof, we've been talking about Magic the Gathering in stream chat all day. And here we come up against Yawgmoth. It's like Professor Evil himself in the MTG lore. This is a hard call. There is actually... We could maybe make... we could make goddamn BF's opening move here with Mermaids. If we take the Sanctuary and Stronghold scoring card, and then we open up on Stronghold and get paid 9 points for it, and then we try to get to 3 shipping in the next round and just ship around wildly, you know, from here to there, there. It's a line. We could do that. Kind of misses the... One more on Darklings. I will sign up with Mermaids if I'm bid. Oh my gosh, the Oran went down further. What even is this? I feel like I'm gonna have a heart attack if the Oran fall into the night, you know, so that the lead digit is not a 2. Where did... Oh my gosh. They're still going! Why? Why? Oh my gosh. Chad, I said I'm gonna have a heart attack and I hope I was lying. Are they really gonna go further on this? This is insanity. Someone quick, just bid me on Darklings so I can take Mermaids for 30 and restore some semblance of order to this world. There is no semblance of order in this world. Oh. Nope, they did it. Okay. I bought the Darklings. I don't know if I'm happy about that or not. I have to place the first dwelling. Now, unfortunately, I'm not gonna get the power I want to make one of these crazy starts if I just start east. Like, I guess I want this start point because the Oran could very reasonably start here. We know the Darklings want somewhere in the east. Where would the other spot fall, though? Like, probably here? I could maybe viably take this hex, and then that leaves me a decent mix-up to... Like, I can grab here or here depending on what's available, or even here. You might maybe make some very interesting Darklings connection patterns. Yep, I've talked myself into wanting this hex. I want it enough that I'll just go build here now. This is where the action's going to be for Power Leech, so in we go. And if the Oran don't start here and we have no neighbors in this continent, maybe we're just going to make the no East Darkling start. Which would be kind of nuts. Yep, as predicted. those are both there. Where will the giants start? Okay, we have a mermaid neighbor. And mermaids here. Giants could... Okay, if Oran are over here, then we're starting in the east. Sorry, I was gonna make a crazy line, but it is no more. Yep, here we go. Okay, we are last to get to pick our bonus card. Yeah, no shocker that went. Giants would have wanted it if they could have had it. What's gonna come our way? Kind of out of the remaining rabble, I would be most interested in having the priest. I don't know if that's gonna percolate down to us or not. If we don't get the priest, we may well just jump on 6 coins. Or 4 coins cult step, actually. Okay, temp ship for Orin. That's not a shocker. That lets them, you know, if they single dig this, then they have access to a bazillion hexes. No surprises there. So what will the giants take? If giants want to do anything after getting their stronghold, like use it and build a dwelling, they'll need an extra worker. So that might bode in favor of the trading post. No, they'll take the priest. Yeah, I guess the priest is strictly better than an extra worker. I think we're interested in coins and cult step. And we're gonna cult step on round 2. Or, sorry, cult step, obviously Earth, to get paid on round 2. So that probably means that we are looking at a start where we hopefully grab this priest and we can invest in a cult quickly. And then we'll also use one priest as a digging action. I do think I like having the cult step a little better. It's worth 1 power, and it'll be worth a coin down the line. That seems dandy. Okay. There's also some insane world where stuff happens, like people like if mermaids upgrade here and giants like come over here, maybe we actually can just get the damn sanctuary on this starting tile. This leaves open the possibility, whereas the 6 coins didn't. Okay, so where do I want to move first? If I start upgrading here, maybe giants would upgrade... Oh, this is tough, actually. Giants have an interesting choice of which of these they want to upgrade. I would hope they would choose this one, and then the mermaids would choose here, but that may not come to pass. I think this is the site where I would prefer to have the sanctuary later, and I'm going to try and nail these 3 hexes for a town. So let's go ahead and up here. And then we'll just hope. I could maybe get more power upgrading on this side because Orin can't upgrade this without digging. Well, they can. They'll just have to throw a lot of extra money at it. Lexabite, first turn advantage in this game. I don't think people agree, and it's not clear if it is an advantage. Right? There's plenty of stuff that offsets it. Going first in the actual play sequence has its perks, but notice that it had some downsides for me when it came to upgrading, like choosing dwelling placement. I had to be the first one to throw a dwelling on the map. And it also meant... Oh, crap. Mermaids didn't pick here. Okay, so very little power for us. Very little. Giants won't be taking this hex on the next move. They would require their stronghold to do it. So we can grab up Earth 1 first. Before the build. Except we don't have the workers. Crumb. that's something of a problem. I mean, I guess we can procure that by taking this action. Let's just ensure that we have our Earth 1. No, but then we might lose this. I think it's more important to make sure I get this Hex from the Giants than it is to actually fight for an Earth 1. Because I assume Strongholds have to be, or Giants have to be going with a Stronghold. So I'm going to just go ahead and burn this right now and take this power action so that I can dig and construct here as the next move. And you know what? If people do crazy things and I miss on an Earth 1, I'm the Darklings. I can back it up. Stronghold indeed, so I'm not gonna miss. Even if Giants weren't going to use their Stronghold power here, like, it would make probably more sense for them to take this Mountain Hex. But, you know, we still do Legion extra power digging this prematurely, so it kind of works out. Okay, who just took the Priest? The Orin took the Priest. Alright. I guess that means no cult investment for us. We are going to get 3 workers' income and save 1 at the end of round. So that's 4 for building our sanctuary on the next move. We just need the coins to cover it. Now, how are we going to be doing coins-wise? We're going to have, we still need to build a dwelling and a temple, and that's it. So we'll spend 7 of these and have 9 banked. This shouldn't be a big problem. Hey, Fadib. Were you the same the cultist player of the previous game? Either way, whether you are or not, welcome to the stream chat, and I'm very glad that you agree with my analysis on this. Okay, yeah, mermaids are being real focused to not lose hexes from the Giants either. Now it's our turn, so let's make sure we grab this. Just being safe. I think we could tolerate the 2-point loss of doing it before we take Earth 1. Crumb, I was just scrolling down to do it because I was used to the Snellman client's way of handling that. Hey, let me build my dwelling. Okay, there we go. So it's kind of unfortunate that we're not getting a ton done in the first round, but it's not the most grievous offense. We are going to get our sanctuary on round 2, and we are going to retain a spade to use in the spade scoring round by generating 1 priest from our temple. We'll have Earth 1. You know, there's some trade-offs here. We're kind of doing the minimal thing that follows the basic Darkling script. We haven't gone off the rails. And there's 1 PowerPoint for us. Just 1, sadly. It's actually possible we might, we don't need to take an Earth 1 here. Because Giants probably about to invest their priest in a cult, if you think about it. They can't really use it. They can't use it to build a dwelling or upgrade a trading post or anything else. So we can actually take a Fire 1 favor here. And then our opening move of the next round can just be upgrade Sanctuary, grab the Earth 1. So that just makes 3 more coins for us to do it that way, and that seems hugely preferable. So let's do that. Get our coins rolling for the rest of this game. Yeah. So, mermaids taking temp ship. If the mermaids start on temp shipping, they can certainly get 1,000,000 dwellings down. What's the rationale? Is your intent to take temp shipping with mermaids, build the stronghold round 1, and then with their 3 shipping, just since the stronghold scores 5 points and 3 shipping just lets them jump everywhere? But I don't know that they have enough workers to actually build those spots out, the ones that actually take 3 shipping. I guess they would have to poach this action? That's an opening line. You could try it. But it's not one that thrills me. Oh, same opening that they did, just with temporary shipping. Heh. Yeah, you're right. It actually does work better. Well, they would be off 2 workers here, but they would have more power. So then if they got a temple, they wouldn't be able to build these. So I guess they just don't get a temple and take both of these exterior points. Because again, they're not in any huge rush to procure an Earth 1. That does seem like a very powerful economic start. They just do exactly what they did, but with temp shipping, they can build both of these. Oh, C1 and C3. I'm sorry, C1 and C... Ah, okay. Got it. Yeah, it is good for them to make some competition towards C1, because if I cut this hex, it's going to be unfortunate for them later. There is some worry about me trying to build a town up here. Just because giants, of course, can always cut it. Like, you never know who giants are going to take their hexes from. Either way, we don't have anything fancy to do here. I think this is just a pass from us. I do agree with you there. They need to grab these 2 hexes at least, and that gives them enough. Actually, they can't even do it with just this one, but really they want both of these, and then they can triple town score in round 6. It's gonna... We'll see how it pans out. I don't think any of our opponents are the sharpest tools in the shed, mostly because of how the bidding went down. Like, all of them competed heavily for giants and Auron, with the mermaids available at so many points. Either way, yeah, this is definitely the pass spot. I'm sorry, what? Special? Oh, right, of course, I have the cult step. Let's cult step in Earth. It would be very useful if I could be quick in snapping this water 3 space. Unfortunately, the spade doesn't come for a... Well, actually, I guess even trading a priest for a spade is not even a wonderful trade. It does give us some ranks on the cult. And, you know, we have reasonable chances on the cult. We're probably the 2nd best faction of all of these cult-wise, but that's a very weak claim. The Auron are so much stronger than everybody else. Sorry, Alexabite. I don't do songs, so that's on you. Clearly I had no intent of causing this. Well, okay, here, I'll offer you some free advice to fix it. Try humming the Jeopardy song. That usually gets it done. That's my recommendation. Oh, this is a very happy pass point, because now we can actually grab the Stronghold and Sanctuary scoring to take an extra 4 points, and then we can also proceed to build a dwelling after we use our Spade Dig. That's a pretty happy deal. The alternative, of course, is that I could take the Priest, which is worth a lot of points on this round. If we use it for digging. But well, I mean, it's not worth more than these 4. Yeah, that seems crazy. We'll grab this. Okay. It's also good to not leave this open to Orin, who do have a stronghold. Everyone has a stronghold but us. I don't know if it's overly surprising that the Orin would get a stronghold, but, you know, there it is. And the Orin already level 8 on the air cult. Okay. No, Illusion, I'm not gonna sing you a song. I'm saying I'm terrible at songs. But here is my suggestion for getting any song out of your head, except for the Jeopardy song. Hum the Jeopardy song. It usually works pretty well. It may or may not be a quality of life improvement. You can decide for yourself. Wait, what? You're gonna... Ugh, really? Okay. Fine, I'll do it. Chat, you better enjoy this, whoever's watching. I'm about to humiliate myself for your sake, because I am not a good singer. If I'm gonna do this, I'm turning off this song. Go. Okay. Oh boy, what? Are you anticipating this being terrible? I am a pretty bad singer, it's true. But I'll try. I will humiliate myself for your sake because I guess I don't have enough emotional attachment to my pride. So this is a song from the original Muppet movie that I like. Why are there so many songs about rainbows? And what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions, but only illusions. And rainbows have nothing to hide. So we've been told, and some choose to believe it. I know they're wrong, wait and see. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me. Alright, that's all you're getting, the first verse. If you didn't like it, deal with it. I'm thoroughly flustered. Yeah, Alexabite, you're kinda right, and that's why I did it. We are gonna have an interesting time securing connection for ourselves here. I'm starting to realize maybe that won't even happen. Who knows? It could maybe. Most plausibly, we wind up digging around to here for our first town. And then once we do that, well, we can connect low or we can connect high, but I don't like our chances connecting high. Mermaids pretty well primed to take this spot away. Maybe we could dig across the top, maybe. Well, we'll see where the mermaids go and just kind of be flexible based on that. If they're not making any moves at this hex and we can secure it, then, you know, we'll jump right up there and very quickly we'll be able to connect and maybe build a third town here. But, who knows? Okay, nobody has an Earth 1 favor. Lol. That's kind of funny. I mean, not that shocking, really, but, still sort of amusing. So we'll build this now while it's worth 4 points. And we will take Earth 1 because we're about to toss a dwelling right here. The reason I'm... Also, Earth 1 itself worth a coin. And that comes about just because of the cult rewards. Illusion, should that be a thing? I'm with Lexabyte on this. Should that be a thing? Like, I would actually compose that if you wanted. I just don't want to sing it. you know, amusingly, I sang the song and then a couple of my viewers left. So maybe I did scare off some people that way. Oh well. What else have we got to do this round? Realistically, we just want to start getting a more reasonable worker income. But we're gonna need a coin source. I know we have this fire 1, but that's not gonna get us there by itself. I think we have to dig because it's worth the extra points here. So let's just go ahead and snap this up and have 6 points out of the deal. I could dig up here to have more immediate connection here once I have many shipping, but as mentioned, that requires quite a lot of shipping. So that's, you know, it's still not a jump I can make quickly, and the advantage of digging around this side is that then connecting low is also an option, and I want to retain that flexibility as much as I can. Also, this was worth 6 points, because Darklings are nuts like that. Hooray us. 2 for our favor, 2 for the round bonus, 2 for our innate power. Whenever we use a priest to dig, we just get 2 points. And already we're level with giants and Orin. Just, and in fact, when we pass, we're gonna take 4 more points. The issue is just mermaids have a pretty big starting point lead, and they're gonna pass and take 6. If I do the Terra Mystica rap video, maybe I could get Zoros and Lumen to help me out with that. All of us have streamed Terra Mystica before. I'll write the lyrics, someone can rap it, someone with even less shame than I. By the way, speaking of Zoros and Lumen Sperling, they are in my recommended channels, listed somewhere under the stream, I think. Certainly I host their streams often enough. It's the stream titles are Zoros_BG and Lumen_S if you like watching streamed board game content, especially Terra Mystica content. Yeah, I would recommend checking those channels out. Or, if you just want to check out more of me, do consider hitting the follow button. Okay, so we get to fast pass here, but sadly for us, we don't have the power to actually do something fancy with that first position. What I would want is to spam this as often as possible. Or we're going to be hurting so badly for coins. Glad we have our fire one. Next round, it scores if we can build a temple, but I don't know if we can come up with that kind of money. It would take 8 points? 8 coins, sorry. I mean, it's not unreasonable to think that we want a temple this early, because then we make so many priests, so we have so many digs. And, of course, every dig via a priest is just worth points as Darklings. But, you know, neither of these bonus tiles is available. And we are next to act after mermaids, so since we have to pass, we can't pass onto these coins cards, which is where we want to be. So at this stage, we may be looking to pass onto a priest and a coin. It's probably our best alternative. We're just going to be super duper coin pinched. Even if we don't manage to make it up to a temple, it's possible we contemplate getting a trading post just to have enough coins to build all our dwellings on this round. Either way, we've got to pass here. There's no question about that. So we pass, and we get 4 more points, and, well, if we took temp shipping, we could have more power to use in our first position. But not a lot more. A really piddly amount more. In fact, not even enough to lead off with the coins action. So I'm going to summarily rule that out. It's a really big shame we can't pass on to 6 coins here. But a priest and a coin is something. I'm sorry, why am I the only streamer required to do a Terra Mystica rap? This is unclear to me, Illusion. Oh no, I'm qualified, yes. Why am I the only one qualified to do it? I mean, I guess there's not very many Terra Mystica streamers. This is certainly truth. Okay, if Orin are finally making a move here, that's happy times, because we get some power, damn it. I want power. It's about time. Orin will take this space away from us if we let them. Something to keep in mind. And we would very much like to get to dig across here. So am I going to accept this? Of course I'm accepting this power. Now I can be a little sad that I didn't grab temp shipping, because then I would actually have the power to open up on this coin action. That would have helped the turn immensely. This is a single dig for the RN. It is also a single dig for us. We can dig it to make it a double dig for them, even if we're not going to build it. Oh no! It's going away already. Okay then, I guess now we know how it be. That kind of turns this into a... Yeah, I wouldn't have even had to burn 4 power tokens if I took the temporary shipping card. Would have been worth it just for... Oh, interesting. Giants coming here. Okay, now we have to be paranoid about taking this space, because it's a big deal if we lose it. You know, we can only make a town in here with these 4 now. I mean, I guess we can use this, but we can't ever connect our network if we don't grab this spot. So let's make sure we grab this. We have the first action to do so next round. And even when we don't have power, our digs come fairly free, thankfully. Illusion, I'm not Batman. We've been over this. For any viewers wondering what this crazy man is talking about, you can scroll down underneath the stream, and you will see that I have in my bio, I explain how I'm not Batman. Okay, first act. Oh my gosh. Actually, we can. We can do this. here's the problem. Giants might take this space. And you know what? If that happens, that's okay. Because we'll still get this one and this one. We'll make a town in here and we just won't connect. I think it's higher value for us to get the money right now. Also, I have more money than I thought I did. Whoops. Okay. I want to get priests invested in cults in order to pay this cult reward too. Yeah, I'm very, this is going to be a really tight game money-wise, but I think this is what I want to pinch off here. Then I can get a temple, take myself another favor, probably water one for mass scoring in round 5. This does seem highest priority. If I get the temple with this, I'll have 6 coins left over afterwards. 6 coins in a worker, I can maybe, if I absorb some power, I can dig this spot and build a dwelling too. Would be nice. There's a lot of ways this can go right. I do think I'm interested in banking the coins here though. We have it. Illusion, Illusion, I know that I'm not always necessarily the cleanest streamer in my humor, but I think I would prefer, if, you know, I'm not gonna, like, come at you with moderation or anything like that. But, maybe let's try to keep the chat just a little bit more kind than that. Just using the word is all. Let's stay family friendly if possible. That said, I do think it is a pretty good sequence of rap album names. And also, as you say, the first one, pretty lame. Second one, excellent pun. But you have to go pretty deep just for the pun there. You have to make 2 albums? Okay, so if we're getting a temple, I guess, is there a rush to do that? Only if we're worried about losing access to the particular favor. And you know, I don't think I am. If we can't get a water one, we can make do, regardless. There is this one trading post scoring round late. It would be nice if we could reap a lot of points for it, but yeah. We are gonna be churning out priests so fast. Woo. And let's see, we'll see where the Giants decide to head. It's not even obvious that their next action is using their stronghold power, and even if it is, who knows where they're gonna do it. They have a number of good spots. Like this, not particularly key to them. It's not bad, just because it makes for part of a simpler town along here. But it's also not critical. And, you know, they probably want to be towning up on the west as well. There's sort of... I've seen people play Giants in 2 big ways. Sometimes they just shoot straight for the 3 town. And sometimes they're happy to take some detours. And usually they only wind up with 2 towns. But then they get to say, screw you, an awful lot to other races by taking all the hexes they wanted most. And both of these are very viable ways to play the Giants, I think. Okay. Mermaid's thinking hard here. I guess they are in a rough spot, because if we had not cut this power action, it was their easy next action. Like, very clear. All day. They would happily have the money here, just so they can do anything with this pile of workers. Now their turn's gonna be a lot less good. We have burn to very few power tokens. That's not often like a huge problem with Darklings because they don't need to worry about the double spade or the single spade. Like all their power actions are just, do you want the money? Do you want the priest? And we're very comfy on taking the priest. Not so comfy on taking the money because it requires our power absolute maxing out, so often there's a little wastage when you need absolute max power for an action. Now it's on to the giants. Interested to see what they do, where they go. I mean, they don't even have to build as their next action. They have a lot of good actions. Interestingly, they don't have any temples. None. Their only priest invested just came from a bonus tile. In fact, Orin also not producing any priests, and they just got one priest off the bonus tile. This may allow us to take quite a lot of crumbs off the cult with an unfocused cult game. Like, we're not, unless we are very focused about it, we're not going to beat the Orin on any cult. But, you know, we may just kind of passively gain a lot of... Interesting. Okay, giants took this space. They've upgraded their shipping once. Okay. This makes a lot of sense. It makes for an easy connection between their towns. So very rational of them to do that. And the Orin finally have their temple. I assume giants will be getting one this round. Giants did use their stronghold power to do the digging here. They still have enough power left to just take a double dig action though, right here. To dig another hex like this one. This does seem like the one they would be most interested in. I think I am interested in investing my priests right now, rather than trying to dig this away. This is my only real dig to make for the round, given that I have, the rest of my resources are earmarked for generating a temple. And then we'll try to make what dwellings we can next round. It's going to be very hard, though. We don't have a lot of spots to take. Yeah, so let's get those priests in. It's worth it just to get paid the 2 coins now, and then the fact that a spade comes later is icing on the cake. Okay, Orin took an Earth 1 favor. Oh my gosh, there's still Earth 1 favors in round 3. That probably inhibits other people taking Water 1, the one I want. Let's get this 3 spot on Water. That's pretty clean. It also means we get 2 more power than if we'd waited, because then, you know, we take Water 1 later in the round and we cross this threshold. If I can get it, I'll happily take a 3 spot on Fire as well. And given that nobody else has priests, I can probably get it. Actually, I should have noticed that and dug here already. Whoops. Oh well, still time to do that. And then we will have a total of 2 priests invested on cults at round end. And that means that we take 4 coins from the cult event. On top of our 3 coins from Water 1. So, you know, keeping ourselves from hitting the 0 coin mark. It means we can survive a turn if we must. Without getting this. Yeah, gotta get paid. You people get it. No, it's very important with the Darklings to secure your coin sources. Very, very important. And Mermaid's having to make a very fast pass because they couldn't get enough coins. This is the other faction, the other most hungry coin faction in the game. So the problem with Darklings and coins is A, their sanctuary is freakishly expensive. B, they have, because priests are so strong for them, they very rarely want to leave things as trading posts to score coins that way. So, because, you know, you've paid such a high fraction of the temple's cost just to get a trading post, may as well finish it out as a temple, which is worth so much. And so you just wind up in this state of, like, a sanctuary and temples, usually, like, one temple or something, and then a lot of dwellings. And you don't look to upgrade trading posts for trading posts' sake until later. Okay, we did have giants upgrading a dwelling to a trading house. Fair enough, giants. So they're not taking this away yet. We'll go ahead and jump and grab this one as our next move. Just in case they get eyes on the double dig later. Even if they did, I think they would take this desert hex. The big question for next round is how are we gonna be able to place dwellings? You know, it's pretty rough actually, because we don't really have this. We have so many digs that we'll be getting, and we'll have plenty of resources that we'll be getting, and we just won't have spaces we can actually reach. This is a very unusual and embarrassing problem to have. The fix there might just be taking temporary shipping, actually. Temporary shipping at least lets us build across here on these hexes if we get a mind to do that. Okay, still no one else who's grabbing a priest. Probably if someone did get a priest, then I would happily peg this spot. Orin, I guess, could make inefficient conversion for it, but I doubt they would when this is still open. So, oh wait, we don't have to do any of this. I just have to click the damn space. This is a landscapes game. Which means that we have access to this camp also. Not yet, but we will. For those who aren't in the know about the different faction landscapes, I'm just gonna explain right now, since the Orin built theirs, the Tree of Serenity. There it is. It's their unique building, and it gives them 4 points every time they hit rank 10 in a cult. So, that's something. Ours sucks. Not really. It's actually pretty okay by the standards of landscapes, but it's really boring. All it is it's just a dwelling. It's a dwelling that's named camp. Which means we can trigger our Earth 1 favor off of it because it is a dwelling. The reason that it's so unfortunate for us is that it requires the stronghold to build it, and our stronghold is just not one of our better buildings. We're probably not even going to get it this game. We'll see. Okay, Giants got their temple. We still have a temple to get over here. I guess I am going to produce 3 priests, and that's enough to build dwelling. I would like it if I could get more out of my priests. If I had temporary shipping, then 3 priests would be enough to take 3 dwellings down for the next round. What favor was chosen by Giants? They took an Earth 1. You know, these people are taking Earth 1, but they're doing it after they've built a lot of their dwellings. Like, it's definitely very partial value to take it later like this after you've expanded so much. I think I'm gonna get the temple in the center, because I do anticipate... well, do I anticipate giants upgrading this? And then I get to leech one more power? That's not very exciting. That hands over so much power to do it. Maybe it's alright. Maybe it's okay. I mean, certainly we hand over a lot of power if we do it here. Not as bad here. This one gives free power. I'm uncertain where we should upgrade. It's not going to matter for town configuration later. I mean, actually, I guess the correct answer is, just in case anyone gets eyes on investing a priest, we should maybe poach this? Maybe not. We might... So if I don't get the 2 coins. But, I do still have 5 coins moving into next round. Plus whatever I've banked up after this round. Which is... yeah, we should be okay for coins, especially if we get on temporary shipping. So maybe that's the line, so that I have space to build enough dwellings. I mean, I can only build 4, because that's what remains here. Sorry, 5, I'm about to upgrade 1 away. But if I keep the priest, that's an extra dig. So I could dig twice and have 2. A 3rd space there. Sadly I would... yeah, I guess there's not a way for me to get on anywhere else. Is there? I could actually spend 3 to build here. 3 priests take that spot, then build there. And then work on digging across this way. That might be a good kind of like a power play to secure my connection, but it doesn't result in as many dwellings. I would wish for more priests ideally, but I don't know that the 4th one on the margin gives us any extra tiles. I guess it lets me build these 3 hexes if I save it, which is probably better than taking these 3. Just from the standpoint that it's I won't need to upgrade my shipping so much, and I can connect. As long as the mermaids don't cut it away. Mermaids, what's your power income? It's 4 from your stronghold, so mermaids will have a single dig ready to go. And actually, they're probably interested in... well, they should be interested in spending here, maybe? It's tough to say, but there's real incentives not to take this 3 spot. If I do take it, though, I get 4 power later and 2 coins now, and that seems somewhat valuable. It's possible I could use my power to spin up the 4th priest, actually. No, but, well, crumb, I need to make a move. Up we go! Okay, Giants gaining a lot of power, losing a lot of points. We'll see what they do. Giants took the priest! Okay, now I'm gonna lose this if it's not my next move. So that's something to be wary of. I think probably I would like this. Probably, but it's not... okay, did they take a double key town tile? They did, yeah. Orin always want the double key town tile if they can get it, the rationale being that it lets them advance to step 10 twice. They can't found enough towns to keep triggering their Tree of Serenity otherwise. Let's get this under wraps. Very nice to get 2 of those spots, and then now we have cult rewards coming every round. And not insubstantial ones. You don't like the temple, Fadi? That's... wow. Interesting. Like, if I don't build the temple here, I feel like digging is what's gonna limit me the most next round if I'm looking at temporary shipping. I very much feel like I'm interested in having a temple, and then digging this hex and this hex. A bridge here for the town, okay. Well, that tells us the giants aren't interested in trying to town in this corner, probably. Yeah, I don't know if the mermaids would allow me to pass either. But we'll see what the mermaids do with their power on the opening move of next turn, right? Like, if they're gonna use the dig, they'll use it. Maybe here? I think I want the temple either way. Yeah. Even if I just wind up digging into the corner and two-towning, I think this is the right line. And we do retain lots of money for next round, so there's no worries on that front. Take a favor tile. Yeah, I will help myself to water too. I can actually poach the priest action at next round. Assuming that I grab this as my bonus tile for the next, which temp shipping does look probably correct. And then the idea is that we'll just take our one shipping and try and build as many dwellings as we can. Well, not necessarily. We do have some mind towards coming up this route if possible. The connection would be appreciated if it's doable. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna let me pass either, but whether they do or not, I still think I like having the temple more here. We have enough monetary income as is. The issue is just where we're gonna put all the dwellings, and if we don't get to pass through here, like, oh well, I guess we'll grab here, here, and here as our build sites. Seems pretty reasonable. Oh, giants actually passed onto it before we could. Well, crumb. Okay, I guess that means we're passing on to this card that gives us 2 workers and scores us 4 points. Hey, I did not promise cosplay, Illusion. I suggested that maybe I would do something vaguely. No cosplay promised. Damn it! I'm staying the hard line here. Okay, so now I can't take this priest power action, given that this is gone. So there's a line where I take the shipping card, points for shipping, secure a priest as my opening move, then upgrade shipping manually, so that's worth 3 points. Then I only have 3 digs, and I can just build 1, 2, 3, and that's not maximally exciting. How much money am I about to have? I guess I'm taking 7 income, so I'll be at 11 coins. That's plenty for what I want to do next round. So I don't need the 6 money. It's probably the one that gives me 2 workers. Because I'm liable to run out of... Well, no, I guess I'm not. I can't... There's no way for me to build enough dwellings. This is... unfortunately kind of awkward. I think I'll just try to leech enough power by some other means, in hopes that I can... No, that doesn't seem like it's liable to fall through, though. Like, why would anyone do a thing that gave me power? I could procure power by advancing on a cult, but that would cost a priest. I don't like any of these options. Definitely have to pass. But onto which card? Let's... we'll try that one. We'll try and we'll hope. And also we're 4th in this round. Balls. Mermaids got their money. Hurrah for them. Really would have liked that temporary shipping card. We would have had a great line moving forward. Yeah, if I had passed around earlier, I would be off a priest and 4 points. But I would have had access to this. Okay, so double dig from Orin, they take this black X. Alright. The bottom connection was already thoroughly closed to us. It's just a question of if we can get out here or not. Hard to say. Okay, Giants wrapping that one up with the Cave of Wisdom. So where are we doomed to go? I mean, we can take these 3 hexes. I think we probably want this hex because it reduces the total amount of shipping we need to... No, we would still need 3 shipping if we were going to connect. Probably what this means in practice, is... Sorry, steel... Yes, I would have had enough power to replace the priest, it's true. But I was hoping to really shoot the moon and take 4 priests so I could go here and there. And clearly this was a bit ambitious of me. It has not wound up working out. So, what do I want to do about that in retrospect? I mean, there's... I think I'm gonna need 1 shipping. Or I just can't get out of here. So I guess I'm just digging these, and if I can leech any power at all, I will proceed to take the priest and build here, too. This is kind of piss poor. It was really... I'm thinking the fast pass was indeed the better route. But we'll see. Maybe if the mermaids are somehow very slow about this, it is theoretically possible we can get this hex. Not on this turn, though. No. Lexabite, the Cave of Wisdom gives the Giants a free digging upgrade. I'm gonna go ahead and grab this one, just because it gives access to 2 spots here, and we can, you know, then on 1 less shipping we can escape if the mermaids let us. They won't, but we're just gonna need the hexes anyway, just so we can go places, since that means our connection will be blocked. Also, now if Giants decide to jump here, we do have the power to obtain a priest and then throw 1 extra dwelling down for the round. Okay, Mermaid's very close to their first town. That's an interesting take by Giants. Not the most surprising in retrospect, but now mermaids are going to have to do more work to make a town out of this. They'll need a coral reef to make it happen, but they also need a coral reef down here. So what they'll wind up doing is making a bridge town here and coral reef up here, and then they can get all 3 of their towns in the final round. We're just going to be on 2 towns for the end of this game. Regrettably. also means we are boxed in over here, so if we want to take extra hexes, like, we could start to look at maybe digging this tile. Actually, that should have been what I took right now, instead of this one. Oof, that was a big mistake. Yeah, if I'd taken over here, I could yeah, yep, Fadid called it out. With my shipping, I could have taken these 2 hexes instead of these 2, and then this actually is a plausible setup for a 3rd town. Yep. It's not a lock for a 3rd town, certainly, but it is potential. This was a huge mistake. I have many regrets. Feel like I'm not playing particularly well. Oh well, let's hope we can take the 1 power in. It has to be in the next 3 actions, or else we can't even grab this. If we could, it would just let me get the extra dwelling down. Okay, mermaid's grabbing there. Huh. Why are they interested in... I mean, I guess it's just a place they can dig. But they could also just as well single dig this slot. And that gives them access to so much more to build on. So I'm not sure why they would choose this one. Had I grabbed these 2 hexes, also leeching the point of power would, it would be slightly more probable. No, I guess the giants already used their stronghold. Okay, but if we did leech the point of power, we could take the 3rd one here, and then we'd have a very easy town set up there. That said, we don't have anything to do here unless we want to upgrade a trading post early, and I don't think that's the play. So in this spot, we're taking 4 power income. That does cap us by 1, but it's probably worth just eating the cap so that as a leading action, we can take this coins one. That'll set us up with 13 coins for the next round, and we'll have all the workers, so we can just upgrade 4 trading posts. And that'll be worth a nice 24. We won't have too many dwellings after we do that. But, you know, we can do it. Illusion, that's not happening. No, bad boy. So, if I... I'm just looking at what bonus card I want here, because this is definitely a passing spot. The priest seems at least as good as the shipping. Better than the shipping. Yeah, because the point differential is the same, and the power equates to just 1 coin, so I'd rather have the extra spade. Let's go ahead and make that happen. Passing here. And back onto the priest card. As Darklings do. Some interesting stuff happening up here. But we can give up on connection at least. We don't need any more shipping than what we've got. Next round, I'm going to have 10 workers. That is enough for some dwellings on top of the trading posts. But I don't know if I have the money for that. I'll only be at 14 coins. So I could build a dwelling and 4 trading posts. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. Maybe? The problem is I can't build the dwelling here, then upgrade it into a trading post. Because that will prematurely found the town. So maybe build the dwelling here, and then upgrade it into a trading post. And then upgrade all of these on the flank here. So that we town up as soon as we dig here. And dig here for dwellings. This is not a democracy, illusion. Oof, okay, well, that's power we lost out on. Perhaps should have upgraded one more coin. I guess actually we can get an extra dwelling on top by using a priest as a worker? That seems very sketchy as the Darklings. Very, very. We'd be in much better shape if I'd taken these two. Okay, that's gone now. That makes this a lot harder. Certainly. Because again, running out of places to go. And I wouldn't have had this problem if I had not been so short-sighted. It's also nice that it would have made the Giants connection incredibly hard. And or impossible, maybe? Yep, definitely. There's a possible world here where I upgrade shipping next round instead of getting the third trading post. Just because I'm rapidly running out of spots to put anything, and that is very problematic. It's gonna make the end rounds, like, basically impossible to do anything. So, if I upgrade shipping once more and take this, then at least I'm guaranteed of having spots to put stuff, whether it makes a town or not. So then I'm gonna be looking at... oof. Then I may have taken the inferior card, I don't know. Okay, still definitely open up with this action. No question on that. Hi. If I were to upgrade shipping, I'd be at 10 coins, 10 workers. And I could build like here, here, here. I mean, I actually could build the whole gambit there. That's an interesting possibility. I don't have to be worried about taking this space up until the Giants decide to have a second shipping. Then if they wanted to be real meanies, they could cut it from me. If I make 3 trading post upgrades, plus... Oh, I can use workers as coins, actually. So if I wanted to make all 4 trading post upgrades... Since I have plenty of workers to do everything, does this check out? So it would be 20 resources for the trading post upgrades, then 3 for a dwelling. Yeah, okay, so if I scale it back to only 3 TP upgrades... Then I can make this 15 resources for the trading posts. 4 of them disappear to a shipping upgrade. So 19, and I still have enough left to build 2 dwellings. That's probably the better line, if I'm being honest with myself. So let's pursue that, and then we'll try to do what expansion we can over here. If we get cut out by the Darklings, or sorry, by the Giants, so be it. At least we won't have run out of hexes to build on. Bridge from giants. Okay. This plan does hinge on me having the second point of shipping. Even if the giants were to take this away next, I could still at least start digging here. That's somewhere I can go. This has been bungled so badly by me. I feel terrible. Okay, so mermaid's all set for this town, and this one, not quite this one, but it means mermaids are going to have an enormous scoring final round. Giants have all their bridges out already. This is kind of a nifty town. Never seen this one built before. Makes sense if you're giants. Alright, and now just like that, that one disappears from us too. This is getting irritating. Obviously I could have prevented this, but nonetheless, it just feels sad. Yeah, the worst part is if I, like, build here, the mermaids are surely just gonna take that as their next hex. It's also so feel bad to have two shipping when you know you can't connect. That's really kind of a disaster case. I've bungled this very horribly. Now that this is gone, is there any rationale in coming up here, or is it better to go this way? It's the question to ask. So if we came here, this is you know, I'm not really limited by dig count. This seems just as well. Mermaids will of course take this away. But maybe it's possible to carve a town in here, actually. This is a total of 6 digs, but we have 2 priests here, and we're getting 3 as income for the next round. So that's 5 of them wrapped up. Okay, mermaids didn't grab it, so now we can opt for a lower dig town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That works out better. If we want to make trading post upgrades, currently we have 17 resources that aren't priests. So unfortunately that means I'm a coin off of being able to build one more dwelling, which is what I really want to do. I presumably want to come in here and build a dwelling, or maybe here is more important actually. Mermaids do not have, well, mermaids just upgraded a trading post as their last move, so that explains why they didn't build here. They were incapable of building here. Yes, exactly. Yeah, good catch, Fadi. I missed that too. I'm just kind of getting flustered at this point because I made enough misplays. It feels like it's falling apart now. So I can use the priest as a coin if I want to build the extra dwelling and I take no extra power this round. But I can't make enough digs to make this pan out anyway because I still need to throw 2 into this space. I guess one way that I could choose to do this, if I upgrade Trading Post here, I can take the extra coin when mermaids build a dwelling over there. You know, pay a point for 2 power, which is a coin. And then that lets me also proceed to upgrade a Trading Post here and here. That might be the way to go on this. So, if I do that, what's the associated risk of trying to play that way? Let's see. Mermaids, they use their coral reef up here already. So they are gonna need to make a bridge to make a town out of this? Yeah, I guess I'm just inclined to upgrade this to a trading post and see how it pans out. This may necessitate for 2 towning, upgrading a superfluous temple in the last round though. But I think we should have the resources for it. We are gonna take a pretty decent incomes. Maybe not. Definitely give up on all dreams of 3 towning though. It's just a question of whether I can get the extra dwelling down in this round or not. Oh, I procure a free spade at the end of this round. That's something to pay attention to. So I guess I can toss that over there. Yeah, okay. I guess that's some amount of nicety. I'm gonna go ahead and make this upgrade. And then we'll see if I can't get the favorable setup for mermaids building here. Mermaids, please give me 2 power. Yeah, Fadi, I just said that I do get the extra dig from, or maybe you said it first. It's not clear to me. Either way, I am valuing that I get this extra dig from water. So mermaids, it seems like they would presumably, well, what are they interested in doing? Upgrading trading posts is better for them score-wise. So I guess they're not going to wind up coming over here yet this round. Orin pass on to the cult step. Okay. Let's see, that means whoever passes next of mermaids and giants can take the other scoring card, and then the other one, like when they pass off a card, it leaves a scoring card open for me, guaranteed. That's the nice thing I'm noting here. Let's start upgrading these, because we have to do that this round. It's a good thing we have a points lead, because we're gonna tank network, and our cults are not that great. So we really gotta rely on the pure points strategy. Okay, mermaids presumably passing on to the shipping bonus. Yeah, no shocker there. Giants probably going to be on the Sanctuary Stronghold one, and then I guess we're on Trading Post, but we can max that out for 8 points. That's something. I think we can be relatively assured of not losing to the Orin. Is that even true, actually? Yikes. It's hard to count out this far out. There, that's the power that we need to make the coin. Because we have 7 non-priest resources, and I would like to make that a trading post upgrade plus a dwelling. But we don't have the coin for it, so now we do. Do you want to upgrade this first? Or maybe over here? Probably this one. There, that. Yeah, we'll upgrade this one right now. I mean, I guess there is access to dig and build on this space if that's the desired outcome. Mermaids aren't about to take it away. It's possible maybe to 3-town in light of that, actually. It might not be out of the question. We get the extra dwelling here. We get a free dig there. We have 5 digs besides that one to spend. No, we can't do that. We need 5 to make a town here and then 2 there also. We can't get that many priests. I mean, someone might be able to make the argument that it's possible with a stronghold to ordain some workers as priests, but that seems insane. I don't think that can happen. So, where do we put our last dwelling? Yeah, since there's no way to get enough digs to make a town out of this setup, because I was oblivious and slow and lost all this over here, we're definitely just going to put it here to make sure no shenanigans happen. Okay, that's some points, and then we're not going to get any when we pass. But we will hop onto this card and see what do. 9 coins is income. Yeah, okay, we definitely know we want this dug for ourselves. No question on that. The bridge. Okay, so are Orin, do they actually have designs of making 3 towns happen here? They have so many resources it might be possible, but they would have to build a sanctuary. They would need a fire too, obviously, off of the favor there. Upgrade a trading post. Build. And then they have to pay for the expensive upgrades here. They could do that. It only gives them 2 because this is already a town. This is just a lot of spots to put their superfluous dwellings, I guess, so that they can crush us on network. Which sucks. I think we're liable to lose a lot of rating for these mistakes of mine. Okay, mermaids grab a dig over here. Well, that's interesting. What are they seeing for... You know, clearly this is one town. They can take a second town here, but they didn't need that space to do it. I would have thought resources would prioritize, like, you know, dig down here. I guess they can't bridge anymore, so this can't be a town with the coral reef gone. That's what that does. Okay. It's possible that sets us up to beat the mermaids, then. We are beating them on cults. And we are going to get the same number of towns as them. And we're leading them by a lot of points. So next action of the game, presumably we want to upgrade a trading post here. And we're going to do that to founding the town, and I guess in terms of town tiles we're interested in, just the points one. Taking the highest scoring ones so other people can't, because we don't have a ton to do with our resources. So if we upgrade a trading post, build a dwelling, we actually can't upgrade a trading post. Unfortunately, upgrading here did wind up being not great. So we're going to need a temple upgrade so we can make an extra trading post there. So, trading post, temple, dwelling, trading post. How much does all of that cost? That's, 7 workers and... Seven workers and, failing, and 13 coins. Well, we're pretty far short of that, actually. So I guess, having put this over here, pretty bad. Just mistakes on mistakes at this point. We can kind of fix it just by getting a water fire 2 as our favor. It's not even the worst favor to take, just because it maybe sets us up to try something on the fire cult, or to score okay there. But it probably would have been a lot nicer to have like an air favor instead. Anyway, there's no worry of the fire 2 favor disappearing here. So, since we don't need to poach that, no, there's no point finishing this dwelling. We may as well just go ahead and procure the fire 2 favor as is. So then we just have to upgrade a temple, build a dwelling, and then we figure out what to do from there. I can still take 2 priests. Staying mindful of that. Let's, yeah, let's temple right here. That should be fine. We'll grab fire 2, and then I get to found a town. And I'm pretty happy about taking the priest one. Priest's still looking quite good here, given the state of the cults. Like, a lot of these we're in contested spots on most of them. Not using conversions. I know I power cap myself there, but that's because I'm interested in spending 3 power for this priest. If we are let to. Okay, or in grabbing a fire 2 favor. That makes sense if they're gonna try and take both of these towns. Our next move, definitely swiping the priest. Then we have to get rid of the priest before we found the next town, because otherwise we can't take another priest. We will run out in our supply. This is such a stupid waste. should have been able to count out. I wouldn't have enough resources here. Oh well. As for getting rid of a priest, I think we're pretty happy to get rid of it on the fire cult just to advance the one space. Oren's still retaining their stronghold ability, so I mean, I guess it's obvious that their stronghold is coming down in fire, because where else would they put it? So actually, maybe the Oren have this game. I think they have the best network, and they're winning every cult. Is that right? No, they may well not have the best network. Mermaids seem ahead on that. Upgrading trading posts is the best value to use our resources for. As much as it's possible, at least. We get 5 points from it? Yeah, Fadi, I think you're right. Because definitely we were playing quite precisely in previous games. Maybe the third game is just too much for a day. I don't know. We'll see. If I can build my stamina, I'll try. But I've been making mistakes left and right. And you've been spotting all of them. Good on you. Okay, so we're waiting on mermaids to do something here. We can still scrap for trying to not get last place. There's definitely hope for that. Yeah, Illusion, I believe you. I don't remember which mistake you saw, and I'm sorry about it, but, certainly it seems very plausible that you saw it. Okay, mermaids grabbing a fire too also? This is interesting. Sure, okay, this is the town. Now they have plus shipping. They still needed to put their dig over here and not here. So this was already a town without that one. At least if you're taking fire too, it is, right? This is 6 levels of build. Oh, but it needed a 4th space as part of it, because it doesn't have the sanctuary. Right. Okay, maybe this is less insane than I thought, but even still, I don't think mermaids can actually make the final town. So, we'll count our blessings on that. And now Giants' turn to found a town. Oren still have 2 to found. Quite plausible that rather than racing to the priest power action, what we actually need to race to is getting an 11-point town tile? Is that right? It depends on which one the Giants choose in this spot. No, it doesn't. Giants already chose money. Okay, so we know that Oren can only get one of these on their next move, and we can definitely poach the other long in advance. It'll take them so many actions to finish this out, if they even do. So we can happily secure yet another priest. So many priests, and we possibly have a 6th one coming. Oren invested a priest to cap out water, because they want to get the Tree of Serenity. This seems like we have a pretty easy second on the water cult. That's something in our favor. We will want to start getting priests in on air and earth. Do I want this power boost? No, it's coming a little late. Well, do I actually? So I'm going to go down to 3 workers and 2 coins by building this dwelling. And that's enough to upgrade a trading post, which is worth 5 points. So that's probably how I end the game. Because we know I can't win that network anyway. I believe I'm the only unconnected player. Orin's still unconnected, but if they just build these two hexes, they won't be anymore. Giants, yes, very connected. Okay. So, we don't want this resource because we have by exact count what we need for, well, if we want to use our resources to build dwellings instead of upgrading a trading post, I guess that's only 4 points versus the 5 of this because of this favor. So, yeah, definitely a decline here. Okay. Illusion, there's no chaos magicians. I suppose you could make the argument that that means I'm just really not paying attention to them. You know, she missed the chaos magicians in the scene, which has some truth. I need to get rid of a priest, and I need to get rid of a priest that in a way that puts it back in the supply. So, if I were to make a move on the fire cult, we know Orin are just going to slam their stronghold ability there. There's no other sensible location, I don't think. Still not really any race with Orin, though, to go ahead and claim the last town tile. I think, really, we need to just get the priests locked in. Let's make sure we secure a space on Earth. That seems quite important. If I have to, I'll found a town taking the 11-point tile. It's probably as good as the 9 points in a priest anyhow, but we'll see. Illusion War of the Ring is... I told you I had promised to do a War of the Ring stream. Even if it has to be IRL War of the Ring, because there don't appear to be any good online clients for it. I will do that once I've hit my 500 ELO mark. And, you know, we're making our way there slowly but steadily. Though, playing a game like this sure doesn't help. This is such a waste. You think about, like, these could have been here for another, or here for another town, and then this would also be over here, and, like, we wouldn't have had to upgrade shipping. It would have been so easy to third town here, and that probably would have won the game. So even with all those mistakes, Fabi called out not taking the premature pass here, probably still could have won it if I'd just not missed this hex. Okay. Orin have founded a town. Sorry, which town did they found? What is going on here? Oh, interesting. They gained the power town. Whatever. And then they convert all of the power to coins. Okay. So this is just the best available way to get money after Giants cuts both money towns. Sure, whatever. Illusion, you are welcome to do that if you want, but not while I'm streaming. Sorry. As much as I don't mind grinding points on people who are a little less experienced in this game, I'm not... I want these to be quality matches, so if you accidentally wind up in a Terra Mystica match with me while I'm streaming, play your best. Okay, Giants took Fire 3. So now they've won this cult. Interesting. probably pretty high value for us to start slotting priests on air as well. We'll just kind of wait and see where the Orin use their stronghold power. Very likely in Earth at this point, since they can't win fire. So it'll just be worth 4 points from their Tree of Serenity to win Earth. So if that's how this goes down, I would like to try to get second place on air. A priest here quite valuable towards that. Yep. In no particular rush to found the town. Since I think giants do have a town coming, but it's, let's see, they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They have a fire too. They do not. So, they're multiple moves off founding the town. And the Orin are many moves off founding the town. We just have to beat one of them to taking this. So, get up there, Air Priest. This is kind of weird that we're playing against Orin this way. Usually, okay, yeah, Orin do fire the Stronghold ability on Earth. So that means that if giants throw a priest into the Earth cult, you know, we throw a priest in right after, and we ensure that we have gotten second. We could just use the priest to dig randomly. Okay. We could use the priest to dig randomly for 2 points, but it's worth 2 points for us to pass anyone on cults. So now it is time for us to dispose of our priests so that we can take the extra priest from town founding. And of course, giants now can actually turn a town on the next move, but we're probably indifferent between taking these anyway. The 9 points and a priest is strictly better for us. And definitely not both going away here. So let's dispose of one priest by advancing on the fire cult. And then we're just going to try and take second in every cult. Hopefully it works. Whew. Orin's still in possession of a cult step power. Yep, so there they go. They fire it off to come up and match us. We're probably going to step one more time to beat them. Actually, in retrospect, that was the only place they could step, so that's throwing 2 priests at well, I guess each priest is, no, just 1 point, so that was an inefficient use. I should have just dug with the priest to dispose of it. This winds up being 1 point worse. Though it does give us the 2 power from crossing this line, so it's possible in final resources it works out the same anyway. We'll see. Oy. I feel like this is, you know, the second half of this game has just been a long demonstration of don't do this, people. This is not how you play the Darklings. It hasn't even really been Darkling-specific failures. It's just like general Terra Mystica failures. The opening on this was the more Darkling-specific part, and that went pretty well. I think the big point, as Fadi cited in our early game, was that we really needed to take this power action on turn 1, and we had to do it before we got our temple in our favor. And then we had to not pick Earth 1 because, you know, we were guaranteed being able to get it on the next move before any extra dwellings were built. So definitely that opening sequencing pretty tight, playing around a lot of bad possibilities. Interesting. Giants decided to pick their fight on the water cult because they knew that's where they could win it. Yeah, fair. We'll just... So now we have the option here, since we're under no pressure on either of these cults to try and win them just yet, and we have the... We do have the option to take the 11-point town tile, since we can presumably win both of these regardless. That's definitely a possibility here. And then the priest is worth somewhat less to the giants or Orin. I don't know, there's only one of... is it actually worth less? I guess it is worth fewer points to giants. Yikes. Let's... So this is the build site. We built the dwelling. Trying to think how many priests we need here. 3 if we want to take second in every cult, but I'm not... It's less efficient to actually try to beat Orin here than to let them take us. We only slide down 1 point from the tie position if we let them pass, and then digging with the priest is worth 2. And we can definitely wrap this up because giants can't procure 2 more priests. They can only get 1 by completing their town and taking the priest tile. And then wherever they would choose to put it, we would choose to advance past them there. So actually, it is probably... It's the same number of points for us to take the 11-point town tile, but then no one else can have it. So that's what we're gonna... No one else... Yeah, that's how we'll make this go. And it helps that we just made a 16-point action. That's definitely something to celebrate. We are going to make a 3-point action here and then pass for 6 points too. So we still have more points coming in. But we're going to need a hefty point lead since we've lost network and we're not winning any cult. I don't know if this is enough. Yes. Giants, actually they can build their sanctuary. Grab one of the rank 3 favors and that will pass us up. But we didn't have any hope of passing that regardless. We could have expended a priest to tie it, only worth 1 point to us. So we'd rather just dig with the priests at that point. We'll see what they do. They have to figure it out here. Interesting. If they must be making some network-based calculation. Yes, they're trying to pass mermaids in network size. That's what's going on here. And actually, they trying to pass Orin in network size too. Orin have a lot they can do. So yeah, if they're scrapping for network, then I guess they won't get to take one of the 3 spot favors. We'll just go ahead and upgrade a trading post because that's what we do. We did manage to get capped on the power receiving here, so that's cool. We got free resources without paying any points. And then if we do make this upgrade here, we actually have enough to build another dwelling after. That may be what we wind up doing using our priests. Okay, so they pay the expensive upgrade price, as predicted. They still need to make 1 more expensive upgrade and 1 dwelling construction. Then they'll be connected and they'll have their 3rd town. But they have the resources for all of these things, I think? Yes, definitely. It only costs 8 and 3 is 11 resources, and they're staring down 11 resources. So that means Orin will end on 5 for network. Mermaids already ended on 4. Giants, can they find an extra one? Probably not, because to dig any tile they would need this double spade, and that requires them leeching 2 additional power. It would be worth a lot to them to do that. Okay, so they upgrade the trading post here. And now we get to see what town tile they take. Presumably 9 points and a priest is the... Oh my gosh, there's actually all the cult step 1 tiles. That's definitely the clear winner for them here. Right, it provides relevant point boosts on all 3 cults that aren't... What? What? They wanted shipping? Explain? What is going on here? Why did they want more shipping? I was just taking 7 points. One more dwelling to the... Oh, yes, they can build here. That's it. Okay, so they can build here and win network. Well, very convenient for us because it means that, you know, they don't take the all cult step 1, which probably results in decreasing our score a bunch. Okay, so we can expend 1 priest here. No worries about the giants passing us on these, and definitely not the mermaids. They're checked out. Orin probably gonna slide past us here, but it's not worth it to fight them for that. So let's go ahead and dig our dwelling somewhere that's a single dig. Do we have such a place? I'm sorry, when did I get enough shipping to come here? Why is it telling me I can do this one? Ah, because from this tile it's only 2. Okay. So yeah, we'll dig here, and there's no worry of anyone taking this hex. So we can just dig it and be even slower about making our moves in case Orin... I don't know. Generally good to be slow and see what happens so that we have the last move to react with our priest as necessary. Okay, Orin know what they have to do. Yep, they're building here for connection, and they're gonna end by upgrading this and founding a town. Though they'll take 9 points in a priest, and then they'll just use the priest to push past this one on fire. That's how this will go. So sad about having wasted a priest on this now. It was just 2 less points spending it the way I did instead of digging. Hopefully those 2 points don't wind up costing it, but they easily could. Like, we're miles ahead on just raw points here, but we're not doing very well in final scoring time. So we'll see how things shake out. If I had enough shipping to do it, I would dig at... Like, I would have dug at this hex to be mean to giants, or dug at this to take it away from the Orin. Definitely no worries about losing to mermaids here. The giants are passing with actually more points than them, because once they pass, they'll take 4 from their bonus card. So they'll be ahead, and then they're clearly winning on final scoring just because they're doing much better in cults and they've won network. So, mermaids definitely stomped here. We did not get last. This is just a contest with us, the Orin, and the giants, and, yeesh. Fadi B, I agree with the latter half of that claim. I haven't counted it out to know if I have this, but I agree 100% that if I've won this, it's absolutely incredible. That seems like a thing that should never have happened. After all of these flops, it's just like, how many throws could I make? There it goes. pretty happy that Orin don't have the ability to build their last dwelling. They're short 1 power. I mean, I guess they can do it using these. Yeah, okay. So they grabbed that town tile. Have we got any moves to make? So, unfortunately, we have to commit on this now, and it's only plus a point for us to make the move, and minus a point if Orin do. Yeah, oh, it's clearly better to dig. We dug. I have 20 points coming in? Okay. Is 142 enough to do it? I think it probably seems like it ought to be. I can't place a special... Go! No, it won't let me. Okay. Yeah, it should not, in fact, let me build my special landscape here because I don't have the prereq. Oh, Orin actually built it rather than advancing past us here. That lets us have the 1 extra point. Okay, then. That means we... Oh, and actually we couldn't have made all the moves we did without the 2 power of crossing the threshold. So actually it definitely worked out that we advanced 1 on the fire cult. We can be happy about that. I can't believe I have this. The way things played out early, I should have been scoring in the 160s at least. I still think ignoring connection, but obtaining the 3rd town. My goodness, it actually happened, and we won by a decent chunk. Wow. Okay, well, that was not my finest game. Just because I won it does not mean you should, well, the early part was well enough played. Okay, moving up the ladder. Still. Only plus 8. 429 now. Alright then, so this has been 3 games in a row, and clearly my play quality is deteriorating a little bit. But, no, second verse, I don't even know the lyrics to the second verse. I'm sorry, I should. I did when I was younger. Illusion, you're gonna have to coax it out of me in more increments. Perhaps I can have more songs ready in future streams. And if people nag hard enough, maybe I'll even give in and embarrass myself. Anyway, thanks for everybody that watched. And, you know, yes, I know I can Google it. Again, later. Consider following if you want to see more Terra Mystica content. And then also, my next stream, it should be on Monday. You can see the schedule listed down underneath. So thanks for dropping by. I'm cutting this off here, and GG's all.